Alright, YouTube should now be up. Alright, let me get the other thing open as well. Right, last time we were here we did the main story again. Right, we got caught up with that. No old man. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well, it is what it is. Right, it is what it is. Oh, let's get everything where it belongs. Right, I know we have a lot of stuff to look at though. We have a lot. So we gotta make sure we get set up with stuff there. Right. Okay. What do we have here? Alright, let me get my alt logged in. One sec. Sometimes it loads it properly, sometimes I need to do an extra step. Okay. Is game alive? How's the world chat people doing? Right, how... Okay. Let me get my alt logged in. Oh, what's here? Right, gotta claim day 7, supply run day 2. Doo doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Let me get logged in my alt. God damn it. Alright, let me get the verification code on my alt. What is new here? I guess we get more of these for the event thingy. Interesting how that's only for like... Yeah, thanks Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. Right, welcome, welcome. Oh, there's my alt's verification code. Only logging into the cloud version wasn't as annoying. Okay. Oh, what are my dailies today? What perfect world? Yeah, the perfect world code. I had to like, you know, the usual. Gotta send it to myself and everything. Oh yeah, I still haven't done the weekly raid on my ult. Cause like, it freaking crashed when I did the thing. I did it on my main, but my ult is like borked. I'm pretty sure. Let me check. Yeah. I need to do the weekly raid on my ult. I'll probably do it after. Alright, that is not the game client. That is the game client. Let me quickly do my dailies first. What are my dailies? Advanced combat mechas, heavy armor guard, that stuff. What about my ults? Okay. I'm gonna summon my ult to my main to that spot first. The place where I logged off on my ult before. And then we'll go from there. It is funny though, like how many times like the random voice popped up yesterday on stream because I had my ult on the cloud version. We kept AFKing. It was kind of funny. Right, it was kind of funny. Okay. Oh, I need vending machines too. There's probably some around here, right? Yeah, I can get them here. Advanced combat mechas, distorted I need the aberrants for my ult as well. Okay. What is the joint op today anyways? What is it today? Oh, deep sea. Okay. Where was the way to the thing again? I don't remember my way around here. This place is like a confusing maze. I don't know which way is which. No, that's glass there. I don't know how long we're gonna go for. We're just gonna keep going, man. I'm too far up high. Why do I feel like weird extra lag? Oh well. Was it this way to get to the aberrant area? Like, fuck, I don't know where I'm going. I hope it is. Okay. Looks like it is. The stupid time thing just is there now. Let me just kill this dude. Because that's easier. Alright, where's the other things my ult needs to get killed? Oh god, my freaking cloud client is like super laggy today. So now the game client is showing regional pricing, right? That's why. Game client shows regional thing now. If you want cheaper pricing at the moment, the way to do it is you're gonna have to get, you're going to need, what's it called? A Japanese Play Store account. And a payment method, a valid payment method for a Japanese Play Store account. Which is some sort of Japanese payment, thing. Or a business PayPal account. Yeah, like, I can top up with JP pricing, actually. I can. But, like, I have to open up an emulator for it. But it works on my emulator. I can do it on an emulator. I can pay with JP pricing. It's still, like, borked this way after all this. Wait, what message didn't show? Oh, thanks for the greeting, Bahamut. Oh yeah. But you're from the US? Wait, why are you getting Euro then? What the fuck? That is weird. I don't know. That is super weird, because it's supposed to show US pricing for you. For me, I get Canadian pricing now. That is really bizarre. I don't know how the hell that happened. I have no clue. Alright, let's go to let's go do our join up. In Deep Sea. Deep Sea Stronghold. I wonder, is the thing still uploading? Because I put it on my other computer. It's still uploading, goddamn. Like, the file thing I'm trying to upload is still uploading. Maybe that's why I have extra ping. I don't know. But yeah, I have no idea. At least I can easily just do this, loop this twice. But yeah, I'm finally like re-uploading the VOD from the beginning of the year. You know the one where we played Wua 2.0, I mean Velatro? That's gonna be, that's being re-uploaded. Wait one sec. Google just did a stupid fucking verification, man. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with that. I have not used the website top-up at all. I have not touched it. I've only seen the in-game shit. That said, actually, if you're gonna do it, try clicking Japan as a region if you can. Does like VPN to Japan work on the website? That I'm curious on. Does VPN to Japan work? Right, does VPN to Japan work? Interesting. I guess you could technically try to make a Japanese Razer Gold account and cheese things that way. I don't know how the hell you're gonna pay for shit with a Japanese Razer Gold account though. But that is technically theoretically possible, right? It feels so weird to get that freaking pop-up thing like that. Yeah, same. Well, I'm technically not out, but like, the amount I have left is like negligible, man. Oh cool, there's like a new preview. We got like CN preview, man. You should uninstall. Welcome, welcome. Right? Okay, I don't know why it's lagging then. Oh, we got the overworld enemy kill thing now. Might as well claim that. I know we got like a bunch of reacts and shit to look at. Anything else I want here? Yeah, the usual, give me my rocks, I guess. Alright, it's the usual, get your rocks. Alright, I'm gonna move my ult to the AFK spot. Claim all my stuff there. I don't even know why I'm collecting the freaking things, man. There's like no reason for me to do it. Right, there's absolutely zero reason for me to do it, but like, whatever. I'm doing it anyways. I already have like everything cleared here. Like I have all the stuff you can get from this, so it's like, there's no reason for me to do it. Right, like there's like absolutely no reason, but I still do it for some reason. Right, like, there's no reason. There isn't one. Oh yeah, thanks, young water. Welcome, welcome. You know, I'll just close out of it. We'll just start there. We'll start with the thing there then. There's like a bunch of videos that we gotta look at.
So we had another event from
fuck.
Nintendo today around the Switch.
The stupid new tab, like, auto thing that had YouTube took me to a video that I opened before. I'm like, what the fuck? No. That's not what we're looking for. I just wanted to make a new tab with the YouTube just so I could get it all of the thing. No, it was the stupid video on the Switch 2 news thing that we reacted to like a week ago. The fucking new tab thing, it recommends random shit. That makes like no sense sometimes, man. I'm like, fuck. Alright, we got something here. Here, we're gonna turn off the thing there. Let's see if I can like... I wish we could like really pause ads for a bit. But like Twitch is like, nah. I can't do that. Twitch won't let me do that. I have to like let it auto do the ad. I already have it set to like as low as possible, but like I can't like delay it for like 20 minutes. Oh well. Wait, actually no, what I got an idea. I'll force the ad now so we get like... Wait, can I force it now? Yeah, I'll force the ad now. I'll force the ad now so that, like, we won't have an interruption later. I can force the ad early, that's, like, all I can do. It'll delay it for, like, half an hour or something. Whatever Twitch does. Like, that's the thing, man. With Twitch, you're actually forced to put ads. I put it on, like, on the lowest setting thing. But, like, it is what it is. I wanted to delay it further, but it's like, oh wait, I'll just force the ad now. Right, but yeah, we got this already. Wait. Where's the AI subs? AI subs where? Is AI subs in here? I thought there's AI subs. Huh? But yeah. I know there's like so many, man, that was sent. Alright, where's the AI subs? I'm cool with AI subs. AI subs are decent. Sometimes. Welcome back.
哎，他果然不是人。哎，我授权者这是。
Okay, wait. Where's the AI subs? Come on. Where's AI subs? It just says it's unavailable. What the fuck?
哎，他果然不是人。哎，我授权者这是。
What do you mean no sound on YouTube? Huh? You sure no sound on YouTube? What? What? What do you mean no sound on YouTube? Yeah, no, there's sound on my YouTube stream. Oh, wait, I just realized I got... Oh, there we go. I saw the super chat there from you, Luxmed. But yeah, thanks, man. I don't know what that currency is, but thanks. I just noticed. I don't know why it's so bored. When trying to pick up the supers. I have to like figure out what the hell is going on with Sheep Chat, why I didn't pick it up. But yeah. A new gacha black and beacon. Okay. But yeah, I'm like curious, where is the AI subs? Is it, what happens if I turn off annotations?
就是刚才你谈到的
Okay, wait, I got an idea. So here's what we can do. Since,
哎，他果然不是人。
alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna download the video. I'm gonna open it in a video player. I'm going to screen capture the video player. And then I'm gonna use Mort to translate it. Surely that will work. Right? Surely that will work. Here's what. Let me get that done right now. That'll take a bit of setup, so we'll do some other reactions first then. Because I feel like this would be good to have as like an actual proper video upload anyways as well. Yeah, because I can just screen capture that and I can use Mort to translate. Big brain. Right, sometimes modern problems require modern solutions. Sometimes. But yeah. Becoming desperate like Blizzard when you log in it tells you to buy the new character. What do you mean desperate like Blizzard? That's like... That's not anything new, man. Lots of games literally pop up, oh, here's new character in the game. This is not a new practice. It's not new. What, they put the character on the title screen or whatever? You want to see something? Look what happens when I open up Snowbreak. For example, look what happens. Like, it is not, like, anything crazy or new. Lots of games do it. Sometimes they even change the fucking thumbnail of the game icon. I don't know if it's the first time. Kuro does it all the time too, man. As well. Just, if you're wondering. It's like, oh, what's the new, PGR patch? Characters, like, splashed all over the screen. Oh yeah, what do you see here? This is the current rate-up character, the new one for, Snowbreak. Like, you immediately see it. And if you log in for the first time that day, you'll get the event pop-up with all the stuff in there. Like, it'll, like, pop this thing up first. Right. That's not exactly, like, a new practice. I think they did it with, like, not HSR, Honkai 3rd before as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Because, like, it's a thing these live service games have been doing since forever, man. Like, they all do this shit, do that shit. I'll just say I'm in my 20s. That's all I'll say. You can figure that out, but I'm in my 20s still. And I still will be for a bit. Right? All you know is I'm in Gen Z, on the older end of Gen Z. They fixed it with white screen and black text? I mean, like, that's the thing, man. Right? It's not like all these games fucking do it, man. Yeah. $1 billion company, they still do that shit. But honestly, that's not their main problem. That is not their big problem, man. They have other problems. But they're fixating on that for some reason instead of the other stuff. Which is funny. But you know, gotcha gamers are Pepega. What else is new? Alright, let me get the thing to capture this properly. Oh, wait, I got an idea. We'll go in 16:9 tab. What the fuck is being picked up there? That's not what I want captured anyways. Definitely not that thing. Interesting. Okay. Alright, let me get a window capture for the video player. And then, like, we can get the subs. Alright, let me get the preview from locked. Right, let's get the video in view, fully in view. Okay. Interesting. Why isn't it showing the actual video in here? Okay, there we go. You can see that. Alright, let me get that logged. And then I'll get the translation in the proper place. Right, so now you can see the video here, right? We'll get the subtitles, don't worry. I have my way of doing this. Okay, we got our OCR area. I'm gonna make new OCR areas. Where are they talking? Okay. Alright, I got my OCR area there. Oh wait, I need to make sure it picks up the right thing now. Specify the window. I want it to take that window. Okay, now I need to bring up the thing so you can see the translations. Right, this way we can have the translation. I'll just have the ad play right now while I still set up. Or not. Okay. Right, there we go. Right, you guys can now see the translation, right? Alright, thanks, Tara. Okay. There we go. Translation is there. Lock preview. Okay. I applied a snooze. Oh, let me pin this window. That way you don't lose it. Alright. Party hat? I don't have a party hat. Anyways, they posted, right? Alright. Let me record this as well. So, we got the ToF 5.0 Kylo preview for CN. Right, we got our OCR to translate it. So let's give it a look. Alright. Alright, they got the lenses here.
准备好了吗，观众老爷们？
Is the OCR even picking it up?
马上
It's going to be broadcasted,
开
okay.
播啦！这里是绮罗
Alright, what's it saying this time? This is Kylo Frontier 1.
前沿情
I know, this is the live broadcast room for Kylo Frontier Intelligence Sharing.
报分享直播间，想看到什么内容都可以带。
What's it translating to now? I can tell. If you want to see anything, you can tell me the barrage, okay? Sure. The live version is uncensored, okay.
弹幕告诉我。那么道具
Alright, what's it saying now? We got translations for everyone here, man. Then countdown.
10、3、2、1。大家好，我
Alright, here we go. What's he say? What's she saying now? Hello, everyone, I think? Come on, pick it up. Come on, Maury. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it, Maury. I know you can do it. I believe in you.
我是林赛。
Alright, hello everyone. She's Linsa. Is she the new Anka? I don't know. I think she's Frost.
一名矿区户外主播。
No, Lindsay. It says hello. I'm Lindsay.
爱一名矿区户外主播。
Uh.
爱一名矿
Okay, what's he saying now? Come on. An outdoor anchor in a mining area. What?
矿区户外主播。除了和大家
Alright, outdoor anchor in mining area. We got more subs here. In addition to sharing your daily life with everyone,
分享日常外，我还
thanks for the follow, Wolfie, Wolfette PK. She also runs a small shop. Okay.
经营着一家小店铺呢。比如这款
I'm still passing through a small. Wait, for example, this battle skateboard, transformed by carrot shells. What?
经过胡萝卜改造的战斗滑板
Skateboard weapon. Okay. What's it? What did it say?
订购一定要来哦。那么战斗滑板吃溜。
If you like, please contact me to order one. And then it says Scream. Okay.
使用起来
Alright, this is how we're gonna get it translated. It's especially convenient to use.
格外方便，喜欢可以找我
If you like it, please contact me to order it.
订购，一定要来哦。那么马上
Must. Alright, then get to the topic immediately,
进
okay?
入正题，主播带来
Alright, come on, OCR, you got this. The various secrets of Kylo brought by the anchor. Right, she's talking about
在
herself.
绮罗各种秘闻，可是连
Right? Very broken translation. We're using AI to translate, don't worry. But even Into Science dares not broadcast. I mean, it's fine. It definitely looks like they didn't censor it for what it is. She's holding spray paint cans. She got the skateboard here. We'll have to really see how it is in game, though. Right, like in the splasher, it looks fine.
走进科学都不敢播啊！
Right, it says Kylo right
时
there.
间是最近
Because this is for China first. They get their stuff like ahead of time. Space pirates who are at the forefront of Kylo
与
recently.
绮罗风口浪尖的太空海盗们，近期被
What's it say now? Recently, something. Many doctors who have been wiped out by the Hope Fleet recently. So space pirates have been attacking the attacking the doctors.
希
Okay.
望舰队剿灭的众多海盗团中，包括了
Among many pirate groups that have been wiped Oh, she's talking about like, okay, space pirates attacking the Hope Fleet, which has like doctors on board or something, including what we are familiar with.
我们都很熟悉的胡萝卜
All right. Wait, is that just Anka's mask? Wednesday Pirates, led by Grandma Karobe. All right, Grandma Karobe is leading the Wednesday Pirates,
奶奶带领的星
and they have Anka's mask as their logo.
期三海盗团。众所周
Wait, there's Carrot right there. There's a picture of Carrot right there. All things.
星期三海
I know everyone's
盗
week.
团的
What?
前身可是某支不
Wednesday each group.
可
What?
说的绮罗舰队。
Wait, what? Oh god, this is
海盗
like
团。众所周知，
this is like so scuffed, man. Especially because it's hard to scrub because this is like a 22-minute video.
星期
So like I can't exactly scrub entirely there because of how long my freaking bar is. The predecessor of the Thieves group on Wednesday. Predecessor. Oh boy.
三海盗团的前身可是某
Okay. But a certain unspeakable Kylo fleet. Yeah, well, let me refresh to see if the original thing. One sec. Is the original one that was uploaded properly thing working now? Oh, okay, we don't have to do this anymore. Alright, let me close more. Now the subs are working. Okay. That is so scuffed. Alright, let's go back here. The subs are now working. YouTube just being super pepega. I set up more for nothing, man.
准备好了吗？观众
Ready?
老爷
Hey there,
们，
viewers.
马上
Stream's
开
about to
播
start.
啦！这里是
Welcome to the
绮罗
Kylo
舰
Frontier
频道分享
Intelligence
直播间
Broadcast Room.
想看
Let me
什
know
么
in
内
chat
容
what you
都可
like
以
to
弹幕
see.
告诉我哦。
Alright,
那么倒
countdown.
计
3,
时
2, 1.
3、2、1。
Yeah, when isn't
大
it?
家好，我是林赛，一名矿
Alright. Oh, she's from the outdoor mining zone, right? She's Linsis from your outdoor mining zone streamer,
户
okay?
外主播。
Besides sharing daily life with
除
you
了和大
all,
家分享日常外，
she also runs a little
我还经营一家
shop.
小店铺呢，比如
This battle skateboard modified
这
with
款
carrots.
通过胡萝卜改造的战斗滑板，哧溜。
Oh no, I think it meant to say modified by carrot. Super convenient to
用起来
use.
格外方便，喜欢可以找我
If
订
you
购。
like, hit me up to
是的
order. Don't miss out. Now let's get to the
那
real
么马
content.
上进入正题。主播
All the
带来的
juicy
绮罗
secrets from
各
all
种
over
秘闻
Kylo.
可是连走进科
Even
学
into
都不敢
science
播
when
啊
dare broadcast them.
首先是
First up,
最近
space pirates
绮
who've
罗
been
疯
making
狂
headlines
冒
in
尖的太
Kylo.
空海盗们。
Among many pirate groups recently wiped out by the Hope Fleet, one was led by the well-known Granny Carrot of the Wednesday Pirates. Yes, them. As we all know, the Wednesday Pirates used to be part of a not-so-public strike fleet. That fleet has been a thorn into the Hope Fleet's side since day one. A real pain in the butt. Such a shame. The heroes from when I was born are now locked up behind bars. As for the juicy details, if you're curious, next time I'll contact Ash and get Hope Fleet crew member Esther to spill the tea. Next up, let's expose the insider secrets between the Hope Fleet and the Animal Group. For years, they've been funding the Hope Fleet, a group dedicated to space exploration and finding a new home. When the fleet ship Ash crashed recently, it was Anil's own South Dipper division that ran to the rescue. Which made some people wonder, is the Hope Fleet still truly independent, or are they part of the Anil Group now?
这些疑问
We'll leave those
就留给各位
questions
观众作为茶余
as
饭
food
后
for
的
thought
反思
at your next lunch break.
严肃的
That's the
新闻
serious
说到这里
news. Okay.
接下来
Let me
给
introduce.
新
Let me show our
观
new
众们
viewers
介绍
around
一下主播生活的
at the
企
Kylo
鹅里
Phosphor
矿
Mining
山
Zone where I live.
这片巨大的太
That's the
空矿
space
区
mining zone
隐
hidden
藏在
within
石头
temporal
乱流之
rifts.
中。多年
Years
以前
ago, it
由
was
安
first
霍尔集
discovered
团
by the
旗下的
ships
舰
under
船
the
率
Anal
先
Group
发现，因为
because the
矿
ores
石
are
蕴
rich in
含丰
ether
富的
energy.
磷呢，所以
They named it the
被命名
Phosphor
为
Mining Zone.
磷矿区。一边是
On
承担
one
运输
side,
管理
there's
的
the
空港
spaceport
区，
district,
一边是负
and
责
on the other, the operations district for
采加工的
extraction and
作业区。
processing. The
空港
spaceport
区
is
由
jointly
安
governed
霍
by
尔
Anal
和
and the
希望
Cope
舰队
fleet.
两股势力联合共治。安霍尔
Many
集
of
团旗
Anal's
下众
businesses
多
are
产
based
业
here,
都交汇于此。
and the
而
Hope
舰队
fleet
则
has
在此设
established
立
a
了
Phosphor's
磷矿区
zone
管
management
理处，
office.
承担着人口管理与防治海盗的重任。远处被
In the
坎佩兰
distance,
带环
wrapped
绕的
by
作业区，
Campaign's
又分
Belt,
为占地
is the
面积
largest
最
mining
大的
base
开采基
in the
地。
operations
没
district.
错没错，
That's
中
right,
国家
my
种的
house is surrounded by
全是
nothing but
矿。
mines.
除了矿石开采，
Aside from
海加
extraction,
油的
well,
生机
there's
植
the
物研
Jars
究所
Botanic
也
Research
在这
Lab,
里设立了
which has
培
plant
育基地，
cultivation
负责
base
太空植
too,
物育种。
and they work on space crab breeding and biocarbon cycling studies. Okay,
和生
sure,
物
they're growing crops in space. Fair
碳
enough.
循环等研究。
We'll stop here for now.
让我们回
Let's head
直
back
播
to the
间
stream
喽
room.
直
I
播
prepared
准备了
some info robots and space
机
bug
器人和
creatures.
太空虫族的资料，大家请看。
Alright, check out Kylo's classic multi-purpose bot, Jerry85.
绮罗的经典款多用途机器人杰瑞85，
Just install different software
是宣装
packages,
不同的软件包，
and you can customize its personality from chill to workaholic.
就能自定义你想要的牛马风格。再看这
And
位，
here's his buddy with Tom unit. Bam.
有没有发
Notice
现
how
他
their
们
names
名
go
字很
perfectly
像
together?
但汤姆
But Tom's
是
actually
希
part
望
of the
舰队
Hope fleet.
编制追捕大
He's a
家的
professional
专
at
业技
chasing
巧
and fighting.
而成群活动的
Now, as for the swarm creatures,
连珠虫，则是攻击
these chain bugs are aggressively flying mutants.
域极强的飞行类变异体，
They willingly serve the queen bug.
来自原位黄
Sure, so we're getting like fucking what is this? StarCraft Zerg stuff, man? Hi there, be exciting. Welcome. The fuck is this freaking StarCraft Zerg crap? Basically.
后虫效劳。既然
Speaking
说
of
到了
which,
皇后虫，请
here's
看
some
主播
risky
用
footage
着
I
生命威
just
胁
took
给
for
家
you.
人们拍个
An
即时
exclusive
小
look at the
片。
queen bug.
皇后虫是
The
一种
queen bug is an
高智商
intelligent
变异
mutant species.
它不仅性
It's
情
not only
凶猛，
fierce,
还能
but
够
can
呼
summon
唤
endless
数不清
swarms
的
of chain
连珠
bugs
虫
to
为自
serve
己
it.
服务，使它
It's second only to temporal rifts in terms of space travel
太
threats.
空航行中危险指数仅次于时空乱流的存在。
If you ever run into
不小
one
心遇到了它，
or
或者
stumble into
闯
its
进它的领
territory,
地，可
do
千
yourself a
万要
favor and run the other way.
看完这些可
After
怕
all
的
the
玩意儿，
terrifying stuff,
主
my
播
heart
心
rate's hitting
率直
180.
飙180了都。
Let's chill out a bit.
让我们稍微放松一下，联系
Time
一
to
下我
connect
们
with
今天
today's
直播的
very
特
special
别甲
sponsor.
方。
Oh, they got Tata over there.
哎呀，主播
Your
也要
streamer's
茶
gotta
饭
eat too,
了啦
okay?
来来，
Now let Hoo take you on a tour through the mining
让
zone.
呼呼带家人们直接去矿区转上一圈。
各位初学者好呀！
Hey, hello
我们现
beginners.
在
We've now arrived at Kylo's spaceport
已
district.
经到达绮罗空港区了。大家
Just ahead is just past the South Ridge passport
大家
checkpoint.
可以看到前方蓝联护照外呢
Okay.
有非同
You'll see a pretty unusual
一
view.
般的景色。没错
That's
我们
right.
现在已经是
We're now
在
officially
10
outside
外
the
的
planet
太
in
空上了
space.
我们后续
Our
的
journey
旅程
from
呢
here
也会
on
在太空
continues
中
through
的
the
小
asteroid
行星带
belt.
进行。那我
The
们现
area
在
we're
所处
in
的空港区呢，
is
主要
managed
是由
jointly by the
希望
Hope
舰
fleet
队
and the
和阿
Anal
普尔集
Group.
团联合管理的。大家也可以看到
If you look around this port
这个
area,
空港区内呢，很多
you'll
集
see
装箱都有
containers
阿
marked
普尔
with
集团
Anal
的署名
logos.
但
But the
空港区
spaceport isn't our main
不是我们这次旅程的
destination
重
today,
点，就不给
so
大
we
家
won't
过
linger
多
here
的
for too long.
观光介绍了。等后续
Once we land
顺
and
利
finish
登
syncing
陆
data,
之后呢，
好像有点饿了。
you're free to
自行来探索吧
explore on your own. Space. That's what. Let's move to the operations
我赶
district.
快出发，前往作业区，从那里
That's where we'll enter the
进入到我
asteroid
们室外
field
的小行
proper.
星带中。
So they got a teleport there. Oh look, they still have those here. These things are there still. Great, so we'll have another thing to a new currency to deal with. Alright, just like we had Norns for 4.0, we got a new one. And Dominion from 3.0. We're gonna get a new one, man. Oh look, there's a shiny thing there. There's snowballs.
好，各位生者，
Alright, explorers, we've jumped into the operations district.
现在呢，所处的是最
Right now we're in the residential area of the district. Let's head outside from here.
室外出发吧。哎，大家可以看到还是有
As you can see, a lot of folks actually live out here.
人在这片儿生活啊。哎，
Oh, there's a guard by that treasure chest. Looks like something's up.
我们来听听他说
Let's
什
hear
么
what he
吧。
has to say.
啊，
Mutated bug creatures have escaped. Some are even disguising themselves as
有
humans.
变异的虫族逃脱了，
Thanks, shonen manga protagonist. Alright.
还会拟装成人类。哦，需要我
All he wants is our help eliminating them. Got it.
们帮他来消灭这些虫族。
Okay.
好，我可以。
I'm in.
那这个玩法呢，就是
So here's the
在
gist of the gameplay.
大家可以看到，
What the hell is this? Why does that child model look so massive? Look at the head. Right, you see it right there?
有一个固定的
There's a set area we need to
区域
scan
范围内啊，
and identify which people are actually disguised bug
需要
mutants.
找出伪装在人群中的虫族。
Well, this one seems really off. I mean, that one seems really off. Well, I wonder what this one is. This replaces our the phone we had in the network map, right?
啊，这
I guess
个也太奇怪了吧？
Unless that's the event menu, and we just lose a button here. That'd be something if we don't have a terminal up here or something like that. Right, because that also could be the event menu. But then, or the gotcha menu is there. I don't know. Maybe they moved that.
跟他交流。
Let's talk to him. Yeah, Among Us.
哎
Yeah,
他果然不是人。
yeah, definitely not human.
哎，我授权者
The
的实力太
authorizer
高了
is
一
seriously
刀
OP
就给他灭了
when it came out.
好，后续
So when you log
各位
into
受益
Kyle
人
later
登录取了之后呢
explorers,
可以
be sure to
多
help the
帮助我们
guards.
警卫来
We
找
tracked
到
down
这
and
个伪
eliminated
装
the
成人
human
类的
disguised
虫伤，并
bugs.
且消灭他
They're
们。
everywhere.
哎，电梯到了，
Ah, the elevator's here. We're heading to the bottom level.
从那里去往室外吧。
From there, we'll move outdoors.
那在
There's one stop on the way
下一站
down.
中间呢还会停靠一站。
It leads to the Bioplants Research
是入植物
Institute,
研究所的路，
but that's not on our itinerary today.
到时候需要
So
顺
feel
便
free to
自行
explore that
探索。
on your own later.
诶很
And
快
just like that, we're at the
到
bottom
了最后
level.
一站让我们骑上小摩托
Let's hop on the bike and head to the
前往
hangar.
进入吧。那这里呢就已经
We've
到达
arrived at our
我们
launch
的
site.
出发地点了。哎，大家可以看到
Look, 4 brand new mechs you've never seen before. Okay, so we get new ones
这
now.
台从未见过的全新机甲。没错，它就是
They're all new suits that he authorizes will get to pilot in the new version.
当当。那全新机甲除
The suits just don't just look
了有
different.
全新的外形之外呢，我
We
们也
made a
做
lot
了
of
很
upgrades
多
and
的升级
optimizations
和
too.
优化。
Oh, like the buttons are different down here. Look at that. Let me give you a quick rundown.
给大家简单介绍一下吧。首先呢是
Check out the new button, the main
可以
interface.
看到我们的主界面上多
Oh yeah, okay, cool. We still get the music player there. Nice.
回声播放器的按钮。
Echo player.
没错之
Yep.
后是我
Now
们可以
sleepers can play their favorite ToF
在机
songs
甲上通过回声播放器播放
right
自己
from
喜
the
欢的
mech
放卡歌
via
曲吧
Echo player. Aside from
那
the music
除了播
feature,
放器的增加之外呢，我们在战
we've
斗方
added
面
a lot on the
也是
combat
增加了
side
不少
too.
贡献的。大家可以
Take a
看一下
look.
右下角，
There are now 4 skill icons on the lower right corner.
我们 多了
Right, hi Flagger. Thanks, man. And welcome.
4个技能图标。
These represent 4 different shoulder cannons.
这个技能图标呢，对应了4种肩炮。那到
You're
时候
able to
属于
mix
我
and
们可以
match
在
any 4 of
多
them
个肩炮中啊，选
to
择
suit
对应
different
4种
combat
环境搭配
situations.
来应对不同的场景战斗。
So many ways to fight smart.
说到这里，
Alright,
我们
let's head
赶紧
out.
出发。
See if there's a good spot to test out some melee combos.
拳脚的地方。那这里路过呢，就是刚刚
Right over there, you can see the Bioplants Institute again.
研究所了。那这个
That massive yellow laser is coming from the phosphor pit.
我们往前出发。
Let's move forward.
很快就抵达。
Alright, hi there, Sylvan, Nara. Welcome. Welcome, man. We're looking at the 5.0 preview. We're getting close to the edge of the asteroid belt now. Okay. See that? The asteroid belt is super narrow. But when it comes to exploring, it's massive. This whole belt is packed with rich ether energy and is one of Kylo's main mining zones. You authorizers will definitely spending a lot of time here. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, looks like it, man. There's a meteor way bigger than the others. And it's got strange crystals on the surface. Let's go inside. Let's go and see what's inside. Oh, once inside a cave, you'll see a whole different world. Scenery is totally unlike the outer space environment. This is where our main map mechanic comes in. Oh, so they teleport you probably somewhere else on the map to go inside the cave thing. The chaotic crystal puzzle. Right, because like there's no way the map is actually this big. Normally, like, cause considering the size of the asteroid there, right? Then pick it up and throw it at the distortion node. Yeah, that's some Half-Life 2 vibes, yeah. The HSR stuff is its own mess, man. Look closely at your surroundings. There are 4 crystal stations. You'll need to find the perfect angle to trigger all 4 at once. That's how you solve the puzzle, okay. But I won't spoil too much here. Let's keep moving forward. Time to find a mining spot to test our newly upgraded mech. 1 terabyte space map update 5.0. We'll see. Oh, there's a combat outpost up ahead. Let's check it out. Let's have ourselves a good fight. Alright, let's storm it in. Let's hold our ground here. Good thing I use our slowing shoulder cannon. Time to catch up for now. Now unleash the high-powered laser cannon. Alright, 1-shot kill. Of course, that's thanks to my fully upgraded gear. Of course, wait, okay. Uh-oh, more are showing up. We haven't even used half our abilities yet. It's jumping in for melee, let's go to go. Not just basic strikes, you can parry there of course. He's one of the faster ones. He has a spin attack combo thing. Make sure to experiment them and learn how to use each skill effectively in our regular battles. Warning, mech taking structural damage. Firing off another round, selected with the vortex blast. Slow them down again, but that's not all of them. Yeah, so you get 4 weapons now on the mech. You get 4. You get to put, like, pick and choose 4 now. Alright, 1 more laser cannon blast. Alright, another 1-shot.
太强了。
Yeah, 4. You see the buttons there? There's 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have your melee stuff. You have your melee, and then your melee button, and your regular range shooting button. You get to have 4 extra weapons now. Right? Instead of like you had like the one like mini energy thing, and then the melee attack as your extra buttons with your firing, you have 4 more of those, and then your melee, and then your auto fire.
那战斗呢就
Alright, that's enough combat showcase for now.
赶紧前往
Let's keep moving and check out the area near the world boss.
周围，给大家
Alright,
前往世界 BOSS 之前呢，我们
there's another gameplay feature. I want to show you gravity mechanics.
这里还有一个玩法要给大家介绍一下，那就是关于
You
重力
can
的玩法。
you can't explore space without gravity puzzles. Let's start by interacting with this cube.
太空中怎么能少重力这个重要角色呢？那这个玩法呢，
Activate the gravity shifting
先
device.
需要来交互一下这个魔方，
Look, it can change gravity fields.
然后再启用我们的这个
You can see
重力
objects in the room
改变
start
装置
floating.
大家可以看到有改变重力。
Yep, gravity has officially been flipped.
可以看到
Includes the authorizer too. I mean, it's not flipped.
漂浮起来了。
Now, next text, hit the white energy orb and knock the gravity pod into the trap.
它的重力也被改变了。
So now we got
那
moon
我们接
jumping.
下来呢，需要将这
Look at the air current. It gives us the perfect angle to bounce the shot. It disables your relics when you're doing this. Damn it, they're on to us. They know about our tricks, man. We can't bug abuse because they disable our relics in this.
这个
Look, they're
白色的
disabled.
小球击打到
Imagine if relics not disabled, we use the Claudia jetpack macro and just send ourselves flying. Alright, let's make it count.
那我们这里可以看到，这里有一个明显的气流，我们灵机一动，
Where'd it go?
打一
It
个
got
漂
stuck in the
亮的
gravity cube.
反弹。那反弹到哪儿呢？
There's another one over here too.
哎，成功被重力魔方捕获了。
This one requires 2
那
cubes to
大家可以看到
capture
这边还
both.
有一个重力魔
I
方，
won't show you all of
那
that
这
for
个
now.
是需要2个
You get to try it
都
yourselves.
捕获到小球才可以。这里呢，就是给大家完整的展示了。到
Once
时
you
候
figure it out, head
我
over
们
and
可
report
以
and watch
自
your
行
mech's damage
来
levels.
进行游玩探索。
World boss is right inside the giant meteor behind us.
出发去看世界 BOSS 呢。
Yep, it's hidden inside it.
那世界 BOSS 呢，就在我们
Some bosses you might have trouble finding the
这个
entrance.
身后的这个巨大的陨石中间啊。没
So
错
here's
是
a
在
pro
内部
tip.
那可能很
If you see this video, help others in the chat when they
多
get
出来的
lost.
使用者就找不到入口。那
Especially
希望
those
看了
poor
这个视
souls
频
who
说
wander
我们能
aimlessly.
够在公屏上
This is
可
the
以
entrance. Go
互
through
相交
here.
流引导一下找不
You'll
到
be face to
入
face with
口
the world boss.
迷路的受刑者吧？没错，是在这里。
And there it is.
进去之后呢，就可以见到
Wait, did you
世界
see
boss
that?
了。哇，
The boss has 2 guards.
哎，可以看到世界 BOSS 它居然还有2个护卫啊！那这世界
You'll need a
BOSS
team to
需
bring
要
this
大家
thing
共同
down.
来对抗。我这里
Since I'm alone right now, I won't go
只有
full
一个
battle
人
mode.
就不去跟他正面战斗了，给大家
I'm just
展示
giving a
一下
preview of its mechanics.
他的技能，也当给大家做个预习。
Consider that if you're fighting this early, watch out for wide range AoE attacks incoming.
然后大家可以注意，然后旁边的护卫呢也会
The guards can also perform lifesteal attacks
跟着 BOSS 的
in sync with the boss.
击，
So keep your eyes on more than just the boss itself.
要注意的可不是 BOSS 一个人。哎，我这里就被打中了
Oof, I took a hit there. The boss will keep summoning more minions over time.
会随着时间不断造出更多的护卫。好。
That wraps
那
up
今天
today's
的这个展示
demonstration.
呢，就先到这里吧。
There's still a bit of time left.
那接下来就
So let's go over the latest
带大家
rewards and
看
event
新
news.
版本的福利
Let's
情
start
报
with the
和活动信息
freebies.
吧。
那先从
Alright, what are we getting in 5.0? Besides the regular
福利
supply
开始。
pods and thank
除
you
了一
gifts,
期一会的执行供给，
in this new
会包
version,
的新版本
when you log in for 15 days, you'll get 7 red nuclei pools,
就能报
Special vouchers. Okay. So like, yeah, they do the breakdown of all the shit you
告
got.
诉去年
Right. So that's like one of the events there. One of the login ones. The 2 metal load boxes for gear. 1,000 dark crystals. Hey, this is Cientanium packs. There's another login thing over here, I guess.
年适合和特种凭证，
A selectable SSR weapon box.
还有
Okay.
自选 SSR 武器箱，
Lucky
塔塔的
supply.
新补给，
And the 3 most voted SSR
以及大
weapons.
家在你选塔送
Oh yeah, cause CN they had like that popularity vote thing, and they picked the Zeke Yamio Ganano thing.
活动中高
Yeah, that you pick we give event free.
票选出的3把 SSR 武器免费送，其中签
The special SSR you get
到
from
获得的
logins
限定自选 SSR 福利，可以
can be a simulacrum
10
or
次以上任意拟态对话，
just 80 gold nuclei, your choice.
或直接领取80个金
So they're also giving these ones too, a pick from this. And then another thing here. So they're also giving another selector for these. Alright, so they get another free selector on top. Is this 2 of them or is this just 1? Alright, they had this one and then this one. Linghan is just so out of place here, man. It's like you see this roster, why is Linghan here? They're not putting Yano in here, they put fucking Linghan. This is like so weird, man. You see Linghan here instead of Yano. They put Linghan here. It's supposed to be like what, Yano in here, right? From this group. It would have been, it's supposed to be Yano, not Linghan. It just feels so weird seeing that. But hey, it's free, right? Free is free.
金盒，同时还将开
There's also a new customizable, oh, and it's just a regular rate up banner.
放自选 App 时订购，
Like the
授权
rerun one. Authorizers can pick your faves and
者
start
们可
pulling,
以
yeah.
选择自己喜欢的抽取。
I mean, that's just a regular, like, all
此
rerun
以外
stuff.，
新版本还有不少
A
特
lot
别
of
活
fun
动
new
哦。
events.
今天先预告一个，
Here's a teaser.
出入太空，
First steps to space. Yeah, this is event stuff. Themed events for
我们为
sleepers.
授权者安排了
Okay.
企鹅生活植被主题活动，
Challenge the unknown with the
包
Voice of
括
Fate
发起
event.
对未知挑战的深空命
Oh, is this the freaking RNG card pick and then it summons some stuff in the room again? Is it that event again being rerun? Thanks for the sub as well, Wolfie. Right, it's that.
挑战中有
You
概
might,
率
yeah, it's with the hidden boss as well. Right, they even mentioned hidden boss.
Just subscribed.
Yeah, there's a hidden boss
遭
there.
遇隐藏 BOSS
Defeat them for
boss,
bonus rewards. Yeah, it's literally that, just different
硬
map.
奖励，以及关于
Also, random challenges featuring me, lenses. Okay. Oh yeah, it's this thing again too. The thing where it's like, oh, do all of these other things. You know, we got all these other things, and what do they have here? Profile card stuff, and some other cosmetic, I think. Avatar frame, and then like this looks like 3 profile card things probably. This stuff, right? You go clear the things here, and then like you roll the machine here to match these to
主
get the
播
thing
临界
there.
的随机挑战，竞赛的粉丝和
My fans and fellow authorizers will receive random
授权
tasks,
者将接到各种随机任务，
complete
完
them
成
to
即
earn
可获得盖
stamps,
章机会，
and
赢
win
得奖励升
rewards.
级。
Besides the
活动
events,
之外，最新团
the latest raids and
本的一
dungeons
部分
are
也
coming
会
with
随
this
新版本
update.
上线。
In the new dungeon, make sure to bring your hunter's
全新副本
arsenal
请携带好猎场专属武器，不断挑战自己，
Keep
刷
pushing
新更高
yourself
评分
to
吧。
higher and higher
积
score.
分前
Top 300 in points gets you the leaderboard's final
300
prizes.
即可进入排行榜，争夺最终奖励。
Of course, dungeons
当然，
also
副
support
本
free
也设
mode
自由模式，支持
to mess
4以
around
上
all
的
you
国
want,
际
no
评
score
分。
penalty. In the new raid, authorizers will team up to fight a grid rule breaker
最新
boss.
团本，授权者
Okay.
将集体对抗隔网违章惯犯地狱
To
与
win.
圣冠
Oh wait, it's this boss. Oh yeah, they never gave us the mech scorpion from network map. This boss, they never released this as an actual raid. For some reason. It's like, oh yeah, we never got this as an actual event raid boss. Alright, even though we had this boss since what? When did we have the ground controller boss again? Like what, 4.2 or 4.3, I think? Right, it was a while ago we had this boss.
关键在于破
Yeah, you'll need to destroy its illegal
坏它的违规
modifications
改装，
and
使
weaken
它
it from
遭
all
受全
angles.
方位削弱。5.0 版本还
Version
将迎来
5.0's
更多
packed
新
with
增内
fresh
容，
content.
除了刚刚展示
Besides
的
new
机
mech
甲玩法外，
gameplay,
装备
equipment upgrades ranges will be permanently raised. Okay, so the upgrade stat ranges will be permanently increased. So like the gear rolling event will become permanent.
这
Nice.
些随机区间
I don't understand why they didn't just make it permanent earlier. Right, we had the event last patch, and now they're like saying 5.0 they'll permanently raise it.
会永久提升。进城商店强
The store will double your limits on strengthening and breakthrough mats. Okay, so the upgrade materials you can get, that refresh every week will get double them. Honestly, they should like do more than that. Like honestly, instead of refreshing it, just add more to the weekly cap you can buy. Like to the cap instead. That way, like older players can actually get, not older players, newer players can eventually actually catch up with that.
化类和突破类材料限购翻倍，
That's
反
good.
而大家
Also, the long-awaited Simulacrum roaming features will support the Gestos network. AFK explore the network map. Right.
关心的拟态漫游功能也将支持格瓦拉。为了让初学者
To
们
help
在
all you authorizers have more fun in
玩得
Kylo,
开心，新手
we've
流程也
optimized the
做了
beginner
进一步优化。
experience.
捏脸系统迎来
Face customization systems getting new tools too. Okay. Wait, can we customize like the actual thing too here?
新功能，新版本将
The update adds preset faces matching your favorite simulacras. Okay.
会加入多款拟态同款预设面容，支持一
Ready for one-click application, so you can get their faces.
键改装，陪伴我们一同
Also remember Nemesis?
前
Yep.
往起罗时空的奈美
She's getting a visual upgrade for the Kylo timeline, so they're upgrading her model. Nice.
修斯形象也做了进一步优化，是不是更加精致了
Yeah, so this is the current model, and this is the new. She's getting a new model.
呢？好了，那今天的连线就到这儿吧，让我们把直播
All right, let's hand the stream back to your favorite
召唤给
lenses.
主播林赛。
又回到直播间了，呼呼的介绍还算到位吧？是不是能给
Simulacrums at home, yeah. How about tossing me a like, comment, and
个
follow?
一键
Okay.
三连呀？接下来
Now let's
讲
talk
讲我
about
们绮罗的新
Kylo
潮流
fashion
吧。
trends. The pilot scout outfit is a mining zone
这
bestseller.
套领航探员时装可是矿区大爆款哦！让
Let me
主播
model
给
it
大家
for
上
you.
身展示展示。
The outfit designed specifically for
这
outdoor
款为户外
exploration.
勘探独家定制的领航服
Comfy and
舒适简约的
minimalist.
设计无
It
处不
screams
体现着
cool
大
and capable. Look at the mechanical bunny ears on the girl version.
侦探女款，头上的机械兔耳朵俏
So
皮
cute
可爱
and，playful,
短摆连衣裙
with a short tunic and stylish utility pouches.
保证实用性的同
It's
时
both
又非
practical
常
and full
有
of flair.
同款男装就更酷
The
一
guy's
些。
version's way cooler. Black bodysuit paired with a structured trench coat. If you don't have red nucleus, you can copy their appearance. Yeah, big
黑
brain.
色紧身内搭，外加
I don't know, is it? Or is it gonna be another thing we have to grab?
廓形小风衣，有没有未来警
Total space cop
长的感
vibes.
觉？
I hereby declare this Kylo's must-have outfit.
我宣布，这就是大家来绮罗的必败款。好的，推销任务完
Okay,
成。
sales pitch complete. Let me show you what my actual streaming setup
最
looks
后
like.
带大家看看主播的真实直播环境吧。
No, nothing about the Frost character. Just the map overview and stuff. And some mech gameplay. They changed the mech again. Wait. Wait, not an invite to just randomly show up at my house, okay?
不是让大家空来就来主播家玩的意思哦。看这
Check out the lighting and camera rig, super pro, right? Of course, she's gonna get her dorm.
个直播灯和拍摄机器，
She's... Look at that! We already got Lince's dorm confirmed, guys! Lince's dorm confirmed! Right there, Lince's dorm confirmed.
很专业吧？我每天
Every day I sit right here and go full content mode. Oh, what's that?
这是什么？一不小
You
心
got
就
a glimpse of my skateboard wall. OnlyFans store.
人家看到了我的滑板墙。
My place
其
is
实
full
主
of
播家
fun
里好玩
stuff.
的可多了，比如
Even got a dance machine 2-player mode, of course.
跳舞机，是双人款哦，随时欢迎
Come
大
and
家来找
challenge
主播
me
线
to a
下
dance off anytime.
跳累了还
And when we're tired, we can head to the rooftop to
可以
stargaze.
一起到露台看星星呢。这可是整个
It's the
矿区的
best
最佳
viewing
观
spot
赏
in the
位。
entire mining zone.
哦，好了，
Alright, no more peeking.
当主
A
播
streamer's
最重
gotta
要的
keep
还是
some
保
mystery,
持
you know?
神秘感。今天的
That's it for today's broadcast. We're signing off now.
大家记得
Don't forget to
关
like
注
and
圆
follow.
圆快乐
Let's
大
keep the
留
fun
言
going forever.
差不多了
Almost forgot.
留到最后的朋友，
Here's a little secret for those who stayed until the
分
end.
享一个小秘密。
So yesterday,
昨
right
天
outside my
主
house,
播家门口突然就出现了
the
一
dog
只
just looked like a cabbage showed up.
白菜的汪汪。这究竟是
What
发
on
生
earth
了
is
什
that
么？
about? Guess we'll have to tune in next
且
time to
听
find
下
out.
回分解。拜拜了，下播。
And there you go. That's the 5.0 look through thing. Alright? Space stuff, new mechs. Mech has 4 buttons now. 4 extra buttons plus melee and then your thing. Right. Alright, so mech stuff not forgotten. Right. It's funny, like, after so long, they're finally releasing Ground Controller as a raid boss. A vet raid boss. Alright, you have a good night then, Zedmeister. But yeah. Okay. Sure, I'll give it a look later. But yeah. There we go. Let me, save that. Right, because, like, we can save that as, like, an actual video. I can re-upload it later. But yeah, easy. Pay to win mecha doesn't look like it. It's just a new mecha for the thing. And then we get, cause like, you know how we have a menu that says we're like, we can switch weapons? But they never gave us extra weapons to put on? They're finally putting it to use, and they changed the UI a bit. So you can have, like, 4 abilities and your regular range and melee attack. Right? So, Lince's dorm, space support system, new permanent dungeon instance, new mecha gameplay, new mecha paint jobs, blush feature in dorms, new player experience optimizations, gear upgrade range permanently increased, crystal dust shop, enhancement materials doubled, monthly pass grants additional auto exploration slots. So if you have the monthly pass, you get extra AFK exploration. I wonder how that'll work. And then guess those can now be auto-explored. Yeah, not on battle pass, it's on monthly pass. We're gonna collect infinity stones with this one. Uh-huh. We're gonna collect the infinity stones now. Do they have lenses anything? Looks like no. Well, we can re-upload that later. We can re-upload that part of the stream later. I recorded it. Cool. Cool. Right, we got the preview there. And it wasn't censored. Right, so let's go take a look at the other stuff. Oh yeah, that's right, there's a new Gacha Enjoyer video. Almost forgot. We can't forget about the peak content, man. A Gacha Enjoyer is always peak content.
Wow.
Right, Gacha Enjoyer, peak content. Oh, he didn't get that many views this time. He didn't get enough people biting yet. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but here we go. I'm like, I posted this earlier. Gacha Enjoyer posting peak content on my birthday, thanks. Because why not? You guys go upvote that. Too many people too busy hating on HSR. Kuro is making drama and stupid problem out of nowhere. That's their specialty, like they did with JP players in the past. Waiting for Sandro, Rex Cutter, whatever, to type Hoyo Dog this, Hoyo Dog that, slide in whataboutism and try to twist this one. It's funny how the usual CCs are not talking about this as if Hoyo, this was Hoyo, they'd be streaming this shit for hours. For real, man. Tecton managed to make a video out of some Hoyo CC quitting Genshin for Lua or crashing out like Xiox, but we'll never see something like this. Yeah. They always have to farm every crumb of or hint of drama and blow it out of scale. It's honestly funny to see how they never cover any drama from Lua unless it's to defend the game. Yeah. Kuro bots assemble. Today's assignment, defend racism. It's funny how no CC's covering this. Yeah. I didn't know about the drama until yesterday due to Gacha Gaming sub. Yeah, because it's been slapped by a CFX. Kuro drama ain't getting views. Bro, what the fuck? They straight up copied Hoyo's terms of service and even changed Mihoyo to Kuro games or something. Yeah. There's no way the bots can say that Wua is not a copycat. They're another Genshin copycat. They can't copy success. It's well documented that Kuro was copying Hoyo since immemorial. It's just, how could they be blind to it? I don't know. Bots will say Hoyo Dog is this, Hoyo Dog is that, but yeah. Here's your daily reminder that no one would be playing Wua if it didn't have good graphics and animations. Yep. Because that's all they have. Kudog's complaining about being called a Genshin copycat, then proceed to make comparisons every single day on the every corner of social media as payback for launch doom posting. Literally copying Hoyo's entire terms of service. Present stolen animations at an Apple event. Every section, feature, and system in the game basically ripped straight from Hoyo games. Just with different characters, graphics, and improvements. Basically upgraded Genshin. Shill's claiming that their game is the one who's setting the standards. You're not setting standards if you're copying stuff, man. No beating the copycat allegations, but then go on and whine on social media about why people still calls them Genshin copycat. Not to mention when they claim anyone who does this is a Hoyo shill, when in reality it's just normies, people who only know Genshin because of how massively popular it is, are the only ones who make those claims. That doesn't automatically make them regular gacha players either. It's literally just how people outside the community perceive them. But these people act like everyone has some secret agenda against them. Basically, they're just fighting ghosts. Yep. Pretty much. Right. End of Soul. End of Soul and EOS. Gotcha, enjoyer, everything you say, I agree. Drama creates attention, attention creates more players. How Kuro wants to reduce ads is to create drama, so the game will get more exposure. Oh, by the way, they got hit by censorship and they didn't announce it. Yeah. Kuro never learned how to do marketing, huh? Better reduce the quality of the water graphics so they can have a spare to hire someone actually competent like the way. I'm seeing a lot more ads of Wua than Raid Shadow Legends. I blocked it out and it still appears really annoying. Oh, you didn't know? Let me see if I can find a nice example of the censorship. There's no toggle or anything, and I saw the last, you know, Firefox. If you've seen him around, he was mad. Let me see if I can find the thing. Let me see if I can find it. I have to scroll back a bit. Oh yeah, here's the censorship. This is one of them. You can clearly tell how they censored it. They fucking... It looks worse because the texture is more borked. The way they censored it like borked the fucking texture. Look at this. Look at the texture over here. It's so borked now. Yeah, they don't have a toggle or anything though. That was one of them. I think they had another censorship somewhere else. Someone was talking about. But this is the one that was being like shared around. And there you go, censorship. Do you think Woo can beat Raid Shadow Legends spam? I don't know, man. No anything, man. They didn't give anything. They didn't do anything. There's no toggle or no nothing. Yeah, no nothing, man. But there you go. There's their censorship. Smothering break. Move heads will save him. Just put fries in the bag, little bro. I don't know why he's recommended, but this rage baiting is funny. What do you mean rage baiting? Shintone Tess and Dictone will never cover this drama. The untold story. You mean the goddamn story that keeps getting reposted repeatedly by their legions of fans like some bad copy pasta? Will equals copy everything. Character designs, TOS, live stream, also Cantarella uncensored. Original clam pussy design is lit. Well, China being copycat country is a normal thing for real. Am I being racist? No, it's a fact. But alongside my copy pasta, the technologies are improving a lot. Okay. But yeah, you got censorship there. No one cover it. Alright, let's give it a look.
Wuthering Waves is currently in the top 10 trending in China. Even more trendy than their favorite Hoyo games. The latest patch must be a big hit. I wonder what they are trending for.
Everyone knows, like, we search Wuwa right now on Bilibili. How many videos?
Okay.
Everyone is talking about the sign.
They're all
Literally
talking about the sign drama. The Korean sign drama. The racist Korean sign drama. Only character that look good, Rip.
Right, second page.
So as it turns out, Wuthering Waves managed to be incompetent again and pissed off both the Korean and Chinese player base at the same time with a racist sign for their offline event.
Nice.
Okay, Wuwa is on official government news now. Let's see what happened here. Alright, the title says, today only Koreans can come in. Chinese game, Wuthering Waves, apologizes. This is like government media article source.
Alright, government, state media stuff.
And then it says, like, if you just read the first few lines, lots of people are angry.
CCP approved, guys.
They
State
also
media
reported on the
approved.
fact that Kuro copied the Hoyo. In their terms and agreements, like the fucking thing you have to accept, they straight up just copied the Hoyo version. And people found out that there was, like, inside the terms, there was mentions of Mihoyo because they straight up just copy pasted it. It was like a huge thing back then. It was the funniest shit. Yup.
They're pulling in AC shadows, yep.
From Hoyo. Apparently,
Nice.
all of these news sources posted about this. 新华日报, holy fuck. Bro, everybody is posting about this. Because this sign, right? This sign that was created absolutely drives discussion. It's like top tier rage bait, especially for Chinese people. This is like top tier rage bait.
Top tier rage bait, guys.
Please kindly understand that Wuwa is the sole entity criticized by official media outlets today.
New sign.
You gotta respect Wuthering Waves, how Wuwa advertises their
Oh yeah, this is how they advertise now. Yeah, they're not famous, now they're infamous. You want to be famous? Now you'll be infamous. If he doesn't want to be famous, he'll be infamous. Remember, that was a quote from what, like Spider-Man 1? Right? From J. Jonah Jameson or whatever. It was like, if he doesn't want to be famous, I'll make him infamous or whatever. Right? Kuro won't be famous anymore. Now they're infamous. Yeah, you like the hat? The hat is something, man.
their game. Today, my mom even asked me what the fuck is Wuthering Waves. But right? But Kuro did apologize for it, so it is now 100% their fault.
Yeah, they admitted that it was their fault.
Right?
Like, that's the thing about apologizing, man. You admit it's your fault. You admit that it's your fault.
Do understand how much chaos you can cause by just like putting up a sign like this, right? Kuro threw Samsung under the bus? I mean, they did. They pointed fingers at Samsung, but they also said it is still our oversight. It is still our fault. That's why we are apologizing. Blah, 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 blah. They acknowledged it. Kuro players will convince themselves this is a non-issue. I mean, I guess Kuro players, you know, have a tendency to be delusional anywhere, not just global. So like these people on the sidelines eating popcorn and be like, these Ku dogs, these Wu shields are actually actively going out and PvPing the government, or like these government news sources. Like, how dare they? Like, people are like, how dare these people even go PvP in the comment section of like official Chinese state media, and they're claiming that they are being paid by Hoyo, huh? From public information, we can see that Wuthering Waves is developed by Guangzhou Kuro Technology, okay, and has been in public beta since May 23rd, okay, and then back in 2023, Kuro has publicly apologized for copying MiHoYo's TOS because their TOS contains MiHoYo, right? Originally, KG, as in Ku Dogs, Kugo, okay? Originally, Ku Dogs can say that this was Photoshop, but Wuthering Waves official came out and apologized. Yeah. So they have nothing to say now.
They officially...
If you search for only Korean people can go in, there's a bunch of articles talking about this situation right now.
There's so many.
This picture is going all over the place, man. Right? This time, the entire country knows about Kuro and Wuthering Waves and how they
Ku Dogs and Ku Souls.
Holy shit, there's so many videos. Like, ask the actual normies in China. You guys know what Wuthering Waves is? Oh yeah, it's that company that only says Korean people can. Wonder. Korea is angry because they didn't do shit to scalpers.
They
and
just
then China is angry because the side was racist.
Oh my god, bro.
Koreans comments, oh boy.
No compensation for people who suffered on Friday.
No compensation for people who suffered
who went Friday, the victims. What about the people that suffered on Friday? Why should only those who come on the first day suffer?
Koreans are mad too.
Why did they apologize when the Chinese people complained, but there's not even a single apology notice for the people who went through all the trouble on Friday?
I don't know.
Wow, they're threatening. If you don't compensate the people who suffered damage on Friday, we will take pictures of the actual situation, not complying with the purchase quantity limit, and managing the site. We will organize all the materials that Chinese people hoard and resell, and make it public as much as possible. I'll show you what happens if you let me waste time and money and ignore the people who have been harmed. Damn.
Damn.
Okay, that's about
Koreans
it.
mad
Korean people
too.
are still mad. It wasn't a full... Like, they didn't fully...
No, I think it was like, scalpers, man. So, like, you know how when something... So, like, a company releases new thing or whatever, right? Basically, they have scalper drama over something they were selling. Merch that they were selling. At their event. Which also had a racist sign at the front. So they got racism cancellation, and then they get the other side with the whole drama of like scalpers buying up all their shit. Just like Canada not getting switched to pre-order now because of US scalpers. Yeah, they're gonna come here. No way they're not gonna come here. And here's the thing about like taxes, man. So like here's the thing, if you live in the US, and you live in a place, in a state close to Canada, and you want to buy any electronic device, you only have... Here's what you can do. I'm not telling you that you should do this, but here's what you could do. Okay? You go across the border, right, into Canada, right? You go to a store here, right? You go buy the product, you then use it, open it up, use it, maybe make the box of the product look worn out or something else, and then you go across the border and take it home. Because now that the product is used, in quotation marks, used, they can't tax you on it that way. That's just a thing you can do. I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't do it, but that is something you can do if you live close enough to Canada where you can cross the border here. Or, alternatively, if you live close to the Mexican border, you can do the same thing there. Cross the border, go to a shop there, go buy your shit there, go and use it, and then cross over back in. And thanks for the greeting as well, Kayla's 30. But yeah, that is some not shopping advice. Not shopping advice, but it is something you can do if you're in the States and you want to get around the tariffs. Just buy the product on the other side of the border and use it, and then take it back. Because now it's used, depending on the device you buy, you could probably claim that it was your carry-on thing that you brought in. Right? Like a game console should be easy. A computer, you could say you brought it in to go do something, and then you're bringing it back home, that's yours. Same thing with like a phone or something else. Clothing is clothing, you could probably do the same. Right? That stuff, but like, obviously you're not gonna do it with like a full-on big computer monitor or like a TV or anything. That said though, if you do that, you're subject to the taxes here in Canada, which is a 13% sales tax rate. I don't know what the sales tax is in Mexico if you're doing it on that border instead. But that is a big brain tip you can do if you want to get around some of these tariffs. That is something you can do. 15%? Okay, there you go. Well, where I live, it's 13%. They call it some HST, but I just hate it. The H is because we hate it. What do you mean you'll get caught? You use the product, now it's a used product. You go there legitimately. You cross the border for a legitimate reason. You go and you just go and happen to buy it at the same time. Just go say you're there to go visit some relatives or something. Just go say you're there to go visit your family. Let's say you have a family living somewhere there. I'm talking about like legally crossing the border. Alright, you get your passport, you go cross over, you do it legally. Right? You just cross the border the legal way. And like, let's say you're in like New York, you could probably cross over saying you want to go to like Niagara Falls for something. Because like there's like a whole crazy... Like if you ever see Niagara Falls, it's really hilarious, the border there. Because like the American side is just like some random ass park that nobody gives a fuck about. But then you go on the Canadian side, you see like hotels everywhere. You see there's a fucking amusement park there. You see there's like a water park there. You see casinos lined up every fucking where. You have like all sorts of things you can do on the Canadian side, but not on the American side. And yeah, hi Teddy. But yeah, that's just the reality. It's kind of funny. But also, you get a better view of Niagara Falls on the Canadian side. Because you're looking at the American side from the Canadian side. Which has a way better view. But that's its own other thing. You saw Channel 5 about him entering the US illegally from Mexico and got caught. Yeah, you're a fucking dumbass if you're sharing footage of how you illegally cross somewhere. I'm not talking about doing it illegally. I'm talking about you got your passport and everything, and you're just doing a regular visit across the border. Doing it the legal way, going through all the checkpoints and everything. Right? I don't know how it is on the American-Mexican border. But on the Canadian side, people do it all the fucking time. Like clockwork. You have people coming in and out both sides all the fucking time. I don't know how it is on the other side, the other border though. But the Canadian side, easy. Like, you have people doing it regularly just for regular shit. But yeah. You know, let's say you wanted to go buy, I don't know, your new game console or like a new iPhone later this year or whatever. You go to the Canadian side. You go buy the thing there, use it, right? You know, you put your shit back put the boxes back in your luggage or whatever. You know, maybe stay for a bit and go, you know, go do whatever, right? Go visit someplace, right? And then travel back normally, right? Just, you know, you go buy the phone or whatever, the computer or whatever you bought, and like, you used it, so now it's used, and they won't be able to give you your tariffs on the other side. That's probably now like the big brain way if you want to get the thing for cheaper. Especially because once those tariffs hit, realistically, going on vacation, on the other side of the border for a few days, is probably going to be cheaper anyways. Yeah, you don't need a visa. If you're coming over for a couple of days, a couple of weeks or whatever, you don't need a visa. You don't. That's why people do it all the time. No need. The Canadian-America border, if you're like from the Canada to the US, crossing to either one, you don't need a visa normally. If you're going to stay for an extended time, obviously you need a visa. But normally, like, you don't. So you can just do it. People literally do it to shop on a regular basis. I don't know about the American side, I just know the Canadian side. Because I've been to the US many times that way. It's like it takes like what? You wait like an hour or something at the checkpoint or whatever. And it's like, okay, cool, they just see you, whatever, and see your shit, and then you cross over. Sometimes it's a lot faster. And it just depends on how you're going through, who you're going through with or whatever. Like if you're like taking like a bus over or whatever. But like, yeah. Nothing crazy. But yeah, if you ever want to do that, that's how you get it for cheaper, I guess. You know? Not saying you should do it, or you can't do it, but you technically can. Right? You technically can.
Rest everything, I guess. Koreans in shambles, Koreans are in shambles. Everybody is in shambles, guys. The thing is, when you do stuff like this, right, you're supposed to appeal to the Korean players, and the Korean players are gonna be happy and spend more, while you neglect the Chinese players. But, you know, they also pissed off the Koreans at this.
No, I also don't know what would happen if you were to cross the border to buy eggs for like a quarter the price you're paying in the US. I don't know about food. Right? Because I know like the fucking egg pricing meme you guys have there. You're paying like 3 to 4 times more than we're paying for eggs right now.
Like, how do they manage to piss off both sides? That's not what's supposed to happen when you pick sides, you know? I was talking to my like non-gamer friends after the stream, because I went out to dinner, and they were like all talking about Woo as well. They all saw the news. It was funny. I was like, have you heard about Wuthering Waves?
Damn, normie friends now heard about his normie Chinese friends now know about Wuthering Waves because of the drama. Not because of anything else, but because of the racist drama they have going on.
And they're like, yep, the game that only allowed Koreans to participate in events. So like, you know, they don't, everyone knows now.
The Chinese knows. They all know. Rip to them. Oh, but yeah. Like, that's the thing you can do, though. Cross the border, do this and that. But yeah. Oh yeah, Fratanga has like a bunch of shit on the Switch too now, like coming out like clockwork. But yeah, let's see, what else do we got here? Yeah, we get like more and more stuff piled on top of each other. Did you post something twice? Oh, it's that guy's channel. It's one of Okay, we'll probably just download the video instead to view it. Because I don't want to give him a view. If we do look at it. I kind of don't want to. Alright, let's see. Where do we want to even scroll back to? I probably won't show anime stuff just because I don't know about copyright stuff. What is this? Enviosity is back. What is this shit about? Like, I'm trying to be careful with some of the stuff too. Alright, here we go. Enviosity is back. What even is Black Beacon? I have no idea what it is.
Can you check out the YouTube channel? Insert name here. I think it might be
Probably will recover. If you don't, not like a while back, stupid controversy Limbus. Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing though, man. Keep in mind, China is massive, man. China has like, what, a fifth of the world's population? A fifth or a sixth? Or something? They got like a lot of people in China. And then you have the relatives of those people in China as well that are not in China. That they'll talk with. And then the things will spread even more. Made by old PGR devs, yeah, but what's the fucking game about, man? With a lot of these gotchas is kind of pain, man.
Velocity making a comeback. This one? Green TCGP?
Okay.
Alright, so the deck list for Skarmory is gonna be just 2 of everything, keep it simple. Double Magnemite, double Magneton, double Magnezone, double Skarmory, double Heatran, double Pokeball, double Giant Cape, 2 Rocky Helmets, 2 Professor's Research, then you're of course 1—
Oh yeah, it is Enviosity's voice. There you go. He's playing a Pokemon TCG Pocket now.
Cyrus 1 Sabrina combo. We're running only Metal Energy because Magneton can generate its own Lightning Energy. Clears their Darkrai.
Alright, he's just playing Pokemon, whatever. Okay. He's just playing Pokemon TCG, whatever. That's something else. Okay, what is this one? What does a horror gacha game look like?
There are gacha games out there that make you laugh, some that make you rage,
okay,
and a few others make you goon. But what about a gacha game that scares or creeps you out? My fascination with the last week or so has been this quaint little title just released this month called Wizardry Variants Daphne. After getting tipped off on this, I tried it out and wow, this has got to be one of the most unique and slightly unsettling experiences I've had in a gacha game. Join me in this spooky season as I talk about as close
Dark
as
Souls
what a
of turn-based,
gacha
okay.
game looks like. My name is Psyche, and let's dive into the
I mean, I'm
abyss.
not gonna play this. I can't
Now,
be bothered,
if it's not
man.
clear already, this game is only available on phones and only available in portrait mode. There's literally no way to make it widescreen.
Rip.
But hey, I review mobile games here, so you kinda already signed up for this. And before all the smartasses in the comments say,
Like
well,
gacha,
Wizardry
okay.
is not a horror game, it's a dark fantasy dungeon crawler. Yes, I know. From a conceptual standpoint, the phrase horror gacha game
I mean, I could just go play a regular dungeon crawler game. I have a couple on my Steam library.
makes sense in a sentence, but realistically, how would that even be done? Something like this is sort of akin to what Yoko Taro refers to as the invisible barrier in gaming. I mean, on paper, it doesn't sound impossible, but even if you found some way to make a horror gacha game work, would it be any good? What would I even pull for? My sleep paralysis demon?
Sleep paralysis
So yes, I know this
demon.
game obviously isn't a full-on horror gacha game, but it's close to one as I've seen so far. So, what is Wizardry? Well, the
A lot of
franchise
the horror
started out
shit
as a
don't work on
first-person
me though,
dungeon
man.
crawler featuring a 6-character party with turn-based combat. The franchise started all the way back in the 1980s, and while I don't have nearly enough knowledge on retro gaming, I did watch this really cool video detailing its retrospective. The game also features various RPG elements like classes and moral alignments. One major standout, as you might imagine from the games
Not
during
bad,
the
you
arcade
played it
era,
a bit.
Wizardry
The
is
issue of the layouts really hard to figure out.
like
Okay.
you had to be really
Yeah, some
strategic
Shin
and know the
Megami
game
Tensei,
well
yeah.
to have some degree of success. Despite looking very primordial in its design, its use of stat allocations, class systems, and focus on exploration arguably influenced a lot of the popular gaming titles we know today, such as Shin Megami Tensei and Dark Souls. But we're not here to talk about ancient times. It's time to talk about the wizardry that runs on our phones. So what is Variants Daphne about? Well, you play as an unknown, presumably male, adventurer, delving in a dark dungeon. You're chased by a mysterious ghost and unfortunately perish after being outmatched.
Well, you're dead.
After your flesh rots away with time, reducing to nothing but bones, an otherworldly voice whispers to you, and your body miraculously materializes itself. Well, not all the way, since you now look like a ghoul. Having no recollection of who you were, you wander around the dark dungeons and encounter a mysterious figure. The figure turns out to be an ethereal young lady called Lulu Narde. Interesting name. She explains that you're trapped in the Abyss, a massive dungeon that surfaces in the living realm every 100 or so years. After wandering around some more, you encounter a broken guardian statue. Placing your hand on it, you realize that you have the ability to restore a broken item back to its original state. There's a minigame for this where you simply just have to tap the screen when the shrinking ring is inside the circle. Worth noting that if you miss the timing, you actually take damage, and it is possible to die from this. After discovering a pile of broken armor, using the trusty right hand of reversal, the pile of junk restores to a set of gear, and you're able to equip it. There's a short combat tutorial, but at last you find the exit to go outside. Lunarde, being in ethereal form, explains that she normally couldn't leave the parameters of the Abyss, but after staying in close proximity to you, she realizes that she's able to explore the outside world after all. After defeating some bandits to don their masks so no one in town sees your hideous ghoulish face, you head to Civilization. It's there that you learn that the Abyss was really caused by a powerful warlock that was banished to the deepest part of said Abyss. The dungeon would resurface every 100 years, unleashing the monsters that dwell within to the outside world. It is said that only the king has the power to seal it again, but he seems to have been lost in the Abyss, and the princess is hiring adventurers to rescue him. You speak with Knight Dillenhart. After learning that you came from the Abyss yourself, he believes that you will be a great asset to the rescue attempt. The truth is, the king was actually kidnapped by a beast inside the dungeon. And now, after a failed first expedition and exhausted of resources, the kingdom is calling worthy adventurers to assist. He gives you a coin pouch and advises you to prepare yourself to meet his team for a second expedition. This is where the shackles come off, and you're free to do whatever you want. Being that Wizardry has always had the 6-character party, how do we get more allies to join us? This is where the gacha system comes in. Going into the nearby ruins, you may use a common or legendary adventurer's remains and resurrect them. You can also buy summon tickets, or just bones in this case from the jeweler, which is essentially just the cash shop.
So your thing is, your gacha item is their bones, got it.
One bone costs 200 gems, but there is a separate package that sells 11 bones for the price of 10, so you always want to buy this one.
Yeah, I've seen this thing before where they give you a bonus. A bonus 10 plus 1 if you spend a lot. If you spend for 10.
There's a couple other things for sale too,
in the
including
past.
Gear, upgrade material.
Well, I haven't seen that in a gacha recently. I remember seeing that a lot, like years ago. Like I remember seeing that shit like a lot more. Like, it was like pretty common like 10 plus years ago, but like
and a few
I haven't seen much of that in a while.
Adventure rarity is
10. No, I wouldn't see it. Either +1 or 10% off if you buy 10 pull. Yeah. And it would have like some variants with even more pulls in some of them.
Split into anonymous,
such shitty luck.
general, or legendary tier. I would just refer to them as R, SR, and SSR. The drop rates are 50, 45, and 5% respectively. This is a pretty high rate for an SSR, though for any rate-up banners, the rate-up is 2%, so a little bit short of a coin flip. You get an exchange token per pull, and you can spark a pity at 100 pulls. But given the 11 bones bundle, it's realistically just for the price of 90 pulls. The exchange tokens do not carry over to other banners, though this game does not appear to have limited characters. According to the in-game info here, any rate-up character will be added to the general pool. It's quite clear that the lower rarities have less effort put into them, as the Rs have generic names, are not voiced, and share a lot of the animations with the SRs. I was able to get a few legendary adventures, but honestly they don't feel that much different from the rest. From what I've gathered, some of the commons are pretty good too, so at least everyone's got their uses. I quite like the idea of how the gacha system is built into the lore, as you're essentially bringing back bones from the Abyss to see who you resurrect. Once you have enough people, you have to register them into the Adventurers Guild, in which you can name them and allocate some stats. I just kinda YOLO these, but I'm fairly certain the stats will matter, and the auto-allocate just dumps 1 point into everything. Each character is categorized by race, class, and moral alignments. These do matter, though I couldn't find the nuances during my week of playing. I have seen some people say their character build got bricked because they spec their stats incorrectly. I guess that's one of the drawbacks of mimicking the old school style wizardry. Only problem here, you can't just reload a previous save. You can put them into any spot in your party, and something I found is that certain skills will only work when they're placed into a specific spot.
They made it part of the
lore,
lore,
I just ran with a balanced team with all the classes and equipped them with whatever beginner gear I got.
Event
After I
farming
went
was
back and met up
tedious,
with
yeah, fair
Dylan
enough.
again and trekked back into the Abyss, I knew that this game was in a league of its own. Usually with gacha games, there's typically a honeymoon phase where the game showers you with free stuff. May it be for upgrades, gear enhancements, or leveling. This game has no such honeymoon phase. It will not hold your hand. Even at level 1, the first floor of the Abyss, all the enemy encounters will already start to challenge you. If you didn't bring a priest that can heal or some potions, there's no way to heal your health, stamina, or magic. The only way to replenish it at this time is to leave the Abyss, go back to town, and sleep at the inn. Being a dungeon crawler, you are not expected to breeze through everything. You kinda just have to figure everything out yourself, and adapt to set expectations of what you can achieve in a single dungeon run. Your knights can defend on the front row, your thieves can warn you of any traps, and their high disarm stat makes it easier to open trap chests without taking damage. Defeating enemies do grant XP, but neither you or your party will level up well inside the dungeon. You again have to go back to town and sleep at the inn to do that. At times, your party will call in a meeting to raise a toast, but also discuss how the last run went. Going into the inn, you can pick to stay a night at either the stable.
You also notice that there are games that you've been playing, Ruina and the other games they're promoting, and they're promoting their restaurants. Ham, pang in the game. Okay. Some tedious shit. On top of like the gacha bullshit, it's like, yeah, no thanks. I'm
which
dealing
is
with
free,
it.
with the rooms that cost more, the more luxurious it is. I kind of felt bad letting my squad sleep in the stables, but this will allow everyone to recover their stats and level up. New skills are learned and the overall stats are increased. It wasn't until the second night in the stables that I found that it's possible for some of your gold to be stolen overnight. So after that, I started to stay in the economy room. Gameplay-wise, you don't get any bonuses for this, but it just feels right. I even tried staying in the room one tier above that, and nothing changes except for an attendant giving you some health potions. So I guess that's cool?
Okay.
So the Abyss is pretty unforgiving. How do I prepare better? Well, that's where the dailies and the gearing comes in.
Of course.
Directly from the Adventurers Guild, you can take on contracts that either require you to do something while inside the dungeon, or just clear out mobs nearby. Dailies can be completed pretty quickly, and actually provides a lot of items to help you out. You can feed these XP tomes to your allies, but even if they do level up, you still have to sleep at the inn again
clean
for it to take
themselves and they're
effect.
not sleeping in the
You can either
stables.
sell the equipment
Tech
and
said
salvage
he
for
actually
gold
for some
or
reason
enhance
loves
them.
gacha
I
games. It's
never really
mainly
got a
because
good
it's
look
the
on
only
how to
community where you
maximize
can
the
farm
damage for
drama.
each class, but there will definitely be some things that you can optimize.
Yeah, I
If you head
figured
into the
he'd say
training
that.
room, something else you can do is inherit the skills from other adventurers you pulled, like a passive stat boost or something similar. This is essentially the game's limit break system. The lower rarities do have their uses here, so at least the fodder is more useful than some other games.
This
Now,
is like
I
Fire
want to
Emblem
talk
Heroes
about one
stuff.
of Wizardry
Got it.
variant Daphne's most infamous features, to the point of even stirring some controversy, and that feature being permadeath. It's possible to permanently lose a character you own. Each adventurer aside from yourself has a separate stat called Fortitude. It will decrease as you explore the dungeon with them, and more so whenever they trigger a trap or die in combat. It is possible to resurrect them in battle, but messing up the revival minigame will damage you and cause you to be paralyzed for a bit. Fortitude will go back up as time elapses in real time, so it sort of functions as a soft stamina system. Permadeath in general just isn't used often in gaming as a whole these days. We have so many options that, unless you're specifically looking for a hardcore experience, losing your entire progress like this is
crazy
really
though.
just
You
gonna
play
turn
this
some
for a bit,
people
then you realize
if you couldn't
you could
resurrect
replay
an ally
Wiz
in a dungeon,
Exactly, like that's the thing with most of these gacha games. Why the fuck would I play a lot of them when I can just go play an actual real version of these games without all the garbage? Right? And like if you care if all you're there for is the character art, just look at the character art without the game. You don't need the game for that. And that's the only reason why you're even there. And like that's the problem with a lot of these, man. Like unless they're really hitting some specific niche where you can't get it elsewhere, or you can't get a better thing elsewhere, like what's even the point? But yeah, character roster keeps increasing, yeah, so? Yeah, it increases what? If you're only there for that, get the character art, go dump the model, go put them into something else. Right, you can enjoy them there instead. right? Or like you could buy more games. Alright, he loves all the gacha games. You don't have to use your brain. They're super casual. Well, yeah, because the average gacha gamer can't do fucking mechanics, man. You try to get 8 players to draw a fucking triangle in a gacha game. Try to get 8 gacha players to draw a fucking triangle. Or try to get 8 gacha players to not stand in the fucking fire. Or try to get 8 gacha players to not be in front of a giant boulder being hurled at them. Or not to be in front of the mouth of a giant monster with like a massive mouth like the Pokemon Guzzlord trying to eat them. Yeah, like try to, you know, try to get 8 players to do that, man. Try to get 8 players to draw a fucking straight line so you can get something to hit the boss or whatever. Like, that's just the reality, man. You actually try to make them do something. They're too fucking brain dead to do it. And you end up taking forever. And you don't even need to have them play Dark Souls, and even then, man. Like with Dark Souls, you just dodge out of the way every once in a while and then you go attack it, whatever. Fuck, you can play and beat Dark Souls naked. As long as you have enough patience and time. Right, like that's the thing with like Dark Souls and Elden Ring. You can literally beat it naked. With a naked build on your character. Or you can grind and do other shit to make it easier. Right? Like that's its own other thing there, but it's mostly just don't get hit. And then attack them back when you can. And the thing is, it's possible. Right? And that just like that's the thing there, right? Most of the time, though, like, the difficulty ends up being, like, people aren't keeping their focus or attention. Or whatever. But, yeah. Well, then again, like, they also have, like, really awkward controls that are kind of clunky. But, yeah, that's its own other thing. Yeah, you can do that. You can literally just choose to build up magic and stuff. And start cheesing it. They give you the option to do it. Because if you do it the other way, it's very long, very time-consuming, and kind of painful. But just any actual turn-based game that's, like, actually real. You wanna see fucking crazy turn-based gameplay? Watch competitive Pokemon. Watch competitive Pokemon players and see if you understand what the fuck is going on. That shit goes crazy. Even though you only have like 4 moves per Pokemon. The amount of shit people do is kind of crazy. Like there was a thing where like one time at like a Pokemon World Champions, to win the actual battle, like in the champion thing, the guy attacked himself so he could win the thing. Like it's crazy. Let me see if I can find a clip of that. They actually killed their own Pokemon to win. There's the funny Pachirisu winning the World Championship, but that's not the one. I forgot which one it was. Was it this one? Was it 2017? It was like Sun and Moon. I'll look at Google. Alright, what's this one?
This player attacked his own Pokemon 10 times. Nicholas Morales.
Oh wait, no, that's the mouse hold thingy. No, that's not what we're looking for. Wait, that is funny though, using mouse hold thing. I guess mouse hold annihilate. Yeah. Fair enough. Rage Fist OP. I forgot which championship it was. But there's like a thing where like a guy hit himself to win. They bring back triple battles, other ones. We need the fucking rotation battles. That shit was funny. Rotation battles were funny, man. Rotation battles are funny, but yeah, no, what we need triple battle. No, we need triple inverse battle metronome only format. Everyone gets metronome, triple battle inverse rules. Metronome only. That would be fun. Metronome only battle. Triple metronome only. I don't remember which world championship it was. Here we go, this one. Wait, why isn't the song playing here? What the fuck? Oh.
This is the finals of... This player attacked his own Pokemon 10 times, and it won him the tournament. This
is not the one.
Pokemon Baltimore Regional Championships, in a brand new format where legendary Pokemon are all banned. Nicholas Morales is down a game, and losing one more will cost him the tournament. And his opponent's Pokemon are really strong.
That's the problem with like how Pokemon works, man. Everyone just gens their Pokemon.
Dragonite.
Because the problem is it takes so long to build your Pokemon team. But like genning your Pokemon takes like 2 minutes.
And Garchomp. And they're both able to do super effective damage to Nicholas's Archaludon, his most important Pokemon. But Nicholas has a secret weapon, Mousehold. This Pokemon has a move called Population Bomb, which is weak on its own until you consider that it hits 10 times. But how does that help? Well, Archaludon has an ability that...
They need to add, hyper training 0 IVs is important for Trick Room teams. But also, every special attacker wants 0 IVs in attack. Because if they ever get confused, you would rather have 0 IVs in attack, or if, like, someone uses foul play. Right? Like, last thing you want is to get hit by foul play. And do it when you don't want on a special attacker, but you have max attack IVs. Or whatever. One of the last things you would want. Right? Like, why would you want it to get stronger? I mean, I forgot which one it was, but I remember someone won a Worlds by knocking their own Pokemon out. I think there's like a Snorlax and something else on one side. I can't find it. I remember hearing about it though. Why? Alright, so let's go Bubblepedia. Give me a name of a Pokemon. I'll tell you why. Pick any Pokemon. Pick any fully evolved Pokemon and I'll show you why. Pick any Pokemon. Vaporeon, sure. Vaporeon's trash, but like, these days, but sure. Vaporeon. Okay, so here's the stats on a Vaporeon, okay? 130 HP, base 65 attack, base 60 defense, 110 special attack, 95 defense, special defense, 65 speed, base stat total of 525. So let's go pick a, like, you know, each Pokemon has an ability. They have like 4 sets of moves and stuff they can use. You can then customize their stats further with IVs and EVs and their nature to increase or lower specific stats, right? You know, but like, yeah, that stuff going on. But let's go pick Miraidon for the lulz. Alright, so let's say, Pokemon Violet, box art Pokemon. Right? Box art Pokemon and Pokemon Violet, right? This thing, let's look at its stat total here. Gee, I wonder why. Doesn't this look very unfair? 100 HP, 85 attack. The attack stat is useless. You're never gonna use the attack stat on this. But it's there. 100 defense, 135 special defense, 115 special defense here, 135 a special attack, 135 speed. The way Pokemon works, right? You select all your moves at the same time, and in the order of speed, faster Pokemon goes first. Oh wait, there's more. Right? Base stat total of course 670. Right? So way higher stats. Better stat distribution. Oh, and this Pokemon has like a really broken ability. What's the ability here? Hadron Engine. What does this do? I wonder what this does. A Hadron Engine is creates the effect of electric terrain. On the battlefield, as soon as a Pokemon with Hadron Engine enters, that electric terrain lasts for 5 turns, can be extended through a terrain extender. Hadron Engine also boosts the Pokemon's special attack stat by roughly 33%. It's actually a little bit more than that. 5461 out of 496. Right? And then, yeah. This event will occur even if the Pokemon is not grounded. Oh, and what does electric terrain do? So here's what it does here. Boost the power of electric type moves used by the Pokemon by 30%. It also doubles Rising Voltage's base power. Changes Train Pulse's thing, whatever. Changes the electric drive here. And it also boosts the highest stat of Pokemon with Cork Drive by 30%. Or 50% if it's speed. Boosts the special attack thing, we talked about that. And there's a Side Blade thing, right? So this Pokemon has 2 abilities in one. One ability to basically set electric terrain, and another to give it a massive special attack stat increase. Right? So, like, damage calcs here, which is fun. This is an electric type Pokemon, right? So here's the thing, right? It has a base special attack stat of 135. So we're not count. Let's say you have it maxed EVs and IVs there. So your actual stat at level 50 for competitive there is 205 special attack. Right? So let's say you have 205 special attack. You're multiplying that by roughly 1.33, right? 1/3. Roughly. So now you have effectively 273. It's gonna round up. I think it does. In this case. You're gonna have like what 273 special attack. You're an electric type, so if you use an electric type move, you'll get a 1.5x damage increase. But you're in electric terrain as well, so you multiply that by 1.3 times for the electric terrain boost. And now you're basically attacking with this stat. Right? You're attacking with this stat, and like, it's so crazy. Like, let's say you're even taking it further. You have your held item. You put on choice specs, another 1.5x multiplier. Oh wait, no, we divided that. We meant to multiply it. Right? So now it's like 800 special attack almost. Okay, let's say you have another partner Pokemon using Helping Hand. For some stupid reason. Let's say you have that. Sure, let's say they use Helping Hand, so that's another 1.5x. Or, right? Let's say you have Terra Electric too for good measure. We'll divide that by 1.5. And then we'll multiply it by 2 instead for that. And then, like... So then, the way base power works here, before calculating against the special defense stat, every time you attack with a Pokemon move, we're gonna ignore the accuracy part here, but we're gonna go for base power. basically you have a stat roll range. I think it's like, what, 16 possible ranges, or is it 20? I think it was 20 possible ranges, right? So, like, if you get the highest roll, you'll get the full 150 power out of, like, a Hyper Beam, for example. But if not, the lowest roll would be 80% of that. So even if you got, like, the weakest variant of this, so let's say times 0.8, the lowest possible roll, and, like, the funny thing that was, like, really broken about this one is it gets, what was it? Volt Switch, which is a move, right? Because, like, you're holding an item that locks you into one move, when you're sent into battle. But why not have a move that swaps you out as soon as you use it? So then you can refresh everything all over again. And you have all those multipliers anyways. So you can kill things with a weak-ass 70 base power move. Right? So yeah, you have 70 base power here. Right? So you can attack this thing. Unless they're like outright immune to electric attacks, you can fucking kill shit with your switch move. And yeah, so like what they would do is instead they would have formats where legendaries are sometimes allowed, but everyone can take one. So like here's the thing, right? This is not the only one. You have all sorts of them. Like let's say like, I don't know, what's like a nice classic one that people like to use, like Groudon. Right? Groudon. This one sets up the sun. It has the drought. What it does is it makes water moves weaker by 50%. It also increases the damage of all fire moves by 50%. That's what the sun does, right? And your other Pokemon can benefit from this too. If your Pokemon has Chlorophyll, it'll double its speed stat in the sun, right? If it has... yeah, variants of that ability for other weather as well. Like Slush Rush for hail or snow. And you have Sand Rush for sandstorm. You have Swift Swim for rain. You have other abilities as well, like you have ones that can heal your status conditions or heal the health every turn in the weather. You have stuff like Solar Power, which will deal damage at the end of every turn, but give you a massive special attack increase and stuff like that. You have all sorts of things like that, right? That can boost with that thing. But yeah. You have some moves that even get a boosted effect in the weather as well, depending on the weather. But yeah, like 670 base stat total. It's not as fast, but like 150 attack stat, you know? Its base attack stat even higher. In this case, so like that's 222. Right? Get hit like a truck. It has good defenses, as you can see here. Right? Very tanky, hits very hard. You know? Stuff like that. And because of that, you know, if you have everyone running around with that, they're gonna use that. So they even make, like, specific rules to those formats where, like, you can only bring one of them. If when they do allow them, or sometimes they let you bring two. You can only use two. And the way the format for double battles would work is you have 6 Pokemon in your party, but you can only bring 4 to the battle. So you have to pick and choose, and you can see what your enemies, your opponent's team is too. And you gotta try to figure out how to counter them, and you go do your shit there. Right? It gets very complicated. And that's me trying to dumb it down. And of course, again, you can customize the stats, but you only have so many points to allocate. And depending on how you distribute the stats, it can mean life or death of trying to survive certain attacks or do specific things. And of course it applies on your opponent's side too. You have different type effectivenesses as well, and all sorts of other things to keep in mind. And like every turn, you have the option of using one of 4 moves on each of your Pokemon. So you have 2 sets of that, and you have the option to switch out a Pokemon. So you have that as an option too, but your opponent can do the same. Right? So you have like a crazy amount of possible moves every turn to change the outcome of that. And that's only with 4 move slots. Only 4. But like, you have a vast variety of moves per Pokemon that you can pick between. They got rid of transfer moves, yeah, so people couldn't get, so people could get some, Follow Me Magmar. Yeah, but then they also brought it back. You can still get Follow Me Magmar now. Right, pretty sure Magmar gets Follow Me now. Same with Electabuzz, both of them get Follow Me again. Right. Pretty sure you don't need to transfer it anymore. Yeah, I guess Follow Me now from an egg move. You can egg move it now. Yeah, no more egg exclusive moves. But like realistically, man, no one's gonna use like V-Cree on a Mega Rayquaza. No one's like no one's really gonna have that in the thing anyways. Although that would be really busted to have for fire coverage. As like a as a last ditch suicide move. Cause you're dead anyways afterwards. But yeah. Right, like no more transfer moves and everything, but I mean some Pokemon got weirdly unbalanced that way, but like, yeah. Alright, let's get back to this though.
You can go to the temple and do it there. However, the chance for a successful resurrection decreases as the character's fortitude drains. If it's fully depleted and the attempt fails, their remains will be reduced to ashes. If it fails again, then they are gone for good. Luckily, there are many safeguards in place so that this will very likely never happen to you. Even if one's fortitude is really low, you can just spend some gems for a guaranteed resurrection. You would literally have to go out of your way to let your adventurer die over and over again to get their fortitude low enough, so this system is very likely not ever going to affect you.
That's still crazy that it's there, the permadeath.
That being said, having this mechanic in a gacha game at all...
The thing is with the champions that won with Follow Me, Magmar won with an illegal Magmar that shouldn't have been able to have the stats. Yeah. It is what it is, man.
Is, well, bound to raise some concerns. I imagine that many gacha players, including myself, won't be too pleased to find that my hard-earned gacha waifu that I sunk time and money into just gets Thanos snapped out of existence. I'm fairly certain that a similar mechanic existed in the original Wizardry games, except when real money and microtransactions are involved, that's a little bit questionable. I myself believe that gacha games should not be aimed towards a hardcore audience.
Yeah,
Other than
same.
optional challenge modes, the game should not have major difficulty barriers where players can get stuck for an extended amount of time. Usually when I say this, you're gonna get some comments saying how, "Oh Psyche, you're too soft. You just want everything to be in baby mode." Now look, for my first 3 years on YouTube, I made content on a roguelike game known for its difficulty. I enjoy playing difficult games. The major distinction is that they are not gachas. You have to understand that mobile games are casual in nature, so designing a game for a hardcore fanbase will attract a small and dedicated audience, but it's uncertain if that audience is enough to sustain the development of said game. Wizardry Variants Daphne is very unforgiving in its mechanics. It's as close to a hardcore gacha game as I've seen so far. Now, the marketing of the game being hardcore will get a bit thrown out the window if you can just pay microtransactions for boosts in progression. So let's talk about this really quickly.
Okay.
There are 2 battle passes, the normal mission pass and the Savior the Risk pass. There are 2 different Explorers passes that give an additional dispatch slot, accelerated XP gain, better shop deals, guaranteed resurrection attempts, and more inventory. On feature banners, you can also pull using a different bones currency that's glowing purple. Pulling with these gives you the chance to also get the Rate Up Adventurer's weapon when you get them, whereas the free-to-play bones don't. This purple bone must be bought with purple gems, which must be bought with real money. I should mention that during the week that I played, the free-to-play income for gems isn't the most generous. I'm sure someone can make a decent argument that these purchases are completely optional, but I mean, locking quality of life behind paywalls, microtransactions where you can literally buy good armor and gear, low free-to-play income, the premise of the game is cool, It was on such a good hot streak. I just feel like this game could have been more. Like, all these things didn't have to be here. Difficulty is one thing, but how does this game feel to play? What about its mood or atmosphere? And how does this compare to an actual horror experience? Well, one thing you might have noticed is the 3D models for the NPCs. It's hard to wrap your head around this, since recently huge titles have really warped our perception of what is considered good mobile game graphics, but this is what one is supposed to look like. Even though the models don't look that impressive, where they really sunk their budget into is in the monster designs. You can't exactly see what's there when you explore, only a shadowy figure. They roam around the map and can detect and approach you. If they sneak up on you, then they get the first hit. I've only explored the first 3 floors or so, and while there were some goblins and worms, it wasn't until a little bit further that I saw some pretty abhorrent looking monsters. Oh, but wait until you see the boss for that floor.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, clearly someone at the development team has been playing some Dark Souls. Aside from looking genuinely creepy to look at, these encounters are no joke. The tougher enemies can 100-0 you in like 1 to 2 hits if you're not prepared. Only by finding these teleport points can you travel to and from town. If you're still a couple ways away from one, then you have to manually travel back while avoiding monsters. No fast traveling wherever you want. You unlock some skills later to make traversal easier, but in this game, there's no farming stage, there's no replenishable stamina currency. Just dailies and your party to explore the decrepit abyss to uncover its secrets. It's incredibly atmospheric and at times feels like you're fighting for your life. However, the launch of Wizardry Variant Daphne wasn't without flaws. Some players reported issues launching the game, movement glitches, server lag, and a few others. I didn't have any problems myself, but I played a couple days after the release date when a day 1 patch was completed. I did notice some animation glitches and untranslated text, but other than that, I didn't encounter any issues. From all the gachas released this year, Wizardry Variant Daphne's creepy and atmospheric environment caught my eye as one of the major standouts. Its old-school approach to its design distinguishes itself from pretty much any other gacha game I've reviewed so far. You will be tested to your limits in the abyss. This is an experience that the hardcore audience will greatly appreciate, and I have to give some praise to Studio 2 Pro, the devs behind it, for filling this niche in mobile gaming. WVD gets my completely arbitrary first impressions rating of try it, though I highly hesitantly give that score. It's as close to a horror gacha game as I've seen, it's just I'm really not too sure about the monetization. If you're gonna tailor to the hardcore audience, then why give so many ways to buy shortcuts and power? Anyways, let me know how you made out with the game, or if you'll be trying it out at all. If you want to tune in for more gacha related content just like this, you know what to do. Thanks for watching as always, and have fun out there.
I spent 700 on it? Okay. Alright, what's next? Let's see. Yeah, we know about the IRL streamer who's facing 24 years in the Philippines. Even my mom knows about it. So we'll look at that one. It's whatever. Wait, how far back are we looking in? My brain is gonna explode. What is this?
There you go. Speed is meeting with 2 Chinese... Dude, the Speed streams in China are flipping insane. Look at this, watch.
Oh damn, LC sign guy.
Who likes you? Who likes you? He likes me. He likes me.
You know,
it's Tony.
Let's say that one of us is the imposter. I don't know who's the imposter, but I think I got Riz. W in the chat for Ryan. W in the chat for Tony. Who's got the Riz? You guys decide who's better. You know what?
And this is what I was saying before.
Nice.
Who the fuck needs USAID when we have iShow Speed? They should take the budget from USAID and just pay Speed half of it.
For context, Speed is currently streaming his trip to China, and he's by far the most popular streamer in the world right now.
Speed, it's my absolute pleasure to have you come to Chongqing, because Chongqing is an international city. Oh, that's... What's
Yeah.
up, homie Speed? I'm Tony.
I want to say that like this kind of stuff, this is how you overcome weird historical cultural differences. People complain about Speed and people also complain about Tony, but the fact is that Speed and Tony doing this probably does more good for the world than all of the people that have complained about Speed and Tony put together.
Yep.
Tony, you the fucking man. Make me try to buy that poster. Okay. Like, first of all, what do you think about this? Do you like this? A little bit. Anyway.
God damn it. I kinda wanna see what goes next. Yeah, he just looks like Tony from LC Side, yeah? Screams like he's an intelligent guy, yeah. Why do people decide to harass people as content? I know, it is what it is, man. That's what people do. Because, yeah. Speaking of, harassment, what about an animal that was harassed to extinction, like this dire wolf?
We turn now to that remarkable scientific breakthrough. 13,000 years after the last dire wolf walked the Earth, scientists say they've now brought them back. Here's our chief national correspondent back up and with the video tonight.
Tonight, a howl 13,000 years in the making. In a first for science, biotech company Colossal Biosciences says it brought the extinct direwolf back to life, a species that hasn't walked the Earth since the Stone Age.
The direwolf is the first de-extinct species.
Well known from HBO's hit show Game of Thrones, ABC News given exclusive access into Colossal's lab in Dallas, where scientists are using genes from gray wolves to create dire wolves.
Okay. We've taken a gray wolf genome, a gray wolf cell, which is already genetically 99.5% identical to dire wolves, and we've edited those cells at multiple places in its DNA sequence to contain the dire wolf version of the DNA. That animal looks like a dire wolf, it will behave like a dire wolf, and it is a dire wolf.
Now, 7 months old, dire wolves Romulus and Remus eating well and getting bigger every day.
And David, the company tells us
Well,
they're not
now we
stopping there.
can.
They plan to have woolly mammoths roaming the Earth again by 2028. But critics argue that this de-extinction could harm fragile ecosystems.
Yeah, it would harm fragile ecosystems. They'd have to be extremely careful. They cannot, like, put him in the thing. Yeah, cloning. Yeah. But how far has cloning gone? Can they still only do females or what? How far is cloning gone now? Bring back the dinosaurs. They're gonna die immediately when they bring them back. Like, a lot of stuff has happened over the past couple millions of years. They're not gonna survive. Woolly Mammoth in 2028, they said. Make real Jurassic Park, they wouldn't survive. Here's the thing. If you took, like, actual dinosaurs from back then and brought them into today's time, with the Earth the way it is now, compared to the conditions they had back then, they wouldn't survive. Like, they wouldn't be able to survive. Well, we're ignoring the logistics behind feeding them so they don't die because of their massive size. But, like, their massive size is gonna cause all sorts of issues. Yeah, like, again, like, the atmosphere and the environment today is different. Even the Earth's gravity is a bit different. It's not pollution. Pollution has nothing to do with it. The reason why they wouldn't survive has nothing to do with pollution. It's everything else that's happened to the Earth. Pollution is the least of their worries. Pollution and feeding them is the least of their worries. It's more of everything else that's happened. Why they won't survive. Yeah, when they learn to breed. Exactly. That's when the racist dies, man. Shit's why when you look on fucking Twitter or whatever, you see the weirdos posting all sorts of things. It makes no sense. The cloning shit isn't exactly completely practical there. But also, you just end up with clones, which will have its own other set of issues that would get introduced. in that type of situation, but like also, yeah. There's a reason why inbreeding is not good, and why in many places in the world, incest is straight up illegal for many reasons. Many reasons. But the main one is just what ends up happening as a result because of the genes. You know, you go get someone else with similar exactly like almost the same genes as you. If you have some sort of complication, and they probably have the gene for the same complication, significantly more likely for the offspring to have the same complications and issues. Shit's why a lot of the pure breeds for like dogs and crap is extremely fucked up, and a lot of dog breeds, you feel really bad for the dog. You know, the reason why it's not a good thing, you can see it in fucking dog breeds. Why? You can see it there. Some people like you two would clone yourself. Here's the thing, man. The cloning stuff I remember reading about, the way they did it on the sheep is they needed a female sheep to clone. Because they took something from their, reproductive thing and put some other DNA into it. And, like, in a sense, they kinda like... It's kinda like they gave birth to a clone, but not really. It's its own other thing. I don't know what the hell they're using now. But, like, that type of cloning technology that they had a long time ago. The thing is, though, the clone didn't live for very long. But that's its own other thing. But yeah. Alright. We don't really need to talk about the Switch 2 delay. We already know about that. What is this? One live stream on anniversary now? Okay. Yeah, we saw the pre-recorded video for ToF already. I'm gonna re-upload a reaction to it later. Oh yeah, they don't they do like really fucked up things to make dog breeds? Yes. Well, the thing is, it's not exactly what I'd call really fucked up, other than it's basically what happens with many generations of incest. That's what happens. Dog breeds, the reason why that happens is they get a dog with one gene that they like, they get another dog that has the same gene, and then they have them breed, they make the next generation. Right? They take two of their babies, and then they make them breed. And then they do it further and further down until they get whatever fucked up shit that they want. That's basically what happens. Right? The dog breeding in that situation is basically the result, is what you would, what the results of incest would be. That is what happens. Like, dog breeds just, you know, it just shows us the consequences and the issues with it. Over time, and really quickly. That's why. The dog breeding stuff is exactly why incest is not a good thing. They succeed in creating a real-life Godzilla. I don't know how the hell that Godzilla would survive. But sure.
Don't do what I did. Alright, don't try this at home, don't try this anywhere else unless you are 100% sure with every single fiber of your body and that you're a professional that you can do this. Alright, that's your disclaimer. I don't want to see anyone else get hurt doing this.
Okay.
Alright, enjoy the video.
So how is this crazy?
Really nice, will ya? Come on,
Again, how is this crazy? I mean, that's just Chisha's normal attack combo and her skill. How is this crazy again?
No biggie.
You can do this shit without even looking at the screen, man. This is just what, the weekly boss fight or whatever? Wow, boss is down for an extended period of time too. Yeah, here's the thing. Your head could be anywhere. You don't even need to look at the screen. What you don't understand is you don't even need to be looking at the screen, man. Nah. It's just the least awful character to use. But like, in all seriousness, you don't even need to look at the screen, man. And you can clear it even faster. Like, the thing is, you don't even need to look at the game screen. Yes, you just press your fucking buttons, man. It's like a story boss. Fuck, when I played Wua 2.0 story, that's literally what I did. For all the combat shit, I stopped looking at the game screen. When I wasn't playing Balatro, and just mashing a bunch of button inputs. Yeah, I could have my fucking head submerged in water. The only issue there is breathing after a certain point. Or I could just be blindfolded or not even looking at the game. Fuck, I could just put an auto clicker on my mouse and leave it to the side. And have it mash buttons on an interval. And I would also clear it. Like, I don't even need to look at the game, man. It's like the fucking boss fights there is a joke. And then there's also like, if I want to go do a funny thing. Where is that video? You know, could do this. Video not scuffed loading, but yeah. This is a real Chisha gameplay, man. Thanks, Corey. Oh yeah, there's actually one less button. Don't they have nightmare echoes now? So you actually don't even need to use that the thing anymore there. So like you can do it with one less button input too now. Because they power crept echoes. We're just doing a bunch of reacts today, man. For the most part. If you're wondering, I had like no stats on my echoes. I was just putting a bunch of random crap in there. This was months ago. This was when WoW came out. This is literally like, what, a day or something after WoW released? I posted this. And yes, that still works. If you're wondering, that thing still works. Thanks, Flame Water. But yeah, like, if you're wondering, those tricks still work in the game. You can still do all that crap. If you were wondering. But yeah, like... because shit was so tedious, I found an exploit and just did this. It's not really cheating, it's me breaking game mechanics and exploiting it. On the shit that works in the game. Because the Kuro Games isn't, the developers are incompetent. So I found exploits. I found other exploits too back then. There was one exploit where you could spam your skills if you use this weird quest item. Yeah, I don't think the clip is crazy, man. My fucking gameplay in Wua when I played it on stream for most of it is me not looking at the game and mashing buttons at random. Like, you only have like so many buttons on your Wua characters. They're not complicated or crazy. You have like what? Your left click thing to do your normal attack. You have a skill, and then you have another skill, your ultimate skill. Oh wow! Very complicated. 3 buttons. Right? Yeah, once you just... All you need to do now is remember your timings for your cooldowns. And you can do it blindfolded. It's nothing crazy. You know? But yeah, like, if I let you, might as well. Exactly. Alright, let's go to the next thing. Paimon VA suing Kectone. What is this? Actually, you know what we'll do? I'll put the, I still have to make a thumbnail for it anyways. I'll just show you. Let me open up YouTube Studio. Okay. Oh, let me get rid of this one. That one was the port upload. Don't need that one there. Alright, here we go. See this one here? This one is not made public yet. This was the VOD when I played Rua 2.0. I cut out some of the React stuff in there. Whatever. This is gonna get re-uploaded. I was literally playing Bellatra with the game in the background for most of this. Literally hours of Bellatra. And I would like bring it back and forth various times depending on what I needed to do. Even like, let's say like 6 hours in, still Bellatra there. I'm still playing Bellatra. Right, remember this? Right? Like 8 hours in, still there. Right, again, we're talking about fucking gacha games, man. They're not crazy, man. You have me playing Bellatra here and doing this shit, but I'm mostly paying attention to playing Bellatra. By my scuffed Bellatra gameplay. Alright? But yeah. We've been playing Bellatra there. I don't know why I thought it was Genshin Impact. This is hilarious. Well, fucking YouTube auto-categorized it as Genshin. That is hilarious. It gets auto-categorized. It's not, publicly viewable. Yeah, I still need to make a thumbnail and stuff. This was just, when I clicked on the upload button from, within, what's it called again? I've been using what's it called again? DaVinci Resolve. Because in DaVinci Resolve, I can put my description and a title, and then I can make it unlisted when I'm uploading it straight from DaVinci Resolve. Because I was like, I put some cuts and I put my outro thing. But yeah. Oh yeah, I fucking put that as a thing. I don't know why. But yeah. Like, it just auto puts it as Genshin. It thinks it's Genshin. I've even put keywords for Wuthering Waves in there. It still thinks it's Genshin. There's zero mention of Genshin Impact here. Except for Bellatra. And it still thinks it's Genshin. That is hilarious. I'll postpone this to go viewable on Friday. Today's video instead will be the 5.0 Kylo thing. Cause like I don't wanna like spam YouTube's uploads. Right? Cause like if you get YouTube thinking you're spamming them, obviously you're gonna suffer. So I'm gonna postpone this to be Friday's video. Instead. I'm gonna re-upload instead the 5.0 thing later. After I end the stream. Oh yeah, cause like YouTube has a hidden video spam filter if you didn't know. So like the thing is you don't wanna bombard them. Like you can upload like up between 2 and 3 times a day on YouTube. Without it filtering you for spam. and streams count towards that too. So, you know, considering I want to like reserve a slot for stream, the other one will then be video. So like 1 video a day at most when I'm like cutting things out to re-upload. Again, because I don't want to like spam the fucking YouTube algorithm and get shadow banned. Because like that is a thing that can happen. There's like a hidden thing in there where you shouldn't upload too many a day. Unless you're putting them on different accounts. Like that is a thing. But yeah. I'll just put that one day later. Whatever. Alright, let's see. Paimon VA is suing me.
Title is actually not clickbait. The voice actor of Paimon is trying, allegedly, to sue me.
Okay.
This is insane. So, let me give you some background story on what's going on here. And I want to take you back through a trip in time. So, I originally started playing Genshin Impact. And what did everybody
Alright,
do?
thanks for the cookies.
We all started playing Genshin Impact. We all shit on Paimon. I think we'd all agree that Paimon is annoying as fuck. And sure, the voice doesn't help. The voice doesn't help. However, everyone's main gripe was how she would insert herself into things that she didn't need to insert in. And so I said, Paimon is so fucking annoying. I hate this character.
Okay.
And so, lo and behold, then I find out the voice actor found out about this and was telling people, Tectone attacked me. Tectone hates me because this person couldn't differentiate the fact that me saying a character sucks does not equate to me saying you suck for voicing that.
Thanks. How about some Oreos with cream replaced by toothpaste?
I
Yeah.
make a follow-up post
Mhm.
saying I apologize
That sounds disgusting.
to this woman for being upset about it. I think I said I apologize to her for offending her. Then I find out that I misused their pronouns and that I was being transphobic. And then, lo and behold, they talk to other VAs, which is setting a whole ripple effect to other VAs, like I believe Acheron's VA is another one of them, who was told, I've seen the DMs of this, who has told other VAs to not interact with me, which has just been an absolute treat. Fast forward to now, and now Paimon's VA is one of the most hated people on the platform because of that.
You could have gone for
horrendous
shaming
fucking video they said, attacking anybody who doesn't want to unionize and
Why not just put like the actual shit that belongs in the cookies, man?
Hoyoverse while they're still working for Hoyoverse during their strike. Very much rules for thee, but not rules for me. And Paimon's voice actor's been out as a hypocrite. Surprise, surprise. Another Genshin Hoyo creator is a hypocrite. Who would have had that on their bingo card for 2025? I just can't believe it.
So what the fuck is Tectone even talking about, man? I thought we already saw a video the other day about the strike. And why the shit doesn't actually affect them. No, it's not the same because you're putting stuff that you're not supposed to eat. Well, pineapple on pizza. Well, pineapple is food. Right? And that is something you can eat. You just wouldn't eat it on pizza. That's a different thing. They're not quite the same. Not quite the same.
It involves me. So now here we are in the big old 2025.
But yeah, I don't eat pineapple on
This is
pizza.
their name. Zulu and Lima Corinna Watermelon. Kawaii. Yeah. Two birds, an ancient eldritch god that likes to voice act and stream. What a bio. I have been notified that a big YouTuber used AI on me. Honestly, not shocked knowing the content this person produces. Yeah, another one too afraid to say big
thanks,
bold
Guns.
name. Yep, I know. Truly the Voldemort of today's modern generation. You say my name and I appear.
I'll see you around then,
Unfortunately,
Deoso.
They slipped up and they said it later, so I still picked up on this. Before anyone says this, no, I can't afford a lawyer. I just got out of the hospital now. My medical debt is more than around 13K, but fuck VAs, right? Hey,
Okay.
hey. Corinna, if you want to sue me, hey, I'll start a GoFundMe for you. Okay? Because the lawyer is going to look you in the face and laugh at any type of grounds you think you have to stand on. I cannot tell you the blatant misrepresentation of reality that you are currently pushing is pathetic. And your idea of what's happening in real life, sorry, sweetheart, that's only happening in your fucking head. Your thoughts does not equate to reality in this situation. Want to go further here. Is it Chibi Reviews? Oh, I didn't even know about that one. I was talking about someone else.
Okay.
If you talked about this man, he only used the extract of an AI video that a small content creator made. It doesn't matter. He still used it as if it was real. That YouTuber makes way more money than I do. Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
Yeah, obviously Kekko make
Yeah, I do.
Screw VA, we need IPS and
I
OLED.
say that.
True,
I
true,
do.
true.
Hey, over $2 million.
Yeah, I got what up, micro LED, man, micro LED. We need micro LED. Nah, all that stuff, old news. Micro LED is where it's at. Micro LED. Alright, VA panels. Yeah, no. IPS definitely way better than VA. Hey, we got OLED, but what about micro LED? And what about like the other one that's even smaller than that? Like, they have like another like panel like technology they're experimenting with, where like they're getting like even closer to like the size of the shit on like a more microscopic scale. It's crazy. I don't know what it's called, but like yeah, I don't remember what it's called. No, I think it's fucking absurd to put pineapple on pizza. Here's the problem with putting pineapple on pizza. The flavor profile of pineapple does not go well with pizza. When you have something that's designed to be a lot more of a savory flavor profile, and you add something that can be sweet and sour on there with the pineapple, it doesn't exactly mix properly. It doesn't blend in. Tomatoes work, despite tomatoes being a fruit, because the flavor profile of tomatoes. Also, tomatoes naturally contain a form of MSG. That's right. You know, there's natural occurring MSG in tomatoes. Right? That's why it works well on a pizza. Right? The fish you might put on a pizza, or like the chicken, the pork, the beef, whatever meat you put on the pizza, that also works too, because the flavor profile of the pizza. The problem with putting pineapple on pizza is like putting almost any other fruit on pizza. Like if you wanted to put a fucking apple on your pizza, how does that sound? You want to put you want to put berries on your pizza? Doesn't that sound great? You know, why don't you put like strawberries on your pizza then? Put some blueberries, blackberries, raspberries, whatever the fuck. Start putting bananas on there too, because bananas are technically a berry as well. You know, why not put those on a pizza? Sounds delicious, right? They have a dessert pizza? That's not even a pizza anymore, though. That's not a pizza, that's just a fucking dessert cup. Or a dessert plate thing. With a bunch of stuff on top, pretending and claiming they're a pizza. Why the fuck would people want to put Nutella on pizza? I think they're fucking insane. Why Nutella? Of all the things, Nutella, why? The fucking Nutella pizza is ridiculous, unless it's not actually a pizza. Wait, actually wait. Nutella is your sauce, right? So like, you're basically just making a fucking Pop-Tart or something, a Nutella flavored Pop-Tart. You got your fucking dough, right? Your big dough. And then you put your Nutella on top. Let's say you add sprinkles, you add cookies or whatever. You add your other shit. That's not a fucking pizza. That's not a fucking pizza. You're just being Pepega calling it a pizza when it's not a pizza. It's just a weird oversized tart. It's just a weird oversized tart or something. Or like some other like pastry thing. some weird abomination of an amalgamation of other things there. Right? Like, it might as well be a fucking Pop-Tart. It's not a pizza. It's just a weird Pop-Tart that's massive. In the shape of a pizza. But, like, yeah, like, that Nutella pizza I don't call pizza, man. Because it's not pizza. It's, like, not even pizza anymore. The only thing you have left over from the pizza is the fucking dough. Right? Which is made out of what? Right? It's just made out of flour or whatever. Wheat flour, whatever. Like, that's the only thing it shares in common with pizza. That you have that. The rest of the ingredients are completely different and unrelated. A lot of countries, they made pizza without tomato sauce, now they make pizza without cheese. Okay? Yeah, again though, like, that's not a fucking pizza, they're just calling it a pizza for dumbasses. Yeah, I don't like Nutella either. But that's its own other thing. I don't like Nutella myself. But that's its own other thing. Sure, I'll put on the cat ears, we haven't used that in a while. Okay. Woo! Welcome! Thanks for all the gifted subs, man. Influx. Thanks for all the gifted. Right, the 5 gifted. Alright, let's put the cat ears on. Alright, thanks for the 5 gifted. But yeah, the creator Nutella died recently. I mean, Nutella's an old-ass product. Right, it's not like Nutella's a brand new product, right? But yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Everything's expensive these days, man. And then if you're in the States, you got tariffs upcoming to deal with, right? You're waiting to see what the hell the aftermath of all the new Trump tariffs will be. Yeah, things are gonna get a lot more expensive. Right? And then when, like, these companies see, oh, people are willing to spend more on this shit, then other countries are gonna be like, oh, if the people in the States can pay this much, why don't we charge everyone else elsewhere this much more? And then they raise their prices everywhere else, even without the tariffs. Because the reality is, more often than not, prices go up, not come down. Right? But yeah, Nutella is also from Italy. The thing is that they call it Nutella pizza, but it has nothing to do with fucking, pizza. Whatever that you were talking about. That abomination. But yeah, what a time to be alive indeed. What was that post I posted like a long time ago that I thought was funny? You know, I'm gonna reply to this guy. Have a skip a button and all. I personally am not a fan of dealing with it, as it's just ignoring the issue rather than actually resolving it. The problem is still there regardless. Skip button or not. It's just so weird when people have to praise a fucking skip button, man. It's nice when a skip button is there, but the problem is still there whether you skip it or not. Where was that thing? I remember I posted it a while ago. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. This is the reality, right? Let's say you go to the doctor or whatever. In the UK, your appointment is in 43 months. In the US, your bill will be $67,000. In Canada, have you considered dying? Oh wait, I have to resize this so you can see it better. Canada's like, have you considered dying? Have you considered dying? That's the world we live in now, man. It's like, oh yeah, have you considered dying? But yeah, we were being Pepega now. Then a character named Kokona. Sounds like Kokona uses a gun, but has no gunplay in the kit. She's melee, like, why not make her have a sword? I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yes, you can get assisted suicides in Canada too, by the way. Hopefully YouTube AI doesn't pick up on that, what I just said. But like, yeah, you could literally get that. Like, it is a thing that in some cases they have it, like the doctors will offer it to some people. Yeah, in Minecraft. Yeah, in Minecraft. You go down the mine shaft, you know? It's called the maid, yeah. It's a thing that we have. I don't want to think about what it's called, but it is a thing. It's like, yeah, have you considered dying? It's a thing, yeah. Welcome to Canada. Oh, but yeah. Open hype chat. There we go. Sure. Meanwhile, in Europe, here we have some, paracetamol to sleep it off, yeah. They'll give you all sorts of drugs and shit, man. It's fucked up. Oh, and then you wait until you see the fucking streets. Actually, no, this'll make you laugh. So, the other day on the news, like, you know, just turn on the TV, oh, the news, whatever, right? What's going on? So apparently we have this place, right? There's this large building complex, right? There's a retirement home in the building complex. Across the street from that, there's a school and a daycare. And guess what the government wants to build in some of the vacant spaces in that building complex that also has a retirement home? Guess what they want to put there? And it's really fucked up when you understand what they want to put there. No. Honestly, a prison would be way better than what they're putting in there. No. Honestly, like, a prison would be a huge improvement. Like, actually. Shit's way worse. Keep in mind, we have the elderly. We have families in the area. We have children going to a daycare and a school. No, a cemetery is nothing, man. Cemetery is fine. Oh no, cemetery. Nah, that's fine. That's nothing. No, not a shooting range. Honestly, again, a shooting range sounds a lot better. Yeah, we have shooting ranges in the country, but like, nah, that's not that. So what they want to put is a safe, in quotation marks, safe and assisted drug injection site. That's what they want to put there. They want a safe injection site. For some fucking reason. And you know what it looks like outside of those safe injection sites? Yeah. And this is like in Toronto, somewhere in Toronto they want to do this. There's like a place, there's a street, where like on one side there's a fucking retirement home in a building complex, and across the street there's a fucking daycare and a school for the kids. Yeah, you get a nice junkie gathering area. This is why I'm like, A prison? Honestly, that would be better. A fucking shooting range would be better. Right? A cemetery would be better. Because when you consider what else it could be. Like, you know, like if you had a prison, you're gonna have a lot of like cops and shit in the area. That'll probably be not as terrible. But also they wouldn't put a prison there anyways, it makes no sense. Yeah, it's also like it's full of people that should be deported that shouldn't even be in the country, man. But that's its own other thing. That's its own other thing, man. Well, yeah, there's, like, here's the thing, right? You want to go to a shooting range in Canada? You need to have a license and a couple of other shit because of all the regulations. Right? And getting a license is not easy. Right? It's extremely difficult to get a license. There's only a certain subset of firearms you're even legally allowed to own, even with that. And you have to pass a bunch of other shit too. Right? Like, yeah. Like, we do have shooting ranges and stuff. But, like, it's extremely uncommon. Like, it's like, you have better chances of finding a full-on shiny Pokemon multiple times in a row in a chain than you'll see, like, you'll find some random person who actually has all of those so they can legally own a gun. Yes, Influx just gave some gifted subs earlier, yes. Right? I mean, again, like, it's regulated, right? Most people are not gonna carry a gun here. But yeah. But like, yeah, but then you have the fucking chunky shit going on. Like, it's so bad. There's so many places in the city where, like, when you walk in and around, even during the fucking day, it's like, yeah, this is not, it don't feel good. Actually, I remember it was a week ago, actually. I was helping my neighbor take their grandmother to the hospital. Because I had a day off or whatever. I'm like, sure, I'll go take her to the hospital. Because she needed to get, like, a regular checkup or whatever at the hospital. Yeah, and then I met with the neighbor there, and then I left, right? Because the neighbor went to stay with the grandmother, whatever. I remember on my way back, because I needed to get home, right? So, like, she paid for a taxi to get there, and she gave me money to take fare to get home or whatever. You know, I was like, yeah, sure. I remember, like, walking down the street to get to, like, the bus stop. Because, like, the area there's, like, a bunch of hospitals there on this street. The problem is, like, to get, not even the bus, like, to get on the streetcar, because there's a streetcar there. The actual pickup and drop-off points are, like, weird on the street. And, there's a lot of, like, weird scaffolding and stuff on the street. Just walking down, I'm trying to, like, you know, find the thing to, like, board the streetcar when it comes. But, like, just walking down, it's, like, 11 a.m. even, right? There's, like, the street is, like, dead. It's, like, a Wednesday morning, 11 a.m. I'm walking down the street, and then, like, it just feels extremely, like, sketchy and shit, like, oh shit, something could happen. Like, that's the mood I get. Like, even during, like, in broad daylight, you know? On, like, just a regular street, there's a fucking hospital. Like, I'm, like, walking, like, I walked, like, 5-10 minutes away from the hospital. And it feels that bad. It doesn't feel safe. Even if it's, like, 11 a.m. during the fucking day. It feels that sketchy in a lot of places in the city. It is really bad. Even worse if you go further downtown. It's terrible. Like, it is really terrible. And, like, the funny shit, like, the freaking memes I see of what's going on at, like, Canada's equivalent to, like, Times Square, which is, like, which is the, Yonge and Dundas Square. It's kind of like the equivalent, Canada's equivalent to the New York thing there. The fucked up shit I've seen going on there is insane as well. And I'm like, why the fuck are they here? You know, if I had like a fucking Iron Man suit, I would like get a megaphone for the lulz while the people are being weird there and be like, you know what? You want people to go do your cause? Why don't you go take a plane there yourself and go kill each other over there? Is what I would want to say to them. You know, like, here's my fucking if you would have to resolve the thing going on with Palestine or whatever, just drop a nuke on it. Because people are gonna keep killing themselves there anyways. Just end it faster, get rid of them all. If they're gonna keep doing it. Because of like how annoying it is. I'm like, just kill all of them, fuck it. Right, both sides, get rid of them all. And if they wanna go fight, don't drag other people into it. I'm like, just get rid of all of them. That is like my stance. Right, if I had like a fucking Iron Man suit, I would grab a megaphone and just say it in their faces. But like, yeah. I'm like, just get rid of all of them because like, no. No. It is not our problem, man. We have a different problem. You know, we have the problem we're buying a brand new LG 4K UHD TV Plus. You know, I could buy like 6 of them for the price of 1 month's rent. Okay? You know, like 2-3 weeks of groceries is the price of a brand new 50 plus inch 4K LG TV. You know? Like, what the fuck is going on? When that's like 3 weeks of food, of groceries, and that's like you penny pinching your groceries. I can buy a nice HDR capable TV. Like, what the fuck is going on with pricing here, man? When food is that expensive. Yeah, I'm like, send them all to Palestine if they want to be crazy about it. And then drop a nuke on them. Because, like, it's not working, man. Don't help either side. You know what? If they want to make it more interesting, you know what? Isolate the entirety of it, both sides fighting, get a bunch of camera drones on everything, and then turn it into a game show where they start killing each other. Broadcast it on TV, get the kids watching, call it IRL Fortnite or something. It'll get some great ratings, right? I know people like Squid Game and shit. Make that a game show, except you kill off the winner too. And they're actually killing each other. Even better. Right? Because, like, it's enough, man. We got so many of our own problems. We don't need their problems too. But then again, like... yeah, average person out there is a fucking dumbass. I remember one time when I went for work a couple years ago, I was like trying to get to a thing to like, you know, to deal with, you know, the people that are like, that have actual like disabilities and shit. I remember one time there was this intersection, whatever. You had dumbasses protesting, the dumbass vegans protesting there. I'm like, I'm just trying to get to work to go help the freaking clients there, whatever, right? And like, I get it, you know, the vegans are protesting the wrong spot because like, down the street, in a completely different direction, there's a meat processing plant and a deli next door to it. Why the fuck they freaking protesting at an intersection near like a small shopping center, and then there's next to the shopping center as well, there's this building for helping where like you have a care facility for people with disabilities and shit. Like they're in the wrong place when like, you know, in a different street not too far from there, like you could literally walk for 5 minutes in the exact opposite direction and get right in front of a meat processing plant. You know, and there's a deli right next to the meat processing plant. Like, I'm like, what the fuck are they doing there? Like, why? They're in the wrong place. Like, blocking shit up. But yeah. You know, that's just the shit that happens in my country. Right, hi Kusanagi. Welcome, welcome. Right, but yeah, that's like my views on the whole thing there. But yeah, that's the world we live in, man. Yeah, go out for a chemical approach where both sides just go completely fair. Nah, cause that sounds more expensive and more of a waste. I think like you might as well end it sooner, you know? Nothing wrong with just dropping a nuke. Just drop a nice big tactical nuke. Call it a day. Alright, if they're gonna keep fighting over it, just might as well get rid of it entirely. Then they can't fight over it anymore. Alright, because like if they're gonna keep doing that for like this long. Actually, no, I remember as well, not too long ago, you had dumbasses trying to protest because they wanted Sharia law to apply to the West. I'm like, what the fuck? Get out of here. Why the fuck are we letting them in the country? What the fuck are they doing? Don't have a nuke large enough? Drop multiple nukes. Not like there's anything of value there anyways. Right? And at the same time too, you kill two birds with one stone. You get rid of the shit they're fighting over, and you get rid of the people fighting over it too. If they can't handle it after how many hundreds of years, just get rid of it entirely. Because enough is enough, man. Like, enough is enough with that. Like, honestly. Now, I remember, like, no, what was funny is, like, last Christmas, like, a couple months ago, you had people going crazy at the Eaton Center, which is, again, in downtown Toronto, right? Which is located at Yonge Street and Dundas, right? Yonge and Dundas, again, like I was talking about. You had people protesting on fucking Christmas Day in front of a bookstore because some Jewish guy owned the bookstore. Like, what the fuck? It's just some guy who sells books. Imagine protesting in front of a bookstore. Yeah, that's how fucking brain dead people are. What? The guy selling books has nothing to do with anything else. He just sells books. Okay, the guy is Jewish. Why is that your problem? He just sells books. You know? The bookstore in there was pretty funny. I remember a couple of years ago when I went there. Last time I went to that bookstore. And what was funny is I remember the Western comic section, because of how poor the sales the Western comic section was like all contained on like one shelf. But then like next to it, like, cause there's like the graphic novel comic section at that store, right? And then you have like entire like rows full of fucking manga being imported. I remember one of them had like, you had like 20 plus volumes of like Naruto, One Piece. Yeah, like Dragon Ball. And you had like so much Dragon Ball on the fucking shelves. I remember saying stuff like Maid Sama and a bunch of other things, just littering the place. But like, they had like no stock. They were like not stocking much of the Western comics at all, because nobody was buying it. Because the woke BS and them, nobody wanted it. It was hilarious at that bookstore. Like, the one time I remember going in there, because I was, like, there for another reason. I remember I was just curious, like, looking through, I'm like, wait. Because, like, I saw so many things in there I did not expect. Like, you know, like, Dragon Ball and shit? Dragon Ball, One Piece and stuff, like, sure. I expect to see that. But then I see fucking, like, Maid Sama and stuff, I'm like, the fuck? They're even stocking, like, the entirety of that. Like, out of all the series that they could have, like, manga in there. They had, like, a bunch of stuff in there, but yeah. But yeah, I don't know why they hate them. They're being weird. Like, they're just being weird, man. And, like, again, the thing they're, like, fighting over or whatever, it has nothing to do with them anyways. They're on a completely different continent, of all things, too. Yeah, again, like, that's the world we live in, man. No, I don't know what the hell's going on with Kanye. Yeah, even with dedicated comic shops, yeah, manga sells way more, yeah. Like, you have all the merch and stuff like that, like, pop figures and other crap there. But then, like, you just see, like, way more manga being sold, even some more obscure shit. Right? It's just funny. But it's also like, yeah, people are gonna buy what they actually want to read. He walked into an interview with an all-black KKK uniform. Okay. The main guy's in the sheets, right? Not the other one? Not the one from Shuffle, right? The main guy's in the sheets instead, right? But yeah, like, again, like, people are just fucking crazy, man. Yeah, you know what I'm referring to when I say the guy's in the sheet. You know what I'm talking about. But it sounds like the start of a joke, yeah. He wore a hood. I mean, like... Was he actually wearing, like, the thing? Or was just, oh, he's just wearing something that has a hood in it? It doesn't matter, though, but yeah, you have all sorts of crazy people out there. All sorts of crazies out there, man. All sorts of crazies. But yeah, it is what it is.
Last year. Feels great, huh? Hey, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Hey, don't hate me because you ain't me, man. It's the truth. Been on top for years, will always be on top. You want to know why? Because I build my chat on being truthful. More people should try it sometimes, man. You should stop making issues that don't exist. What's crazy is your warped perception of reality does not give you the right to come at me over some shit that I didn't do. He know it would hurt me. He cared about his own wallet. No, I didn't.
You curse every Jews that killing innocent? I don't care, man. Here's what I have to say, man, about Gaza. Just nuke all of it. Just kill everyone there. Both sides. Get rid of it. If they're gonna keep causing problems for this long and drag other people in there, just kill them all. Both sides. Then you won't have a problem with Gaza anymore. Or just drop a nuke over Gaza. Get rid of Gaza. You can't fight over Gaza and kill people over Gaza if Gaza doesn't exist anymore. That is my take on it. That is my take. Get rid of it entirely. It's like, enough. Don't drag other people into it. That's their problem, not mine. Don't freaking beg for our money to go over there. To go help either side. Let them kill each other. And let it be done with. Yeah. But yeah, Hi Yuri is nice. Yeah, just get rid of all of it, man. Enough is enough. Just get rid of all of it. Fuck, put a giant dome over the entire thing and completely lock them out. Drop in a bunch of drones for camera footage. Turn it into a game show. Let everyone watch them kill each other for their own enjoyment. Right? Because, like, the thing is, yeah, it'll never end until one side gets deleted, so delete both sides. Right? That way you don't have to pick sides. Get rid of them both. Let Johnny Somali in there, yeah. Yeah, let Johnny Somali in there. Why not? Let Johnny Somali and that other guy who got arrested in the Philippines recently. That other guy, that Russian guy. Let him in there too. They could have a nice collab stream. Right, let him collab stream in there. Yeah, get Vitaly with Johnny Somali. Nice collab stream. Yeah, the cheapest option of all, just don't care. Let them destroy each other, just isolate them. Right? Just drop all the nuisance streamers there. Put them all in there. Let them harass everyone. Even more entertaining content for us to watch. That should be what happens. Yeah, I mean, I heard the thing is over there, but like, come on. Wouldn't it be funny to watch Johnny Somali in there? Instead? It'd probably be way worse in jail anyways. It's way worse in jail anyways, but more entertaining. But yeah, like, that's my stance on it all. Sure, I don't know. Don't forget those weirdos protesting to try to drag people in there too. Send them all there too. Right, like deport all those guys protesting either side to deal with the fucking thing going on there. Just send them all in there too. Send them to the war zone. That's their problem. Right? Like, don't drag others into it. Send them there. Right? They want to help so badly, they can go help themselves.
No. I mean this genuinely. I didn't make that video because I thought, oh man, I need money. I already got that. I don't need more. I'm good. Corinna,
Okay.
I did that shit because I wanted to make fun of you. Because you're a dumbass.
Yeah, I don't know how we got to that topic when we're still on this thing. The Paimon VA wants to sue Tecton or whatever, but has no money.
I do that shit for fun. I do that shit for kicks. And I said, wow, this person's being a dumbass. I'm going to call him a dumbass. Why the fuck would I need more? I'm good, man. Yeah, no, hell nah. You tell me that I made an AI of you? Are you referring to this? This is what they're referring to, by the way. You're upset. You can point fingers. You can say, man, that's so mean to say. But you know what you can't say? That I'm wrong. True?
This isn't Paimon. Or
Yeah, I don't know,
voice
Mom.
actor. This message is for Corinna. You are an absolute worthless scab and a hypocrite. You are way worse than most scabs.
I'll play it again.
Because most scabs are smart enough to shut up when they get caught flip-flopping on their principles.
You tell a human to read these lines like this. You give an AI a prompt to read these lines like this. It's only a matter of time. I'm sorry if that upsets you, but the voice acting careers will be gone very soon. That's the truth.
YouTubers don't know anything. They're not.
Yep.
They're not voice actors. They've never been in my industry. They don't.
I want to blow your... Yep. Yes, sir. Corinna Boatger, the voice of Paimon, confirms that the Genshin subreddit used AI of her to spread misinformation. Oh, and by the way, I didn't make that video of Paimon.
Yep.
You say a larger content creator made this? No, I didn't. I merely reacted to it. This is its own channel, AI Voice Hub, with 114
Yeah, AI voices are crazy.
This video had 48 views when I reacted to it. This is not someone who made this video for money. This is not a video someone made for profit. This person made this, Corinna, because you're being a fucking dumbass. You're out of touch. Your ego is out of fucking control with the shit that you've said to other voice actors and the people that watch you, that support you. You're going to call them idiots if they don't mindlessly eat everything you say up. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And I encourage you to please shut the fuck up because we don't care. This shit's a joke. It's insane to me how out of touch you are. It's insane to me how deranged you are. But you're not going to bully me into being silent because you want to threaten a lawsuit? Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Good God, get a fucking grip. You're crashing out on another guy that didn't even do the thing that you said he did, which, hey, you're not the only one who's given me false allegations in the past year. Congratulations. That's another person added to the fucking list. And we all remember how the last one ended. Man, another dumb bitch saying Techie did something that he didn't do. Wow. And what's great is, if you look into it for 3 seconds,
But yeah, like AI stuff, not hard to get prompts to do certain things these days. But like, yeah, that's the world we live in. It's slowly coming for us all, whether we like it or not. Alright, what else is here? You sent me something, the Kakona gameplay? What is this? What is this Kakona gameplay? Alright, Kakona is that thing, I guess? They don't have sounds here? Oh, right here, right. So what weapon is she using again? Is this like a sword or something? I don't know. AI isn't going to be nearly proficient at you. And me being lazy and unemployed. True, true, true. Fair enough. Yeah. If that's you, yeah, AI is not going to be as proficient at that. I don't know about other people, but I use AI a lot to remove things from when I'm making thumbnails. Right? Because, like, often at times, like, I'll go get a picture of something, and I'll use, like, an AI tool to remove an object. Right? Like, that's how I make some of my YouTube thumbnails. Right? Like, I'll take, like, official art and just do that. Or whatever. Like, I removed the fucking watermark and shit, or whatever, from some of these. Or, like, I took, like, a picture from some other thing of, like, 3 things from in-game or whatever. Though sometimes I do just directly just re-upload the thing there. Some of these I've had to just because of that. When I don't feel like wasting like 10 plus hours to just painstakingly add transparency layers. Like, it does seem pretty useful to do like broad stroke stuff. Yeah, it's just clean up stuff. It works. And other stuff though, like, it's gonna have issues. But for, like, regular tedious crap, like cleaning things up or whatever, very useful. I use it, like, for that when I'm making thumbnails all the time. It helps save time. When I, like, do make thumbnails. Because, like, instead, like, I just end up, instead of, like, spending forever just trying to edit one image, I can, like, just put the thing in and make a thumbnail in, like, 5 minutes. Instead. I remember this one because, like, they didn't release the actual official art of this. When I made this thumbnail, I had to, like, edit the thing with, oh, the banner dates and whatever for the Entoria thing. And then I put all this stuff on top. Just so I could remove the text and then put my own thing on top. Yeah, it sucks at detailed work, but, like, regular, like, other crap, it's easy. Right? Detailed work, good luck. For audio stuff, though, that's probably a lot easier for AI to handle. Because there are things that you can kind of do to blend things together. And that's kind of why the stuff with the voice acting thing. Because, yeah, like, deep faking shit like that has gotten pretty good. But, like, we kind of already... It probably should have been obvious. Especially if you've been on the internet long enough, especially on YouTube, and you've, looked up what the hell a YouTube poop was, right? Where, like, people would take certain clips of stuff and manually sentence mix things, so they would say something completely different without, they didn't even need AI in anything for that. This was just like a manual work where some guy was looking at video files and audio things in their audio editing program and manually editing and splicing various different pieces of audio clips from whatever the thing they want to edit. And this has been a thing since the beginning of YouTube. Like, old ass thing here, right? Old ass genre of video, the YouTube poop genre. Where you can search up YouTube poop, YTP, or whatever. Like, it's an old ass thing. They got all sorts of things, man. You even got, you know, you got a fucking flex tape crap here too. You can talk about Phil Swift selling you his cock if you want. For all I care. But, like, yeah. So, like, it's not really a big surprise that, like, AI voices is getting better and better by the day. Especially when, like, this is, like, people doing shit manually. This is, like, a manual work. Alright, imagine, like, yeah, AI deep faking stuff. But yeah, there's Despacito 2, the musical YouTube poop. I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. But yeah. Okay. So she has a singing skill, I guess? Where it's just like some generic thing going? Okay. Nah, because even Fenrir will sing. You actually get Fenrir singing, and you can change the language based on your dub. Right, so like if I boot it up, let's go to Fenrir. Like, Fenrir will actually sing. That's the difference there. Yeah, she's a bard. Yeah, the thing is, Fenrir will actually sing. And it will change based on your dub language. I haven't used Fenrir in like 2 years now, I feel. It's been so long since I last used Fenrir. Not 2 years, like 1.5. Right, it's been so long. Alright, so if I turn on the background music, whatever. Let's say we grab Fenrir, we'll put Fenrir in here. So let's say we go grab Fenrir. Where's Fenrir? Fuck, it's been so long. Oh, there she is. Alright, so let's say we grab Fenrir, for good measure, let's put on Fenrir's skin. We'll put the A3 Fenrir.
Can you check if my hairpin is crooked?
It's 2 a.m. so there's no more. We can't go to the nightclub and watch her, but. Alright, let's say we go to extreme test. Right, so we have English dub on right now. Right, use the skill. And you even get like the thing around. Right, she has like musical notes as well, the theme of her attack stuff. Right, now if we go and change the language, voiceover, let's say we have it in Chinese, that's Chinese. I'm gonna have to reopen the game to apply it. Give me a moment. Where's the launcher? So now I reopen the game, and now it should play the Chinese version. And then I can change to the Japanese one as well. And the song is called Chocolate. Yeah, it's dubbed in like other languages. Alright, 2-year-old unit. Old unit, but like, yeah. Right, we have the Chinese voices now. Right, so we go back to the training center. Is the best one alongside Entoria Meme, okay. Fair enough. Oh wait, yeah, I can turn it up the other way. Wait. Oh wait, did I even select the right one? Right, and then I can go change the language again, and I'll get a different song. Right. Wait, I thought isn't this a Chinese dub, this one? Oh, maybe it's that one, okay. Maybe I put it the wrong language. Wait, what the fuck? Did like board global? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to read the fucking moon runes. Okay, so then this one should be in Chinese. Yeah, I don't know how to read the thing. Cause like, this shit's confusing to look at. Yeah, fair enough. Alright. Oh, thanks. Oh yeah, no, then now it's in Chinese dub. But yeah, thanks for that, Perturbocon. Welcome. Yeah, it's the fucking kanji is used in both. That's why I'm like, I don't know which one's which. If you don't know the thing, it's like they look really similar, unless they add more to it to to differentiate it. But yeah. Exactly. If you cannot tell if you can't actually read it sometimes. Chinese is 4 moon runes. Right? Right, too bad it gets cut off there. Oh, but yeah, you get 30 seconds of that. Wait, does Korean have a dub of it too? I know Portuguese will just play it instrumental. Because Korean, not Korean, the Portuguese dub was like a weird one they made. Oh, that's a bit different, but like... does the Korean one also have its own version? I never like paid attention if the Korean one also has one. Right, because I know we had the English and the Japanese one. You heard so much of the CN version now, the English one sounds weird. Fair enough. Let's see, does the Korean one have it? At least in the Korean, like when you look next to them all, at least you can tell which one's Korean just by looking at it. Because that one looks like a completely different thing. Right, so now we have the Korean dub, right? But like, yeah, the Japanese taking the Chinese one, the Chinese writing thing, and then making their own and adding it on top. Very confusing. Hi, Fabex. Yeah, very distinct. Exactly. I don't know how to read it, but like, at least it's easy to tell. Oh, I see. Yeah, different dub. Too bad, like, the song gets cut off there instead of, like, playing the whole song. Too bad it does that. But, like, yeah. Oh, thanks for the 5 gifted and the sub as well, for Trubocon. Yeah, it is weird how the Japanese one is shifted up, yeah. Well, let's go.
Just subscribed.
Like in Limbus, they used to everyone's voice in Korean. When you heard it in English, it would feel weird. Yeah, once you get used to it, you know, it is what it is. It's just that I am used to the English one, so I just leave it there. It also makes it, it's like, when I'm just going through story stuff when we do have stuff, it's just easier to follow anyways. But like, I also have like another account that I can mess around with if I want to hear in a different language. But yeah. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, that's the dub thing there. Alright, I have to like reopen the game to do that. English motherfucker, do you speak it? Ah yes, the classic meme of that one. Oh, it's probably borked now because of that. I would have to like reopen it to fix it. That's fine. Alright, but yeah. It is kind of funny because like doesn't the ZZZ one as well and the I saw like a meme about it, the ZZZ one and the HSR one. They actually do have the singing too. But this one is just like a bunch of mumbling. You crashed. Oh, rip, man. Oh, is that the Huma clone that people were talking about too? Alright, like, not even singing, man. Yep. Thanks as well, Junie-sama. Yesterday, even some guy data mined resistance ignore math, and yeah. Yes, I know. It's not a flat reduction of the percent, yeah. That's multiplier. Ah, nice. But yeah, like, it's a multiplier. Right, the way the thing works is a multiplier. That's how I do the calcs there, yeah. It's not like, oh, they have this percent, and you remove this percent. Yeah, I know. It's in the thing. Oh wait, that's the wrong chart. But yeah, resistance, ignore, damage, impact. Yeah, here we go. Ignore, and then the resist. And this is how it scales here on the chart here. 30%, let's say 40%. Here's the thing, a 45% would be good. Because you can actually hit 45% very easily. Is what you would hit. CN easily can get thing. Oh, but yeah, typical content resist. Yeah, that makes sense. No, this is like still pretty similar. Alright, this is the enemy resist stat. And yeah, that makes sense. You ignore the thing, but the stat is so high that this happens. Yeah, I know, it's the stat. I know. Times 1 minus R. Oh, I see. Wait, 1 divided by 1 minus... I times R. Okay. Where I is your ignore and R is your resistance. Wait. You mean the enemy's resistance dot? Wait, we have oh right, the server maintenance. You're right. I forgot about that for the merge. Not the merge. For the account transfers. You're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, enemy's resistance. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's exactly how I do my calc. No, that's exactly how I do my calc, though. You just represented it differently. Yeah. 1 minus your thing times the other thing, yeah. Isn't that how I do it? You sure it's 1 divided by that thing on the bottom? That is a weird way of doing it. I guess it's because, like, the lower end, it's pretty similar to those results. If they have, let's say, like, 30%, you ignore that. In practice, yeah, they have this. But, like, yeah, this is what happened. 120 gigabyte, yeah, that's crazy, man. I think someone data mined, there was, like, duplicate files in there that they need to clean up. When they did the patching. That needs to get cleaned up at some point. It shouldn't be that big. Right, like this is like the amount we get. That's the resist here. R then 1 minus R and multiply that by 1 minus I. I see. It's such a weird way to implement it, man. Don't forget though, like there's also the other thing. And then add 1 back. And then you have a separate multiplier to do the same thing twice. You do this twice. For resistance reduction. Right? Because, like, you have resistance reduction, and then you have resistance ignore. You have both. Right? Because, like, you have resistance reduction from things like Annabella's gas shot applies a debuff, Lynn's trait, the Fiona skill, the Fiona chain skill. What else? A6, Fortitude Oscar has the resistance reduction. Yeah, Fortitude Meryl Volt also has a resistance reduction. What else has resistance reduction? Hilda's discharge, right? But yeah. I assume it applies twice then. So what ends up, I assume then how it works is what? You apply the resistance reduction stat first, take that number, and then apply that to the resistance ignore calc. Because you can have both. And they're like different layers. Right, like that's my assumption. You apply both, because you can stack both to 50%. Right, so if they have like, you calculate resistance reduction first, that is their stat, and then you resistance ignore that, what's left. Yeah, I don't know. That's like... I mean, here's the thing, right? No, I don't see why that wouldn't work that way, because you had to reduce the stat. Because, like, that's how, like, the debuff work. You already applied the debuff first. When you apply... Because, like, the resistance reduction is a debuff. So I assume you apply this calc first, and then you apply it again. Right? If you apply both of the same set order, it doesn't even matter. Right, like shield ignore, at least this one is sensible. This is pretty simple. Right, the shield ignore is pretty simple, and we even have, what, Nanyan in scale, 100% ignore shield. That one at least was pretty sensible. Right, I'll probably make like a guide video on like all of these things at one point. I like to like differentiate which type of buff is which. Because not everything's the same. The data mine just makes it nice and easy to look at. Yeah, all ignore resist is the same, and then you have debuffs, they're all the same. But yeah, thanks Kevin as well. But yeah, the community of multiplication, but yeah. Yeah, the order doesn't matter, because, like, exactly, multiplication doesn't matter the order. But, like, here's the thing, right? I assume the ignoring happens after anyways, because you're checking the stat after the fact. Because that's how the debuffs and stuff are treated. Right? Like, it checks for the thing and the weaknesses on the target first, and then it applies the stuff on top. Since the game already does that, I assume that's the order. It checks debuffs before buffs. No reason why it wouldn't do that. It checks enemies' debuffs and stuff first. Right, especially because, again, like, we have the attack reduction things too. But yeah, you don't know if the enemy resistance drop is multiplicative on percent or multiplicative on this weird version. Yeah, that's true. That one, no idea. But it's just so weird that you have that weird res ignore calc. I mean, res ignore, of course, very, very impactful though, based on what goes on here, right? 50% damage ignore impact on resist. Right? The higher that is, the bigger the impact. The higher the enemy resist is. It only applies to other players. If you're by yourself, you get the attack buff either way. If you have A6 Lin, you get 23% attack when you use Lin's skill. If you have S6 Lin, all that does is let other players get your attack buff too. It lets you share the attack buff. In solo content, S6 Lin doesn't do anything. It's purely for group content. And it just lets other players also get the attack buff. Right, it lets you share the attack buff with other players. Yeah, 40% resistance and 70% ignore has the same number as 70% resistance, 40% ignore. Except you cannot have 70% ignore. The game hard caps or ignore at 50%. Right, the game hard caps your thing at 70%, not for 70, 50%. But yeah, no problem. Right, yeah, sometimes things can be confusing. But the enemies, of course, can have way more resistance. But yeah, than 50-30, yeah. It's just so weird that it doesn't matter which one's which, yeah. Right. 50% resistance, and then... yeah, 30% ignore is the same as 30% ignore and 50% resistance. Yeah, because the reciprocal thing. But yeah, there you go. Kind of funny how that is, but you know, that is what it is, right? Yeah, so 50% resistance, 30% ignore, 17.65. And then again, 50% resist ignore on 30% resistance. And there you go. You're dealing with this one. But yeah, the more resistance ignore you have, of course, the more thing you do. I still don't understand why, like, they have that calc. Yeah, the top column, yeah. It all cancels out, yeah. Yeah, like 5% resistance, 10% resistance ignore. Oh, there's your damage. Is this the damage that you're allowed to do through it? Or how much reduction is? What the fuck? Or is this just... wait, no, this is the damage increase over that, right? The relative increase you would have. Yeah, if you have like... they have like no resistance, yeah. Is the relative multiplier? Oh, okay. I guess if you look at it that way as a multiplier, I guess I can adjust my calcs in the future around this number. Right, I can make a thing on this, adjust it. Cool. But yeah, like higher res targets, obviously, resistance ignore more valuable over not having it. 50% obviously means you do double over on a much tankier target, but like you're doing like no damage. Yeah, I know what I'm doing, man. I'll be fine. I just need to change the calc slightly. That is interesting though, like, cause like it changes like this dynamic. Cause like the main thing that's important is like between these two numbers, right? But this is the most important area to look at if you're, cause most people only care about bygone and sequential. So like that's like the 30% and 40% range, like right here, and this is like where people are sitting between 30% resignor and 45. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. My calc so far, it's like pretty close. Using the old calculation method, considering the difference between here, it's like close enough where that is one way to look at it. But like the thing is, when I do my calc, I'm looking at it as if the enemy reduced your damage first, rather than the percent increase. I prefer to look at it as if your damage is already nerfed, and then we're clawing back. Alright, I'll have to play around with this shit at some point, then, this calc, to see exactly a better way to represent this, but yeah. Because, like, the thing is, the problem with looking at it as the multiplier like this, is your damage isn't higher, your damage is lower. You're just reducing how much your damage is being reduced by. But yeah. Try plugging in R is 100 and I is 100%. I mean, you're multiplying them. It doesn't matter which one's which. If one is 100 and the other one, or the other one's 100, you got 1 over 0, yeah. Well, yeah, you can't divide by 0. Which is fine, because you're never gonna get that anyways. You'll be fine. Game hard caps your thing, so you'll never get that. You won't have to divide by 0, man. You won't have to. It's okay, the game has a limitation. Right, you can't divide by 0, because the game doesn't let you. With how the stat is capped. So we're good on that front. But it's still really bizarre that they have it this way, instead of the other way, which is like a lot more straightforward. But yeah, like the thing is though, like, at least for this range for bygone sequential, this is about the same increase, relatively, between, like if we're comparing between 45% resistance ignore and 30%, for like bygone and sequential, like the old calcs, it does get you in this range anyways, when you look at the difference here. It's just that for like higher resistance stats, I would have to redo it. Yeah, the chart makes sense though, since you don't ever start at 100%. Ignore, yeah. For altered bygone, is it better to use buff dealer plus mask, or gun and heart plus buff dealer? Here's the thing with altered, right? Majority of your damage in altered does not work with relics. Keep in mind the Thalassic Heart damage increase also doesn't apply. So the only thing that gets boosted by your relic is your Lin damage, specifically the passive proc from Lin's skill, which is like what, like 20% of your damage or something, 10 or 20% of your overall damage. That's like the only thing that like actually gets boosted. That and the Thalassic Heart damage. Here's the thing, right? You're stacking a lot of attack and crit damage, so Thalassic Heart is good, because you're at least multiplying the base damage takes from it. And that can still feed into the Void Piercer Altered Collapse. So that's why you use Thalassic Heart. As for the other relic, I mean, whatever other, like, constant damage buffing relic you have, so, like, buff dealer is fine, and you deal with that one. Obviously, you don't use the overdrive shot, but yeah. Right. But, like, the thing is, that relic isn't gonna make that much of a difference. But yeah, you can use Thalassic Heart plus buff dealer is technically highest damage, But yeah. Armor penetration gems. I mean, your res ignore is your armor penetration. But then you have shield stuff. You have shield ignore stuff, which is straightforward to calc. But you also don't have that much shield ignore. Right, this is like the things that can ignore shield. Right. And then, of course you have resistance reduction debuffs. But like, that's very limited. But it's also why, like, Frost just dominates, Origin of War in higher difficulty. Like, it's just funny how even Hilda, fucking Hilda, still has a use. Because this is like an actual stat reduction on the target. Fucking Hilda's discharge has a use still. But then again, NA is also still very widely used for harder content on tanks. Because of the damage boosting here for Frost. Well, everyone gets this damage boost, but then Frost gets an extra bonus. This thing is like worded really badly. NA's discharge is worded so badly. They need to like actually change how they, you know, have this thing explained, because this is not what it does. Not exactly. What it actually does is it makes, when you use a discharge with NA's weapon, enemy takes 10% additional damage as a debuff that is additive to things like Grievous or like Force Impact, Armor Dissolve crap, or Thoracic Heart, that stuff. But if but it also gets an extra 10% added to this 10% if you're doing frost damage to it. Crit rate. Crit rate is only on goggles, gloves, and boots. But crit rate percent is exclusive to the goggles or the visor. Crit percent is only on visor slot. Some matrices have crit on it. And some other stuff, but like, yeah. But like, yeah. The other thing that can give you crit rate percent. What was that matrices? Were they flame? Were they flame perhaps when you looked at them? Cause like Annabella's matrices give crit. Where's Annabella? Yeah, right here. Annabella gives crit right there. Right, Annabella's matrices give between 3 and 4.2% crit. You can stack it twice. Wait, no, not 3 and 4. I made a mistake. 2 and 2.4% crit rate. And you can stack it 2 times. Annabella herself can buff crit, but what else also shows up there is Fenrir. Fenrir A6 also shows up on stat page. Like, if you didn't know, the crit rate increase on Fenrir's A6 would also show up on stat page. The 18% crit rate also shows up there. There was a bug where at one point the altered Nonyan crit also applied to you when it wasn't supposed to. But yeah. It was reference to prior onward penetration. I'm trying to think, what else would increase crit rate? There's Void Abyss buffs, but like that's inside Void Abyss and you can't check people inside there. So like that doesn't matter. Same with Origin of War, there's like a crit rate buff there that you could get. Wait, Crow, was it? There's also Crow's crit rate. Crow's crit rate when you apply the thing would also show up on the page. If you check it after the fact. Which one was it? Yeah, this one. Crow's A5. The crit chance increased for 4 seconds. technically, if you're running 3 volt weapons and you equip meme straight, you could have that for an extra 25 seconds uptime. I mean, here's the thing, if they were whacking the cactus... No, here's the thing, right? When you inspect someone in chat, the game will look at some other prior moment in time. Yeah, 200% crit rate in joint ops. It's because, like, the game doesn't update immediately. Like, the thing is, if you go change what you have equipped, the world chat won't see it immediately. It takes a couple minutes. There's, like, a weird lag delay. So if they were whacking the cactus, in some cases, their stats can apply on that page, and you can find them when you inspect them in world chat. As long as it's, like, a stat that shows up. Things like face and clone attack increase or like the NOLA skill won't show up. But like other attack buffs and stuff will show up. So like if they were using certain weapons, they might have triggered it that way. Because like, wait, Titan stats. Wait, no, there's Titan stats. We forgot about Titan stats. Wait, no! Wait, it could be possible with Titan. I forgot, what was the range increase on Titan again? The stat increase from Titan if they got 5 roll crit. We forgot about Titan. We forgot about Titan stats. Crit rate percent caps out at 7% before Titan. Yeah, I can see Titan, if you had 5 rolls because of how it does it. If you had 5 roll, 7% crit rate visor, and then you tightened it, you can get more than that. You can get more than 10%. You got Leho off standard and dropped 2 advancements into FASA? Well, I mean, at least you have FASA off standard, man. I can't... I dumped 500 plus pulls yesterday. I still don't have FASA. Or I'm still missing FASA. I dropped 500 pulls on standard banner yesterday. Considering Snow White 2025 got moved down by the Minecraft movie, I think Paramount Pictures needs to give Sonic 3 a second release in theaters. Oh boy. Yeah, that's fair. So ideally, if you're min-maxing your visor, you want at least 1 roll in crit rate. So like, a visor, you want to have crit rate on it, but you want like 0 to 1 rolls into it after the fact, and then it's just attack and attack percent, all in one element. If you're min-maxing. Like, if you're min-maxing the thing there, technically, you do want a crit rate roll in there. You do. But you don't want all of it in crit rate. You just want some of it because of Titan. Because depending on your base value, the boosted value from Titan stat will increase. Right? So you get extra free stats. You do want crit on there. You just don't want 7% crit pre-Titan. Right? It's the same with the other stats. Damage percent stat is not that valuable again. Like, it has some value, but like, you don't want it to roll into that either. You would rather have like attack percent rolled into, or like attack rolls, like just regular attack rolls, the elemental attack rolls, of like, as long as each of the attack rolls are like 200 or higher. Yeah, pulling the wait. The reason why Sonic 3 deserves a second release in theaters is the film has become a victim of unfair competition. Okay. Pulled the crossing out of 80 an anniversary ago for Matrices. Okay. But like, yeah, even like flat attack has value there. That said, right, what was it? The thing we were watching before? They did say that we are getting like a base roll stat increase in 5.0. The gear rolling event we had in the last patch, it's gonna become permanent. They did say that was like that's the thing in 5.0, so we'll get it too, right? Gear upgrade range permanently increased. They're gonna give us a permanent gear upgrade range increase. Honestly, no idea why they didn't just do it from the start, man. Oh, but yeah. It's a copy pasta. Okay. Yeah, time to hoard blockers is coming in 5.0. That was in this. My reaction video to this one, obviously, I'm gonna post it later. I already recorded it. I'm gonna have to, like, edit it a little bit and then dump it out. No problem. But yeah. Where were we again? Right, next reaction. Yeah, we're gonna get a new upgraded, Nemesis model. So that's nice. About time we move up Bygone ranks, because a lot of casuals stuck at some levels for so long. I mean, here's the thing, right? At least Bygone is like, if you can't clear it, come back later. Yeah, no, they're doing other shit. She's getting an upgraded model. There's like the facial thing. If you ever wanted the face features of other characters, you can get that too. In 5.0. Where did they show that? I forgot which part it was, but like you can get like let's say Rosalind's face or whatever, Anka's face. If you have them, you can use their face stuff on your own custom character. Oh, these are like SSR selectors that they're giving us again.
其中签到
Right, 5.0 SSR selectors. And that's all they have, man.
我们把直播间
Alright, we get this model upgrade there. I mean, that's all Wuwa has. They have nothing else but the models. Yeah, Xian has Ling Han versus Yanuo in the rare moment. Yeah, I don't know why they don't give him Yanuo, man. Why Ling Han? You're just collecting skins. Yeah, I can't be bothered, man. Last time I played Wu on stream, I literally played Balatro for most of it. With Wu in the background. Because it's just so... Oh, wait, yeah, what's the timestamp when they showed the face stuff? Was it around here?
也做了进一步优化，捏脸系统迎来新功能，新版本将会加入
Yeah, like the face presets, you can use it on your own character now. They do. We have a lot more. Look how many buttons there are there. Notice something on the live server, right? We have the basic attack thing, the melee attack, and one skill, right? The one skill, melee attack, and you're shooting, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the melee, and then your basic attack thing. Oh, you mean the accessory slots appear on the simulacra skin? That'd be interesting, but yeah. We're gonna get all the extra weapons on them. Right? And you can customize which weapons you're using. So we get more weapon slots on the mech. In 5.0. They're cooking more weapons for it. That's what we have going on there. Right, so you can get a lot more attacks going on. They have their separate cooldowns for the weapons, but yeah. Multiple weapons now.
好，再来一发激光炮。目标已清楚。哎，又把他打大了，真是太强了。那战斗呢？
So like the thing with targeting, you need to do manual targeting. It's still scuffed, but you have to do it manually. I don't know how the hell you people play it on mobile, but yeah. What's the next one though? You are using manual? Then I don't know. Yeah, because I use manual too. Actually, what's the settings I use? I can show you my settings. Alright, let's get this loaded in.
Authorization successful.
Yeah, obviously server down. Why the fuck does this keep turning on? Never, don't keep. I hate it how it still like it randomly turns that on. Oh, where was the targeting again? Oh, was that basic? No camera, nope. Wait, which tab was targeting again? Fuck, I forgot which tab it was. There's like so much shit here, sometimes it gets lost. I know I have it set to manual. Do I have to be in game to see it? Maybe I have to be like actually in game for it to show up. Because like I know I have it set to manual targeting. Yeah, I figured I have to be logged in. Well, server down, so I can't even pull it up. Right, it's down for maintenance. Let them fix their thing, right? Okay. There's this video, it's called Review Scores Are Stupid and Pointless. That I was sent so many videos, man. Oh, it's under camera? Yeah, I didn't show up. I think I have to be logged into game. Here, we can double check. Yeah, why the hell does it keep turning that stupid hit pause on? Yeah, it doesn't show up fully here. I have to be logged in. Yeah, like... Yeah, it doesn't show up here until I'm logged in. That's why I'm like, where the fuck is targeting? It doesn't show up when you're not logged in. Log into Rainbow Road, nah. Rainbow Road, what is this? We will do Mario Kart frantic items. Rainbow Road. Everyone go, 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 go. Rainbow Road, go spam your shocks in first place or whatever. Oh, booyah. I know it's a new server, but I'm making a joke here. You gotta get the full chaotic one. 200cc as well. Alright, gotta make sure it's also at 200cc. Yeah, I know that's like the name of like that weird server that they made up. That's like isolated from everyone else. But yeah. I know. Yeah, 200cc 3 shocks in the race somehow, exactly. Because I don't know. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Review scores are stupid and pointless.
I don't make reviews on this channel, at least not in the traditional sense. I never aim for my videos to be conclusive evaluations on why you should or should not check out a certain piece
It's
of
a
media.
long
They're still
one.
critiques, but I write with the assumption that you're already familiar with the topic of discussion and not just looking
Alright,
for a
let's speed this
cosign.
up. This
Over
one's a
the
long
years,
one.
YouTubers have largely moved away from day one reviews and recommendations to longer form analysis content. Major news outlets have remained mostly unchanged, and of course some YouTubers are serving up their videos the old-fashioned way. But there's been a general shift in the type of content that creators want to make and that viewers want to watch, and it's easy to see why. The more freeform approach of analysis allows for more nuanced discussion than a simple should you watch or should you play. I'm not saying that everything has to be a 5-part, 10-hour video essay, and we do see a lot more variety in media critique on the platform than in the early 2010s.
I want to
Even in
set it to
mid-2025, there's still an aspect of those classic
1.69,
reviews that remains a
but it
staple
won't
of
let
popular
me.
media discussion. Something far older than any online platform that'll stick around till the heat death of the universe. A universal
These
descriptor that
lines from
experts and
Maximum
Philistines alike
Chaos? Nah, Baby Park. Baby Park, best track. Maximum Chaos. Baby Park is peak Mario Kart racing track. Get everyone in on Baby Park, man. Baby Park frantic items. All the fun. Set it to like 69 lap race in Baby Park with all the crazy items. Right? You can't forget the classic Baby Park. Right? Where you can have everything flying around on like the small ass track it is.
used to communicate the quality of a work and have everyone understand. Because men lie, women lie. But
Nah.
millions don't.
Wario Stadium got nothing on Baby Park.
hearing the fucking numbers. You want the numbers, Mason? That's all we ever want.
It's bombs and it's bombs, yeah, bombs only. Bombs only Baby Park, let's go. No, Shells only Baby Park. Actually, wait, Shells only Baby Park? Imagine Blue Shell only Baby Park. Because modern Mario Kart, the blue shell goes on the ground. And because, like, everyone's just gonna be lapping each other, just having all the blue shells going around, and everyone gets hit. Yeah, fair enough. Warrior Stadium for frontrunner, but, like, Baby Park is pure chaos. With all the items.
Review scores have become something of a language of their own. Their grades are often considered separately from their respective reviews or simply presented in isolation and expected to impart at least some level of knowledge on how the author feels towards a particular work. Hey, I know this game. Man, I don't speak this language. But I speak this one. It's more than just a tool used by critics and consistently comes up in casual discussion. Social cataloging sites like Letterboxd, Backlogged, IMDb, and My Anime List all let users assign number ratings. Because these days, everyone is a critic. So of course, it stands to reason that we should have some shared system that everyone's familiar with. If you give a movie a 10 out of 10, we can safely assume that you think it's a damn good movie. Naturally, the opposite can be assumed for a 0 out of 10. So if you give something a 7 actually, let's put that one on hold. The 0 to 10 scale isn't the only one, but it's by far the most common. Some use a 0 to 5 or 0 to 100. Others favor a binary thumbs up or thumbs down. Music critic Anthony Fantano uses a 0 to 10 scale with the additional descriptors light, decent, and strong, while also placing records in between, effectively making it a 65-point system. If you scroll YouTube Shorts or TikTok, you might have even seen a scale that goes from
"It's the biggest piece of dog shit"
to
"That's why he's the goat." The
goat.
Or who's to say that isn't better than a "It was perfect." Perfect. Aggregation website Metacritic takes all of these reviews using different scales and converts them to their own percentage system, which are then averaged to achieve a single 0 to 10 metascore. Not all critics' reviews are weighed equally, and the website is pretty tight-lipped about the exact formula used to calculate that illustrious metascore. Nevertheless, Metacritic's ratings are treated with a certain level of prestige, far more than many of the news outlets that they aggregate. The website is seen by many as an impartial third party that simply gathers information and concisely delivers an unbiased measure of quality. But I'd argue that the metascore is less useful than any singular review, and sure as hell isn't unbiased. The decision to convert everything into a 100-point scale may seem inconsequential, but has negative implications for that final score. A publication using a 5-star system automatically has more pull than one who shares a scale with Metacritic. When converted, each star becomes 20 whole points to the metascore.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah. Every, like, star is worth more if they have less things in there,
Making systems with fewer increments disproportionately influential. Additionally, as mentioned before, the aggregator has final say over how each critic score is weighed when averaging, so Metacritic isn't exactly the neutral party they present themselves as. Even if we agreed on a unified system, different numbers mean different things to different people, and the problem comes from trying to take something as opinionated and irrational as art critique and turn it into a science. Truth is, most people just assign scores based on vibes.
Even though they don't really discuss it at great length either, is just a reflection of my personal opinion or preference. There isn't some kind of magical criteria checklist that I'm sort of, oh, this is worth this many points and this is worth that many points.
Gun to your head, tell me the qualitative difference between an 8.4 and an 8.5. Time's up. My Anime List allows users to rank anime they've seen out of 10.
Yeah.
When writing a review, you label it as either recommended, not recommended, or mixed feelings, but the site still tells you what score that reviewer gave the show. Here's a 7 out of 10 review that recommends this anime. Here's a 7 that thinks you shouldn't watch it. And here's a 7 that feels mixed. Review scores only have meaning within the context of their reviewer and how that specific reviewer scores other media. But
Helps you open yourself off to an era of
tells me, bro, you're not going to believe this.
Yeah.
Skibidi Reviews gave your favorite game a 5 out of 10. My reaction's not going to be, oh, we got to kill him. We got to beat him to death with hammers. I'm thinking, who the fuck is Skibidi Reviews? If you have no frame of reference for how somebody tends to assign scores and what they value in a work, that number is completely meaningless. You can know that they gave something a 5 out of 10, but you have no idea what that 5 means without them explicitly telling you. Scores are meant to summarize the contents of one's personal review, so the more of the reviews you've consumed, the better idea you have of what each number means. But counterintuitively, the more familiar you are with their writing and personal tastes, the less use you have for a numerical representation of their feelings. It's always funny when people get upset about a review score from a website they don't read, from a writer they don't know. How did IGN give these two games the same rating? Well, that's an easy one. IGN didn't do shit. There is no John IGN handing out reviews to every single game. I mean, look at your own thumbnail. You can see that this game was reviewed by one Jared Green, and the other one was done by Rachel Weber. This is in fact not the same nigga. And working for the same company doesn't connect them to some game journalist hive mind.
Yeah,
now, look,
not the same person.
General distaste for game publications and love for dunking on their riveting journalism. I can't lie, I've dabbled in such tomfoolery myself, but somewhere along the way, gamers lost the plot and would rather fixate on these arbitrary numbers than make any substantive criticism. Every review, ranking your tier list video,
the man with the stash was so close up like a certain individual. Yep.
To see that all-important
Can't spell like her without IGN. Yep.
How it compares to other games' numbers. This guy's not pissed at anything said in the video, but because a different review of a different game by a different person got a higher score. Comments like these are so plentiful, you can make a whole compilation video. Shit, somebody already did. No one cares to engage with the arguments being made. If they're not obsessing over scores, then it's an isolated quote that tells you nothing about the review. It has a little something for everyone. The game really makes you feel like Batman. The exaggerated swagger of a black team. Too much water. You know, the author behind that last one actually gave the game a 7.8 out of 10, and their argument was that the prevalence of water-type Pokemon trivialized team building.
What is this? Pokemon Emerald or something? Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire? Too much water? I mean, to be fair, in Pokemon as a whole, like, water is the most common type. For some reason, it's not normal, you know? The most normal type Pokemon you can see is a water type. Water types vastly outnumber normal type Pokemon. Even back in Gen 1. You got so many normal and poison types for some reason.
Just that the map had too much water.
It's not a new complaint, but the Hoenn region is still imbalanced type-wise, heavily favoring water Pokemon.
Yeah, heavily favors it because there's so much water. Yeah, too much water while they made water encounter not as annoying and moving water faster and it's already, yeah. But hey, did you know that Vaporeon? Yeah, the classic Vaporeon.
It's especially noticeable in Alpha Sapphire since the villainous Team Aqua uses a lot of water types. It just feels like there are water Pokemon in nearly every battle, and I have an overleveled Pikachu to show for it.
Of course not. Nobody actually reads the reviews, and why should we? Everyone knows that game journalists are in the pockets of publishers, making them morally compromised and biased, and that's why I get my opinions from YouTubers.
I'm gonna plug It Takes Two into the voice meter now. I'm giving it a 95%. I don't have any complaints at all, literally not even the slightest nitpick that I could find with this game. This game is absolutely
So why not a perfect score?
Now I know you're wondering, well then why didn't I give it 100%?
Yeah, actually, I am wondering that.
I reserve 100% for games that I feel anyone of any taste can pick up and fucking fall in love with and, you know, go wild about. And the only game I would ever consider giving 100% to is Minecraft. I'm personally not a huge Minecraft fan, but I actually think it's probably the perfect video game.
Well, that's kind of fucking stupid. The method some reviewers use to avoid seeming biased is to approach a game from the perspective of a hypothetical everyman, John Gamer, if you will. They're more concerned with analyzing what they think most people want to see, because focusing on their own personal experience would be biased, and that's not useful to anybody. Reviews have to be unbiased and objective. I think this approach fails on several fronts. To be truly objective, your comments need to be based in facts, limiting your review to just verifiable observations. For instance, the game has a silent protagonist, and the story is divided into 6 chapters. The moment you draw any conclusion regarding the game's quality based on those observations, it becomes subjective. The silent protagonist makes it difficult to get invested, or the 6th chapter isn't as fleshed out as the prior ones. It goes against the way in which we consume quite literally everything. When you're eating a good-ass burger, do you ask yourself, I wonder what the average person appreciates in a burger? Or are you enjoying the flavors that are currently busting on your taste buds? Personal enjoyment exceeds any analytical lens you choose to view something through. It's the most primal reaction we have when engaging with anything, and influences any remark that follows. No matter how hard you try, you can never remove yourself from your own critique. To some extent, your personality and preferences will always bleed through. In 2012, the late film critic Roger Ebert wrote an article addressing criticism saying that he gives out positive scores too easily. His Metacritic seems to also support this claim, indicating that on average he grades 8.9% higher than other critics. He first attributes this disparity to his 4-star rating system, on which he considers 2.5 stars to still be a thumbs up, skewing his numbers higher. But even when accounting for this difference, his scores still tend to be more favorable, and he presents several possibilities as to why. 1, he just loves cinema too much. He approaches every film not with an analytical lens, but with hope and optimism, because he knows how challenging it is to get something from the page to the big screen. With all their moving parts, getting a film made is a small miracle, and Ebert believes that's worth celebrating. Like any cinephile, he also feels strongly about certain actors and has difficulty not admiring the work from his favorite directors, like Scorsese, Hitchcock, and Kurosawa. A film being in a particular genre alone will make him more likely to score it higher. Ebert concludes by expressing his distaste for people who fixate on his review scores. They ask him, how could you give that movie that many stars? But when he responds asking what exactly about the review they disagree with, it's crickets. His reviews can only speak to what he sees on the screen and how he feels about it. about it. If you see the same thing and feel differently, that's fine and should be expected. But if your beef is with some made-up number, then you can go fuck yourself. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. In short, he tends to rate films higher because of his own personal biases that he openly states and expects people to be aware of when engaging with his critique. I don't think of subjectivity as something that hurts reviews, but rather enhances them, by allowing readers to better see where the author is coming from and know if they share the same perspective. Not every critic is for every reader. I'm not a fan of horror movies, so I'm not going to lose my shit when Horror Fan 666 gives the new slasher film a 10 out of 10. That number means nothing to me or people like me. I'm not the target demographic. I play a lot of fighting games. A review from somebody new to the genre isn't something I'd watch, but if you're also new, that might be exactly what you're looking for. Despite not using scores, I've never left a Yahtzee video not knowing how he feels about a particular game. His fondness for a title is inversely proportional to the amount of snark he uses when talking about it. I like some of Donkey's videos, but I don't care to listen to him talk about any JRPG. I've seen enough from him to know that we value very different things when it comes to the genre. I get where he's coming from. I'm just not coming from that same place, and that's fine. I won't waste my energy getting upset over reviews that I never expected to agree with in the first place. I don't care what IGN, Kotaku, Game Rant, or any major news site has to say about anything. Those aren't people. They're companies that employ dozens of writers, each with their own personal tastes, beliefs, and values, all of which bias their reviews. I'll never familiarize myself with all of these writers, nor do I imagine that most people will. So I find it strange that anyone gives two shits when X publication gives arbitrary number to a certain piece of media. Following every major release, there seems to always be outrage when even a single journalist goes against the grain. Paradoxically, it's the people who claim that they hate game journalists the most that most consistently engage with their content, keeping their finger on the pulse of every article, every review, every blog post, so they can be first on the scene and farm that sweet Twitter ad. Last year, a review from Screen Rant of Black Myth Wukong came under fire for giving the game a 3 out of 5 for, quote, a lack of inclusivity and diversity. Of course, upon hearing those two words, the worst people you know assumed that the reviewer meant black people. But upon personal inspection, I can confirm that none of us were found at the scene of the crime. The author was actually referring to a lack of female characters in the game, and despite what the popular narrative might lead you to believe, this section was only some 200 words in a 2,600-word essay. Although I don't agree with the review, I found it to be incredibly inoffensive. She points out that in the 2 chapters he played for the review, the game doesn't feature any female characters. Multiple are featured prominently in the following chapters, and she should have reserved her judgment until then. But even if they weren't, a lack of diversity in my Chinese monkey game isn't something that would make me reconsider my purchase. And I think I can assume the same from people who complain about the review, but someone out there might. That's the writing she's writing for. And if it wasn't obvious, her bio plainly states those biases. Shit, I can't believe it. The writer who claims to value diversity and inclusion writes about diversity and inclusion. This is like complaining about Nazi propaganda. Meanwhile, this is who you keep in your company.
There's a lot of things that I love about Hitler.
Bro, I think the writing was on the wall. The simple fact is that these are not Screen Rant regulars stumbling across this review and getting upset. They're people who already have something that they want you to believe and actively search for stories to support what they're trying to sell. Review scores might not be great at communicating opinions, but they're exceptionally good at pushing a narrative. With their context removed, reality can be whatever you want it to be. Isolate the quotes that support you, ignore the ones that don't, and create your own desired intent. You don't need to engage with the original author. Everyone has preconceived notions of what these numbers mean, and you can rely on those visceral reactions to sell your story. No one is a blank canvas, and if you tell them what they want to hear, it's unlikely they'll dig any deeper. Viewers approach reviews with defined beliefs and decide what each score means based on those beliefs. 8 out of 10 is commonly accepted to be a fairly positive score, unless if they're talking about something that you like. Then that's a disrespectful score. And if it's something you don't like, that might as well be a perfect 10. IGN dropped a review you disagree with? Classic IGN. Too brain dead to know what a good game looks like. Game journalists suck. IGN dropped a review you agree with? Damn, this game is so good that even the dumbasses at IGN can't deny it. Game journalists suck. The existing narrative informs the approach, and the goalposts will be shifted as necessary. Anything to stay pissed off and further spread outrage. Outrage over media has become something of a currency in and of itself, and review scores have proven to be useful for farming that currency. Some YouTubers will outright make up fake scores from major publications to put in their thumbnails. Who cares if the information is readily available? The intended audience won't care to look it up because they're looking to have their
It's like blaming someone for I like cinnamon ice cream and being surprised they compared it to cinnamon ice cream. Yep. Exactly. Imagine, oh, I like this thing, so I'm gonna compare it to what I like it. Or I don't like this thing, so I'm gonna compare it to what I don't like. Right? Yeah. Right, reviews themselves are always going to be based off of some opinion. They're never going to be on fact. Because once you start looking at that, now you're just reading a spec sheet. Right? Once you start looking at facts, now you just have a spec sheet. Right? Which, unfortunately, spec sheets don't mean much today anymore, with how varied things can be, despite having the specs on the sheet these days. Right? Just look at the mobile market, where you can have, such a wide varying degree of performance between one device and another, despite having identical specs on paper. Because of all the other things around it. It's a mess. Right? Like, that's the thing, right? Like, always, a review. It's even in the word, man. So you're doing it something again, right? You're giving it another look, review, right? But you have to look at it. Right, so you're telling them what you're doing with, how you look at it again. Right, that's a review. It's gonna be from your own perspective there. You can try to force some other perspective in there if you want to rate something in there. But, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Right, if someone's gonna, want to see a review from you, they probably want to just know your opinion on it and how you see things as. Right? You'd add an extra E to it. Review. Sure, it's a review. But yeah, that's basically what it is, right? You know. But yeah, like for me personally, like if I was to review things, I'm never gonna give anything a 10 out of 10. Because to me, 10 out of 10 means it's completely perfect. Nothing you can do would ever change it to make it better. That would be that, but like, basically every game I've played, everything, there's definitely some way to improve it and make it better. And that's fine, right? Because like, I don't look at anything as like, yeah, nothing's perfect. Nothing ever will be. Right? If something was perfect, then everything else would have to be ignored. Nothing else matters anymore once you get to that perfect thing. Whatever that happens to be. Alright, then that's my perspective on it. So like, if I was to actually do reviews on something, your score is gonna be capped at like a 9 or something. A 9, maybe a 9 point something. But the 10 would always be impossible to achieve. Because there's always something that could be better, that could be changed, that could be improved, could be tweaked, replaced, or whatever. Always. You call everything greater than, greater equals 9.75 out of 10, 10 out of 10 because you use rounding. Yeah, then if you're gonna use rounding, then I'm just gonna cap it at giving scores a 9 and don't go higher. And keep it out of 10. Then I do that. Then you can't round up. Because I would never give anything a 10.
Merchants simply supply that demand, but it's not just them who use scores to further a narrative. Large gaming news sites are frequently accused of being nothing more than mouthpieces for major publishers, providing favorable coverage to their titles and lambasting those that they have no personal ties to. While grossly oversimplified, there are several explicit and implicit factors that harm the legitimacy of game journalism. In a 2015 article, Jason Schreier details the relationship between video game review scores and the developers behind those games. It's become something of an open secret that publishers offer bonuses to developers tied to Metacritic scores. Often when negotiating the initial terms of their contract, publishers will lock a portion of the amount the devs are asking for behind these conditional bonuses or royalties. In late 2010, Obsidian Entertainment were looking forward to a hefty bonus from Bethesda, following the release of Fallout New Vegas, so long as the game earned a Metascore of 85 or higher. Fast forward.
Yeah, the whole out of 10 scale just ends up, you shit make you up, yeah. Cause like at some point it's like, how are you gonna scale everything and what kind of curve do you do? Right? Like you have to figure out now, okay, and then like, you're evaluating it as what? Right? And what's like the limitations and stuff like that you're looking at? But, like there's so many different things, right? And even then, it's like when you go look at the thing there. So instead, it's like, you look at it, it's like, how much do you like it out of whatever? Right? So, like, the thing is, the way I like to sometimes think about it is now... No, actually, you know, fuck it. Best way to do it, instead, everything's a 10 out of 10, and you start deducting points. Every single issue or anything that would degrade it, you start with 10 out of 10, and then you start removing points. Or you make it out of 100 or 1,000 points, and everything that has a problem, you will just choose how bad it is, how much it detracts from it, and you just subtract from the score. And you keep going until you get through the entire thing. Maybe we should all go by that scale. And you just look at things to deduct points for, instead. You pay more attention, and you look for things that you're gonna complain about, or things you want changed, or whatever, and you start deducting points. Right? Maybe we should start doing it that way. We go from everything starts off as 10 out of 10, and we start reducing the point score as time goes on, based off of what's going on in there. Maybe that's another way to look at it. Right, but then again, like, each person will value different things differently. No adding points, only subtracting points. No adding points, only subtracting. No adding, because it would make no sense. Because you're starting off with perfect score and then deducting for problems. Right? Is adding to the denominator okay? A asymptotic approach? Sure. Fine.
for a few weeks and damn. Speaking with someone close to the situation, Schreier found this bonus to be worth $1 million, just over 14K that would have gone into the pockets of every Obsidian employee. When there's such a clear monetary incentive to higher metascores, companies are encouraged not to make quality games, but to make well-reviewed games. And to that end, place pressure on critic sites or cater their games to the ones reviewing. Some companies go as far as to hire consultants or critics to play early builds of their game and write mock reviews to predict how that game will be received and identify changes that may result in higher score. Companies that make games and companies that review them have always had a you scratch my back, I scratch yours type relationship. Their dynamic is interdependent by its very nature. These publications do a hell of a lot more than just review. They premiere, promote, feature exclusive interviews and inside information, all of which bring more eyes to those properties. Developers and publishers provide them with the access needed to produce that content. News sites will want to maintain that access, and game companies will want favorable coverage. The nuances of how they score or their specific system doesn't matter, since all publishers look at is that final aggregate number. What constitutes a good score is explicitly set by the ones holding the money, and they're free to restrict access from anyone they think could keep them from hitting that goal. Take a look at this. This right here is the 7 out of 10, but I like to call it Schrodinger's review score. It exists in a superposition of both being approval and disapproval. It's high enough that it won't tank the aggregate score, but it's not high enough to seem like glowing praise. 7 is indifference. It's appeasement that seeks to be as inoffensive as possible. Despite being on the upper half of that scale, this is what the numbers come to represent for many people, with some theorizing that the abundance of 7s from outlets like IGN is evidence enough that reviewers are paid off by AAA publishers. Throughout 2024, IGN gave no games a 0, a 1, or a 2. They gave 3 3s, 3 4s, and 17 5s. 25 titles received a 6, and 61 titles received a 7. There were 67 8s, 36 9s, and just 3 10 out of 10s. While it's undeniable that their reviews tend to lean towards the upper end of the scale, the truth of the matter isn't quite as flagrant. IGN's review of last year's Star Wars Outlaws in particular was heavily criticized for what many believe to be an undeserved 7 out of 10, and the criticisms only got worse after IGN released another article some months later advertising a sale for the game complete with an affiliate link. The article directly references that same review and calls the game one of their favorite at the sales event, indicating a clear conflict of interest. This conflict is something that's always existed in game journalism.
IGN scores
you can find 2-page spreads dedicated to
a fraction out of 10
pages
square it.
Review for that same exact game. Just another product of how closely tied
I
these
don't
two
think
parts
so,
of the industry
man.
are. Former IGN writer Alana Pierce released a YouTube video discussing the backlash and offering an explanation for the prevalence of 7s. The video's not great, but it demonstrates
Like,
how
I'm
the
gonna
perception
be
of these numbers
honest.
can be influenced by working in the industry. She says that the lower
With
half
a
of the
lot
scale
of
is so
these
rarely
gotchas,
used
I
because
just
it's
do
reserved for
not feel
cheaply
like
made indie
touching
games that
them
barely
or
function.
playing
The
them.
complex systems and standard of quality set by AAA titles tend to put them on the upper end of the scale. That lower portion
Because like
has
they
to
all
exist
end up
so they can score
having
everything
like
from the
similar issues and problems in all of them. Some are far worse than others. And it's like, eh. But yeah, like if it's a 7 out of 10 ends up being 0.49, yeah, 0.49. Yeah, or 4.9 out of 10. Yeah, I just square them all. Everything goes down. Yeah, that's definitely one way to go about handling scores. Why stop at squaring them? Why not cube them? Fuck it, factor in, why don't you, raise it to I if you want? Or what's the thing that people like to, spread around on that chess form? The funny chess place on Reddit? How about to raise it to PP? You know? They call it, they said the PP, where they have, they have pi I, right, for PP. So then you raise it to pi times, square root of -1 times pi to the square root of -1. Raise it to that. Let's be honest, what is the point of a scale out of 10 if you never use half of it? Exactly. What is the point? Maybe we should just, again, this kind of why I'm like, you know what? Maybe we should just go with a different scale where everything starts with perfect score, but then we start deducting points based on everything that goes on. Use the other half. Yeah? I mean, for me, if I was to, like, review things, like, depending on the things are there and how many issues crop up, like, the things that I would deduct points on and praise are not the same as, let's say, someone who plays, like, the average gacha game player, where they don't actually value the gameplay or level design, they don't care. And then they just care about the other thing in there, right? Where they only care about flashy visuals for a lot of them and the art, where that's the only thing that matters. Well, for me, it's the actual content of the level of the game or whatever. And I would tend to value, let's say, level design far more than someone who plays WoW or Genshin all day, where they basically don't have any, right? And, like, to me, for example, you could put up fucking Sonic 06 side by side next to fucking Genshin and WoW, and I would still look at fucking Sonic 06, as terrible as a game that is, more favorably. Just because one actually has level design in it. And the other one is just a blank and plain empty open world that uses the open world just as a marketing point. Right? Like, even some actual bad games that, like, everyone agrees on, I'd still look more favorably than some of these gotchas. If, like, it's gonna be an aspect they have. But also, it's like, how do you take the rating score between different genres, right? Because, like, how you would rate a tower defense game probably wouldn't work up against, I don't know, a card game, right? Because, like, they're not the same type of genre. Or, like, you know, an action RPG with stealth elements. Or, like your typical one of those. You know, your story different, you know, your story-driven single-player action combat game with stealth elements. I wonder how many games those just described. Or, like, a shooter game, right? Or, like, an MMO. Like, they're different genres and they have different things they need to do. But, yeah. But it seems like a pretty fishy review. I mean... I've put the things side by side before, man. You tell me what looks more interesting. Right, like, fuck, let's say, what, Kingdom? When someone just took the stage and imported and, like, it fixed it. The one about Nier? But yeah. Alright, like, let's say we look at Kingdom Valley here. Right, Sonic 06 right here, by the way. Despite how linear it is, it does feel more open than some open worlds. Which is kind of funny. I don't know why a linear fucking game can feel more open than an open world game. But that's the world we live in, man. No, this is someone remaking it in Unity. They just took all the stuff from Sonic 06 and put it into Unity. Yeah, even Pokemon feels more open. Like, that's the sad part, man. How the fuck this shit ends up feeling more open than an open world? But that's the world we live in. Like, imagine. Like, it's so sad. I can take, like, a random Sonic 06 stage. Yeah, and this is why, like, level design. If you're valuing, like, actual level design, if you're gonna value, let's say, rate an open world game, and you value level design, you look at these fucking gacha games that come out, it's like, well, I heavily value this, your game has literally none of this, so you're going to score a 0 because you don't have it, and I'm looking for this, right? Or like, oh, your game has this, but then I have to figure out, okay, what do I set as my benchmark for, let's say, a 10, and where does it fit between there, right? But yeah, like, with me, like, you make an open world or whatever, actually put stuff in there and do stuff in there with it. If it's just a bunch of assets thrown around, you know, then, like, that I don't care for, why, and then I'm only doing it for the 3D models, why don't I just rip the 3D models and put it into something else? That's my mindset. Yup. Right? Like, isn't that crazy? You just saw, like, that one section there too, right? This stage is very linear. But, like, you see this, like, you could go there. There's a thing over there. Oh, this guy jumps off, he's gonna do something else. Oh, you could go up there, but no, he's like, no, I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna go over here. But, like, that's the other thing too, right? Like, and then you have, like, Mario games, for example, is another platformer one, right? Mario games, they play completely different to this shit. But they also have pretty decent level design in Mario games, but they don't have the same type of feel and stuff like that. And like the thing is, like with a Mario game as well, you look at Mario games, they're not very open either. They don't have that many different things in there. Yes, they'll have some with like a larger area to move around in, but they don't have as much, let's say, like replayability with them. But like with Mario games, you're gonna get a lot more stages, for example, than like let's say this type of game, right? Even like, let's say the original Mario Bros on the NES, how many stages do you have there, right? You have 3 per world, 8 worlds, 24 levels. But then like you look at Sonic 1, how many stages do you have? Right? You have Green Hill, you have Marble Zone, and then you had, what was the other zone in there? And then there was like Starlight, Scrap Brain Zone, Labyrinth Zone, Spring Yard Zone. Right? So like what? Yeah, like what, 6, 7 areas, whatever? You know? You have a lot less, but one is a lot more replayable than the other despite having less, because the way they design them. But yeah. Because like even the fucking 2D Sonics, they have so many branching pathways in them. But yeah, I never played Bubsy 3D, so I don't know much about Bubsy. But like another thing though that you have to think about with level design is, how well does it incorporate the tools you're given to navigate the stuff? Right? Because like the problem is if you have like some like a Sonic moveset and you go drop them into a lot of these open world games, reality is you're gonna run to the end of the map in like 10 seconds or something. Not 10 seconds, but like in a minute or something. You're just gonna be at the complete opposite end because you're just gonna zoom through it. When they like and this is like assuming, you know, we have the nerfed Sonic, not the actual lore max speed Sonic that he can actually move at, because you know in the games you never have him actually running at his like the freaking speed you sometimes see him in cutscenes and stuff. Right? How Domain 9 is large than all of, yeah, because like the thing is you have to build the stuff around your movement tools, right? That is like how you make the level design a lot more interesting and more impactful. You build it around what you're given, right? So if you have all these tools for movement and you move a lot faster, well, to accommodate them, you have to also make the areas a lot bigger. Like, here's the thing, right? The average 3D modern Sonic stage, like a boost Sonic stage, if we exclude Sonic Forces, right? We pretend Sonic Forces doesn't exist. But let's say we take like a regular Sonic Unleashed stage, a Sonic Generations modern Sonic stage, or a Sonic, or one from Shadow Generations, right? Those ones. And if you were to look at the map, they're fucking enormous. A lot of these open world games, the actual maps in them are smaller than one Sonic level that you will clear in like 3 to 5 minutes. Right? The reason why I excluded Sonic Frontiers is because they literally recycled older Sonic stage sections, and because of that, you know, a lot of the stages you can speedrun in under a minute because Sonic moves so fast. But like that was kind of the point of that. Because it was supposed to be like, oh, you're in the cyberspace thing of your memories or whatever. So, like, a lot of the stages are, like, cleared in a minute. That was kind of the point, despite how massive they still are. Right, just like Pokemon games towns, there are only a couple of houses, a gym, and a Pokemart, instead of bustling cities. Yeah, because the problem is, if you make them large bustling cities, you're going to have to speed up the thing. Otherwise, well, how fast do you walk down the street in your city to get into things, right? Like, and if you were to try to make that realistic, and even then, even if you do scale for that, you have to now fill the space, and it ends up not being a great use of your time when the reason why you're playing a Pokemon game isn't to go interact with random NPCs in a city. It's to go capture, battle, Pokemon and go on your little adventure thing, right? Like, that's the kind of whole thing in there. You're not really spending much time in the cities and towns outside of using the facilities and maybe doing a couple story segments. Right, you look at Pokemon ZA and rebuilding Lumios to scale than one 3DS, yeah. Instead, they're scaling Lumios to be fucking massive with, like, all the wild zones and whatever, and all the things going on there. But, like, most of the space is you dealing with, like, wild encounters or trainer battles and stuff like that placed around. Right? It's, like, not the same. Yeah, you also couldn't fit in the original Game Boy. But, like, at the same time, like, the problem with a lot of open worlds, where if they're only focused on just fidelity, for example, which, yes, we're also talking about, you know, with some of the gotchas out there, how they're approaching it, but also, like, a lot of, like, the Ubisoft games and a bunch of other open world games out there, it's just like, you take the actual gameplay activity people actually want to do and play, except you're panning it out and stopping them from doing it, and slowing them down to a crawl until they can maybe do what they're there for. That's what it ends up feeling like in a lot of them, too. Because it's just all empty, wasted space. That's why, for me, it's like, if you're gonna put this stuff in there, make use of it. Actually do something with it. Otherwise, it's just, it feels like a waste. It's pointless. It's also why, like, I'm not a fan of just tick box simulator, right? If I play your game and it feels like I'm just doing checkbox simulator, is what I'm actually doing. Like, I have like a to-do list and I'm just checking off items on a to-do list. If that's your experience, I'm also gonna like rate it lower. Because like, if I wanted to just go mess around with check boxes and stuff, why don't I just open a spreadsheet and start putting numbers and stuff in there and go do something else? Why don't I go learn how to be a fucking tax accountant or something so that I can do it myself instead of like hiring an accountant every year to go organize my shit so I can send the government information that they already know. Right? But like, yeah, like if I start looking at like, okay, I'm just doing checkbox simulator like that, I'm gonna look at it as if I'm like actually filling up forms to tick checkboxes. If that's what the gameplay ends up feeling to me, I'll compare it to that. But again, this is why like reviews should be looked at as subjectively. Yeah, mostly like having a whole underground. Yeah, who knows how like they'll handle like the other stuff in ZA. Can't wait for it to crawl on the Switch 1 and run at like 2 seconds per frame. Yeah, Quantity has a quality of its own, I guess. It's just that not everyone values it the same. Right? Not everyone values it the same. And sometimes less is more. But like, yeah. Like, it's funny how like I can pull up even a bad game like Sonic 06 and use it as an example though. Cause like, the reason why Sonic 06 is bad is the story is, a lot of people agree that it's not good. It has its own weird tones and vibes in there. The character models of the stuff are very inconsistent. And the game is an unplayable, buggy mess, right? But then, if you took out those issues and you looked at what's left, right, if you were to clean it up, you know, hey, it's actually a decent game if you remove all of that crap. So, like, that's, like, another way to also look at it. If I remove the issues from the game that I had, would I still like it too? Would I like it more? Does it like meaningfully improve things for me? As well as like another way I would look at things too. When like if I was to give things a score. Because, like, again, with, like, some of these open world games, like, especially the gachas, even if I remove, let's say, I don't like the grinding, the chore stuff in there that's heavily gated, or the story that that's, like, so awful you want to skip through all of that, even if they fixed it, what's left? Do I want to still deal with it? With a lot of the gachas, like, it's not even just those things. Not really, no. Right? So that's why I look at it when I play in games, like, in the gacha stuff, when they're... Am I willing to tolerate with the problems? Because there's going to be issues anyways. Am I willing to tolerate with them? With what I get out of it? Yeah, like, you deal with what? Exactly, there's nothing left. Right? If I look at it like I would want to remove or replace everything, basically, there's nothing left. And then now, when you have nothing left, well, now you have nothing. Right? Like, you just straight up have nothing. So what's nothing? It's a 0. Right? Like, there's that other aspect to look at it, too. I feel like, yeah, there is some more merit to just giving everything a perfect score and then reducing points and deducting points instead. Because again, like, nothing is perfect. Right? Because then you're focusing on what might be your pain points and stuff like that. You're looking at what the potential issues are, and if it's a deal breaker or not, and if it is, how much of a deal breaker it is. Rather than looking at the other way. Yeah, 0 divided by 0 is 0. Good, content out of 0. Good content. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could look at it that way. Better than dividing anything else out of 0. But yeah, like for me, again, it's like, if all the game has is just visuals and nothing else, why don't I just look at the art instead if that's all I care for? More like, yeah, if you remove all the pain, there's no game left. Because that's the problem with most gachas. There is no game. That's why I find it like a pain to play and even bother with most of them. Because if you remove the problem, you have nothing left. Right? And you can't rate something that doesn't exist. Exactly. Well, you can rate it something that doesn't exist a 0 out of something that does exist instead. If you do it that way.
The latest Call of Duty to Little Timmy's first game in RPG Maker, even if the latter is unlikely to ever receive coverage.
Games that come out do not have even like an inch of the complexity or nuance that you are used to in AAA video games. Bad UI, unintuitive controls, just all of the things that net them somewhere between 1 to 5 on a game review scale. That means that they kind of need the space for the 5 to 10 for the other game.
The IGN website actually has a page explaining their scoring system and features a short description of each number along with some examples. It doesn't make much sense to calibrate the review scale around games that aren't featured on them, and IGN's own description doesn't seem to agree with this sentiment. But working for the company and seeing these high scores be the norm, it tracks that she'd rationalize this as the system working as intended. When publishers, game journalists, and the average consumer look at this review scale, each one sees something completely different. Alana concludes the video by saying,
Jill, if you just remember that it's just some fucking guy's opinion. I used to be that fucking guy. It's just some fucking guy has an opinion on something. That's all a game review is.
Which is true, I agree. Reviews are ultimately the opinion of an individual, and things will be a hell of a lot better if that's how they were treated. But as we've seen, that's not how people perceive them, nor is that how game companies want you to perceive them. A 10 is a 10. No matter who writes the review, that number is treated as a stamp of approval from that site, and publishers will make damn sure you know. We've all seen Game of the Year re-releases, with these PNGs with a game in the center surrounded by high scores and the websites they came from. This is the ultimate goal, meaningless praise with no context or nuance to give the impression of universal acclaim. It's the entire rationale behind accolades trailers. Companies taking a victory lap and highlighting all the nice things critics said about their product. Hey, you might be on the fence about our game, but have you considered that GamePro.de said eine wunderbare Mischung aus allem, was wir an Zelda lieben? Come on, you gotta buy the game now. You just gotta. Lords of the Fallen is a fairly unremarkable Souls-like from 2023 that received mixed reviews. Meanwhile, its accolades trademark looks like this. This shit is not representative of the general sentiment surrounding this game.
But it's the German school grade scale.
On Metacritic, it's sitting at a 75% Metascore, and
yeah, but then 90% of those 10 out of 10s are from no-name websites, yeah?
6.7 user score, but there's nothing stopping them from just scraping the best reviews off the top to make it seem like the game was received better than it actually was. If IGN don't got me, IGN friends got me. Making a good game that's released to critical acclaim
one is the best and the highest
because just like
numbers
those
are
YouTubers
worse.
selling
Yeah.
outrage, maintaining the agenda is their top priority. People like to pretend that these media outlets are obsolete and no longer read by anybody, but the truth is that they still have an influence over the public's purchasing decisions. Publishers wouldn't value their coverage so greatly if they didn't, or more specifically, the numbers attached to that coverage. Square Enix has directly cited Metascores as a key factor used to predict sales. Retailers ask publishers for Metascore predictions to decide which games they want to stock their shelves with. Anything they can do to optimize that score, they will. Of course, the problem's not so egregious that companies will directly demand a particular score. They can't openly coerce review sites with threats or financial opportunities. Well, except for that one time where they did just that. Back in November of 2007, editorial director at GameSpot, Jeff Gerstmann, was fired for giving a 6 out of 10 to the game Kane and Lynch Dead Men. The decision to terminate him was reached after the game's publisher, Eidos Interactive, threatened to pull advertising from their site. When recounting the events 5 years later, Jeff mentions that although it rarely ends in termination, this kind of pressure from publishers is far from an isolated incident.
I guess that what had happened was that the publisher of the game had threatened to pull advertising money. It's probably key to note that that's actually not, that happens a fair amount in this line of work. It's not all the
Typically, companies try to game the system through far more tacit means. They'll offer preferential treatment to certain news outlets, early access coverage, exclusive preview events, paid flights and hotels. None of these perks are provided with an established agreement that they'll receive anything in return. Certainly not positive review scores, but of course, they won't want to give a bad review score because of the implication. You think you're getting flown out, wined and dined for a 5 out of 10?
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
If a publisher suspects that a certain critic might give a less than stellar review, then they can simply not give them access. They can't stop them from buying a copy, but they won't have access to an early review code.
Yep, they can just not give them access, and that's the problem.
In this industry, access is everything. Fans are chomping at the bit for any content on their most anticipated games. I've seen what a lack of content does to a fandom. The hype train has no brakes. These days, people pay a premium to play games 3 days early, and the reviews have to be out well before the games. If you want to remain competitive, your review has to be among those first out the gate. But if you want a code, you'll have to play nice. AAA games sell the most in the weeks immediately following their launch, so that initial impression is what publishers most carefully construct. CD Projekt Red notoriously
and they can sell more slop.
Cyberpunk on launch, figuring that the performance issues wouldn't be a problem, so long as they quickly got copies into the hands of ignorant fans. In October of last year, Vextralife put out a video on Dragon Age the Veilguard that I can only describe as self-aware, yet painfully oblivious. The video goes over the interactions with the game's publisher EA leading up to its launch. They describe how they've been in constant communication with EA regarding the title and assured that they'd be receiving a review code. Come September, Vextralife, along with several other journalists and content creators, were invited to an exclusive preview event and made videos about their hands-on experience with the game. Vextralife praised the game, but also gave a fair bit of criticism. Following this video, they'd be ghosted by their contacts at both EA and BioWare, and that review code started seeming a little bit less certain. Of course, they were never worried that they'd be denied a code, and they were sure to let you know.
Asked me why my criticisms were worded more cautiously, and asked me if I was concerned when I made my video that I'd be denied access to a review code. To which, of course, I replied, no, I'm not worried about getting denied access to a review code. That simply doesn't happen in the gaming industry. But I was not concerned about this at all. I reassured him that he shouldn't be concerned about this because it's just not really a thing in the gaming industry. It's so rare that it shouldn't scare someone into not saying what they think about a game.
Only to then say,
as a result, we discovered that we were essentially getting fake reassurances that we were getting a code to keep us happy while denying us access to the Veilguard.
Once EA started sending out codes and they were among the recipients, it became clear that they were being blackballed, and that didn't sit too well with them.
It is feeling like EA is deliberately trying to prevent us from telling you what we think about the game, and they want you to hear it from someone else. So you then
because
have to
they're
ask yourself,
specifically
why
view botting.
what is their angle? What are they trying to accomplish?
Vextralife, those guys stopped streaming because they were basically view botting. Yeah. Once you get caught, it is what it is, man. View botting stuff is its own disaster. Imagine view botting. Well, it is what it is.
By doing this. Just think about this for a second. If you're on the EA end and you're trying to manipulate review scores because you want high review scores, what are you going to do?
But also, like, view botting is against terms of service on a lot of these platforms, man. Shit's just crazy, though.
I'm going to research press and content creators and what they usually give to games score-wise to give you a general idea of
yeah,
how
like
they're going to review your
embedding
game.
your stream on every page of your
It's trying
website,
to come
yeah.
to you from this angle of a noble whistleblower, sticking it to the man, and exposing the truth about Dragon Age Veilguard reviews. They say things like,
but what I want to talk about today is going to impact the way that you watch reviews today, the ones that are coming out today, and this information should not be kept from you.
As if this practice is something that they just became privy to. There's no way in hell you've been in the industry for this long and are just now finding out how publishers game the system. Vextralife points to other channels to let you know that
because, like,
they're not the only ones
fake
being shafted,
viewers,
but they
you're not
still
going to
tell
get
our audience that they were
anywhere.
never worried about being denied a code because that's just not a thing that happens.
Like, here's the other thing, too, right? It's like, let's say you have, like, an affiliate thing, right? The affiliate thing is a bit different because it's like, people actually have to engage with whatever you're pushing out, right? So, like, fake view bots, they're not going to engage with that. But, like, it's also kind of funny how the sponsors didn't realize sooner, because they usually give them, like, special links and stuff like that, and, like, try to at least guess what the engagement rate is, because, like, obviously most people aren't going to click on the thing, right? They're just not going to. But there's still, like, a certain percentage of people that will still engage with it. Right? But, like, if you're view botting, whatever the engagement rate is going to be significantly lower for the thing. Right? Because, like, you can look at it as well, like, on natural views on a YouTube video, for example, you're probably gonna see maybe like 5-10% views versus total engagements. Like between 5 and 10% is natural. But then when you see stuff like below that line, you can definitely tell there's probably some botting going on. Right? And like the thing is still like we're still looking at like for every 10 to 20 views, you might have one interaction. Whether that is like a like, a dislike, or a comment. Or all of them. Just one of those. Yeah, it doesn't help that like Vstreamer had put faulty info because they want to be first and pay huge money. Yeah. It is what it is, man.
It's not that it doesn't happen, it just doesn't happen to them, and now that it has, it's a problem. The question I find myself asking is, would this video exist if they had gotten a code? And honestly, I don't believe that it would. ToFLive is far more concerned with emphasizing how mild their criticisms were, rather than how slimy restricting access due to good faith criticism is to begin with.
And just to illustrate how mild that our criticisms were of the Veilguard, after publishing our impressions video, we got called shills. Some people accused us of being paid by Bioware and EA to promote the game, which of course we're obviously not.
They were perfectly fine with the arrangement when it was mutually beneficial. From their perspective, games companies reach out with opportunities, they turn that into content, and that's just the way things are. This was just a gentle reminder that that relationship is conditional. Whether it's billion-dollar corporations trying to increase profits by any means, or misinformation merchants peddling perpetual outrage and driving discourse, nobody's actually trying to incite any meaningful discussion by throwing around these numbers. If they are, they probably said a lot more than just that, and that's far more worth engaging with than some silly digits. The title of this video isn't exactly true. They do serve a purpose, just not one that serves you. The way that scores are currently used, everyone stands to benefit except for the average consumer, who supposedly they exist to inform. In practice, they're nothing more than conduits for petty arguments and disinformation. It's a bit ironic that YouTube is now in an age of 5-hour retrospectives and video essays, but it seems like media discourse has never been worse. Everything is either ass or it's gas. It's peak or it's bleak. And don't ever disagree with somebody or they'll hit you with that media literacy diff. There is thoughtful discussion to be had. It's just buried under piles of discourse with a capital D, most of which simply isn't worth your time. Learn to sit back and observe. Not everything needs a reaction. Stick to just a couple of voices whose opinions you respect and perspective you understand. People you don't need to hear a score from, and when opinions differ, you can chop it up or just agree to disagree. The folks around you will always be better than some journalist or YouTuber. The next time the homie checks out that thing you recommended, instead of asking what they rated out of 10, just ask what they liked about it. I guarantee that you'll both have so much more to say. Unless it's The Lord of the Rings. Those movies are ass. 2.561 out of 10. It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Okay. There we go with that one. Let's go to the next thing then. Wait, we got these announcement trailers, whatever, sent. Chasing Cade the Rider? What is this? What is this? Motorcycle game? Oh, wait, we have this thing sped up. Oh, I think we have to be careful with music, though. I think we gotta be careful with music. The fuck? I'll just play some other background track just in case. I'll just do that. So they're playing guitars, they have motorcycles. You got these weird transforming people here. Okay. They kissed. Now we have something going on with this girl here. Something's coming out of her shoes. Alright, now she just jumps off the stage. Now they're skydiving onto a motorcycle while people are watching them. Okay, they're hitting the things with the motorcycle. Everyone going for urban open world, yeah. But I wonder how many of them are actually gonna use the open world. Like, cause like, here's the thing, right? They all make the urban open world, but what the fuck are they doing with them? Right? Like, what the fuck are they gonna do with the open world? It's the same problem I have with, like, the other ones, even without urban style. It's like, okay, open world, but what are you doing with the open world? Is it going to be an empty shell and that's just going to be your background aesthetic? Or are you actually gonna, like, take a step back and figure out what the hell you're gonna do with the world? Right? Like, that huge difference and distinction is what sets GTA, right, the Grand Theft Auto series, apart from literally any other urban open world game that you can play right now, right? It's part of why, right, like Grand Theft Auto and Rockstar is being put on a pedestal and is like in the place that they are in, right? Whether or not you like all the other stuff in there, you cannot deny how well they make use of the world that they create or the maps they make, right? Like, it's not an empty open world, yeah, like Starfield. I mean, like, the Starfield is, like, part of the problem there with, like, Starfield's problem is it's in space. And you can't do much shit in space without completely changing and distorting the rules of it. It's why, like, a space exploration game, it's honestly not a good type of game if you're trying to make it more realistic. Because it's fucking empty. Yeah, because fucking space is empty, man. We're talking, like, in space, we talk about measuring things in like, units of how long would it take, like, how far will a beam of light travel after a year as our fucking unit of measurement, right? We're measuring shit in, like, how far the speed of light travels in a year. That's our unit of measurement for a lot of shit in space. Because there's fucking nothing of note all over it within any, like, shorter distance apart. Everything is so far apart, we start measuring things in that way. Right? Because there's nothing else there. And, like, that's kind of the problem there. Like, if you want to have, like, open world space game, the space part, don't make it open. Maybe turn it into a hub part. But then when you land and arrive on your planets or whatever nodes, then you can make that one a more smaller, more confined open world so you can design around that. And just have multiple of them. That's, like, the only way to really make the space thing not ass. But even then, you still need to figure out what you're gonna put on your maps. Yeah, like, being a good simulator doesn't mean it's a good game. Exactly. Right? Like, just because you're good at simulating something, just because you're as, like, realistic on something, doesn't mean it's a great time, it's fun, or whatever. Right? And, like, that's the thing as well, like, that's, like, another important word there that people tend to forget with a lot of games out there. Is it fun? Right? Where is the fun part? And the thing is, like, at a lot of these companies, the F word, the three-letter F word, isn't used. They don't think about it at all. Right? Just look at fucking Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog these days. They don't like to use the word fun. And then you see the shit they put out, it's like, yeah, that figures. Right? Simulators can still be oddly fun, though. Exactly, but you have to be, like, super into that specific thing, right? Like, a lot of people still play, like, Flight Simulator. Right? And it's just a flying simulator. It's a flight sim. And they'll go crazy and, like, make these crazy elaborate setups, or they're like racing sims or whatever. Because, like, the thing is, like, a racing sim game and, let's say, like, going to play, like, an arcade racing game, right? Like, the way the cars drive and stuff like that, they're not the same. And then, if you want an even bigger disconnect from that, go play Mario Kart. And the game feels even more different, despite all being types of racing games. They're all gonna feel and play completely different from each other. Right, and then the Mario Kart case, it's gonna be a lot slower than the others, but also everything controls and handles differently. Yeah, it's also for, like, when you say, you should go to Race IRL if you like simulators. They're not the same. Right? They're not quite the same. Yeah, simulators are one hell of a lot safer, though. That, too. Yep, simulators are way safer than doing the real thing. Because if you fuck up in a simulator, at least you're still alive and you're uninjured, or you didn't injure someone else, you're uninjured, you're still alive, nothing is broken. But if you fuck up in real life, driving a plane, like driving a car or flying a plane, not only are you at risk, the things around you are at risk, potential other things like for the plane in the airspace are at risk, and whatever is down below when you have inevitably crash land from your accident are also at risk. Yeah, Starfield just isn't a good simulator, yeah. Yeah, except you have a keyboard setup and you have anger issues. I mean, with the simulators, the people who are actually super into simulators, they probably have, like, actual shit going on to mess around with that they really like. For the people who are really into that stuff, they probably have, like, a flight stick or a racing wheel, the pedals. They might even have, like, their own cockpit gaming setup that they made just to do that. They might even add extra things for more immersion to their setup that some of them will do, right? But yeah, I mean, like, it's just a lot of the open worlds in a lot of these games just end up feeling very meh. Like, for me, I value more, what I value is, like, them at least trying to do something with them, right? I'm gonna at least be like, okay, that's nice, at least they tried. But yeah, people have tilting chairs to simulate acceleration by exploiting gravity. Yup. Super Mario Simulator. I mean, again, like, it's a simulator. If you like that stuff, great, have fun with that. If you don't, well, you're not gonna like it anyways. If you don't like it. But yeah, what the hell is this thing even about that we're looking at here? Weird racing game or something? Because all I see so far is just a bunch of girls on motorcycle throwing cards or shooting each other. Yeah, probably. That's what it looks like. We have zero gameplay in there. All CG trailer, zero gameplay. And I guess we saw the main character that's gonna have the harem, I guess. Okay, character screen. I just muted the audio earlier because I didn't want copyright music. There's a game to play Block Trover, yeah. It's like an out to just cutscene stuff no gameplay, yeah. Okay, we're looking at character UI stuff. They got a motorcycle, yeah. Okay. I mean, hey, you get to stare at asses if that's what you're into here. Turn-based game with cards. It's one of these. Alright, this is your reverse 1999. Your cat fantasy game, turn-based gameplay here. You get your skill cards, you use them during the thingy. You have a certain amount of points you can spend during your turn. Right, this is your gameplay here. If you like this, cool. Yeah, crazy how Ananta got away with 2 trailers without gameplay, yeah. Idea for fun open world, hide a black market somewhere, hidden treasure, secret bosses too, sprinkle a bunch of settlements that alert to the story editing and its theoretical yeah. Yep. Well, there's a lot of things you can do in an open world. But a lot of these games don't bother to explore anything with them. Which is just sad and unfortunate. Yeah, I just see turn-based gameplay here. And they're showing other characters here. Yeah, so your fights are them just they're chasing after the enemies on their motorcycles and attacking things. This is your gameplay here. Yeah, I don't really care. It's a major turn off. Just take a U-turn out. Just take a nice U-turn out into a different direction. Alright, Black Bacon. Someone said something about this game. What is this? The fuck is this 18-minute broadcast? Do we have, like, just gameplay stuff? I don't care about an 18-minute broadcast. What is this game?
Is it time to put an end to this?
What is this shit? Tower of Babel, okay.
I've been waiting for you for so long. So long. So long. The library is very important to me. Aside
Okay.
from it, I don't have anything else.
Why not? Why don't you like bacon? You heard it as Black Bacon? And I was very confused for a minute. Try watching Odin Valhalla Rising, okay. Black Bacon sounds delicious. Don't you like bacon? What's wrong with bacon?
It's okay. I'm still alive. Black Beacon. Download now.
Alright, this is only mobile only. This is what it looks like too, so like, nah. They got their PC store thing. 100k plus downloads. Oh look, your two buttons again in your character swap. It's another one of those, man. I've played it before. You play one of these, you've played all of them. Unique dedicated weapon system. Why not just come with the stupid little doohickey that you're supposed to? I mean, this literally just looks like every other fucking game here, man. Thanks, Tower. Unique strategic combo system. It's literally every fucking gacha game. With action combat. They're all the same. Some just have more buttons than others. This one doesn't have a jump button to have that more button than others. Yeah, like the fucking Buzz Lightyear, everything's the same meme. Right? The only difference is, yeah, different character, different story, different enemy models. But at the end, it's all the same. It looks like Crystal of Allen? Not really, man. I guess. I don't know, I haven't seen what it looks like on mobile. But like, yeah, like, they're all the fucking same. But yeah, like, to me, this does look like solo leveling. Because this is what the solo leveling UI basically looks like. And there's nothing wrong with it looking like that, it's just that when we have all this stuff like this, it's kind of a tall tale thing that it's just the same game that you played before. And I don't really care that much about playing these. I mean, heck, what was that rant that I got very disliked by the Kuro bots a while back? Where was that video? Oh yeah, this video I made 3 months ago that the Kuro bots did not like. Right, my opinions on that type of stuff is in there too. But it's just like, eh? Like, if that's all you got, I'll just play something else. But yeah, the devs need to come up with new ideas and stuff. Exactly. Right? At the same time, like, they're just kind of boring, man. I just find it funny how I find Infinity Nikki of all games to be significantly more engaging than like 99% of the gachas I've played. And it's like extremely simple and dumbed down. Yet I find it way more engaging because it's a fucking platformer. At least has some things in there, right? Although, like, basically most updates is just like log in to claim your shit, log out, come back the next day to do the same. But at least it takes me less than a minute to do that, so I don't really care that much. It's like, I'll just actually play the game when there's actual content to do then. Right, I can actually just take a break and like do that. But with a lot of these other gachas, they kind of don't really give you that leeway. Otherwise, when you come back, you're like so far behind you can't do shit. And it's like, oh, I want to come back to pull this new character to play this new character. You can't even do that because of all the other shit you gotta deal with in order to do that. Yeah, like, no wonder no one got balls to Coffee Toff. Right, like, that's like the thing, right? The ones I end up playing are the ones that end up being completely different and on their own. Because everything else is just the same crap. And it's not really interesting or whatever. It's like, why would I play this when I can just play an actual game instead that won't have my problems that this thing does? I don't have to tolerate the bullshit. But that's my mindset there. That's me, myself. Right, that's how I feel about the vast majority of gacha games. Right, if ToF wasn't like ToF, like if ToF was literally just like a fucking Genshin clone, I would have quit ToF and stopped playing it 3 years ago. I would have stopped, like, I would have stopped before the game even released when I was playing the first beta for Global. I would have stopped then. Right? Like, I would have stopped then. If it was like that. But it's not. Odin Valhalla Rising, MMORPG, also gacha. But yeah. I mean, it does, but not completely. There's a lot of parallels there too, yeah, because they use it as a foundation. But it did have enough different that I was like, okay, I'm okay with dealing with this for now. We'll see where it goes from here. Like, it was different enough where I'm like, fine, I'll tolerate it. You know? But yeah, like, 1.0 definitely was very scuffed. Oh, but yeah, what's this other one that was sent? Etheria Restart. What is Etheria Restart? Okay, avoid a world-ending calamity. Yeah, you can see more than 20 people on your screen, and yeah, they aren't NPCs. They're already more than enough to differentiate. I mean, the thing is, ToF itself, like, the thing is, ToF 1.0 played like a completely different game, right? Because the way it worked, right, is we didn't really have any like set roles out other than, oh yeah, you're either playing as someone doing damage, healing, or you're doing shatter tank crap, right? But like, it was just, you have your weapon for damage, and then you have 2 other weapons for utility. That was the ToF gameplay loop for your like setup up until Fenrir released. You had your damage, you had your shatter, and then you had your whatever flex slot. Which for the first bit of 2.0 was Lyn. You just put Lyn in there. Well, in 1.0, it was Nemesis. Because healing. But yeah. Right? Because like the way that, like, that's how it worked there, right? Completely different experience there. It's effectively like you dumb down an MMO, but like some of like the combat stuff you would have in an MMO, right? The combat classes. But except instead of it being classes, you just put the kits onto weapons and you just freeform pick different kits. Right? That's basically how ToF was back then. Now it's like, no, you have 5 classes and each element is your class. And it's like you just mix and match and swap the latest weapons in and out. And that's your build. It's still a bit more freeform and less rigid than like an actual like the actual regular MMORPGs for like kit designs and stuff like that. And it also didn't have the tedious annoying chores and stuff like that and other bullshit in regular modern day MMOs. Right? It was like okay enough that it's like, sure, I'll keep playing. Like MMO elements, and not WoW MMO elements. WoW MMO elements is just the worst parts about MMOs forced into a single player game. And that just being the absurd grinds that they keep putting in these games. Yeah, there's like, 5 elements plus healer plus tank. Yeah, 7 classes. That's basically ToF on global today. Right? There's also like the weird utility hybrid that can kind of exist for some content. But for the most part, it's basically 7 classes. Right? And like your kit is just take a weapon and mix and match. Right? Pick from 3. Pick 3, equip the 3 that you pick. And that's how your playstyle is. There is a lot more varied there. WoW needs 1 element team to get some buffs. I mean, WoW is like, what's your content, man? You just need like 3 teams to go clear their tower thingy. Right? They can be whatever the fuck. As long as they're just different characters. And all you're doing is pressing 1 of 2 buttons off cooldown. Otherwise, you're just spamming your left click stuff and just occasionally dodging out of the way or parrying an attack. That's basically all you're doing there. The game you were looking at previously, when we looked up, that's just the combat stuff in there that looked like that someone said it looked like solo leveling. I mean, it's basically that, but heavily dumbed down because now you have 2 buttons instead of like 5. Oh, you can jump now, but that's it. Right? Because like the thing is, you go play it, right? All your content, despite being an open world, the game wasn't really built to be an open world game. Yeah, ToF actually goes combat route, but that's its own other thing. Right? Like, the thing is, the average gacha gamer doesn't care enough about the actual gameplay. Because the reality is, the vast majority of all these gachas, they're all the same fucking game. They're all the same thing. The vast majority of them, just with a different coat of paint. That is your, like, your regular gameplay stuff. Some are more dumbed down than others. Like, what's funny is, like, the most unique thing that Kuro ever made was the Signal Orb Bejeweled minigame for the combat in PGR. That is the most unique thing that they ever did. too bad it's not great in practice, and the only characters in PGR that don't feel like complete garbage to use, unfortunately, will just automatically rearrange and match the entire thing for you. Because that's entirely how they work. They'll just rearrange everything so you don't have to do it. But yeah, Dredge event? I mean, I could just go play Dredge. I don't remember when it was, but like Epic Game Store gave me a copy of Dredge for free. I have Dredge. I can just play Dredge. I can play a better version of that through actual Dredge. Right? Otherwise, it's like, what, $10, $15 if you want to play it yourself? But yeah. Yeah, like, PGR's only content which keeps you playing is the chippies. Yeah, the chippies are pretty cute. But honestly, like, it's just a mixture of, like, the launcher being so terrible and me being completely, like... The thing is, like, the chores as well to, like, click insta-clear on in PGR. It's, like, scuffed enough with how you have to keep clicking around in too many menus, where it just got really annoying to do, like, multiple times a week. Then I'm like, yeah. And, like, I already was skipping through basically all the story or not even bothering at all. So, like, my investment into the characters in the story, like, from that perspective, was basically non-existent. Right? And then I'm just like, yeah, I'm just done. Right? The Signal Orb minigame basically doesn't exist. Because everyone's just using a set of characters that ignore all of it. And rearrange it for you. So then it just ends up being like, yeah, like every other game. Yeah, early days was kind of good. The fixed guaranteed pity and low pity for weapon. And then, oh, fuck with now. Oh, Cubs just made it worse, right? Because, like, the problem is, early, like, signature weapons was fine, because the effects were still mostly generic. But then they started putting kits on their signature weapons. Then they introduced, Cubs, which they then slowly moved core parts of character kits to Cubs, too. So you're required to pull both their weapon and their Cub on top. And then they also did the mini breakpoints in dupes. Right? So then it's like, now you need that, and then now you need to pull dupes too? It just gets like, they kept making it more fucked up with how they kept bogging it down. Right? So you needed so much more to deal with. But yeah, it just... And then Toria can't be bothered. Yeah, like, that's the thing, man. Reminds you how you just bypass some Dream Machines now. Yeah, you just get... The thing is, like, I've been bypassing a lot of the Dream Machines since, like, LAN release. Just put the umbrella in the sky, use LAN to get to the sky, and now I'm at the end. Right? Like, after some point, you just don't want to deal with it anymore, so you start skipping things, or finding ways to bypass them. Once you get into that mindset, if that applies to the entire game as a whole, you're not gonna stay there for much longer. Oh, you redeemed inverted color? Oh, okay. Oh, I did not even notice. My bad. Oh, let me go do that then. Enjoy your inverted color then. But like, yeah, that's like the problem with these. Alright, like, that's just the problem with a lot of these, man. Yeah, I didn't notice because I had fucking Discord blocking that portion of my screen that shows the reward redeems. Oh well. But yeah, thanks for catching that. But yeah, that's where we are. Alright, let's continue with the preview of this. Enough with the tangent. Divine realm to protect himself? Okay. I'm after power. And they can give it to him, okay? Reborn to fight. Okay. Can't wait for the gameplay to be exactly the same as another game. Yep, it's another one of those. Where have we seen it before? Especially because like the story in a lot of these is not good enough for me to like even give a damn and bother. Oh no, they also have pets now too that you gotta deal with too, right? So they probably have a character banner, a weapon banner, and a pet banner. Or something to deal with. Like, yeah, sure, the characters look hot and stuff like that. The models are nice. Not the most amazing or anything, but like, yeah. I'm just like, as a game, I'm not really interested. They cut pickles moves, yeah? The watch girl way. Oh yes, this one. You gotta love the clock hand and stuff. Yeah. But like, yeah, there's like not really enough in there to like make me care. Like honestly, if they just, I'd be more interested in watching something else rather than playing this as a game if like they actually had a proper anything to it. Or like I'd rather read a manga or something than like play something like this. And like that's just how I feel. Is this just like the characters here? Are you gonna see gameplay here? So she has the violin there, SR.
A heart of melody and wisdom, illuminating glorious radiance. Through song she conquered her fears. Between strings and notes, Chaiki found herself.
Oh no, look at all this gear here. All these equipment pieces.
Again. Now she stands boldly in the spotlight, expressing
Skills that you gotta upgrade to. Oh, you got 3 of them. Oh
her
no.
heart's true voice. Skill 1 deals damage to a single enemy and has a chance to remove 1 debuff from the ally with the most debuffs. Skill 2 passive. Before Chiaki's turn,
Alright, this is
grants
turn-based
plus attack
game.
for 2 turns to 2 random allies. If target already has plus attack, grants Ave Maria instead. Ave Maria grants immunity to.
Yeah, it's like I don't care. A lot of these games that they're turn-based end up sucking anyways. Just try solo game dev for shit and giggles, I don't know. I mean, if you feel like that, why not? Universal gear is better than character tied gears, fair enough, but like... with how some of these games handle it, a lot of them just end up being painful anyways. It's like, I'm not interested enough to like, care with what we saw there. Oh, and it's like, oh, it's a turn-based game, but like, it's that kind of turn-based game. So it's just like, nah. Right, what else do we got here? What is this one? I tried pulling for Costerus. The hell is this?
To do some investigative journalism myself, because I have been told that Honkai Star Rail is now doing shit that is considered dark pathing by the majority of the internet, and we're gonna get.
Maybe they got PH strips and they're reading 0. I don't know, man. Yeah, like Raid Shadow Legends is fucking turn-based as well. They got their Doom Tower and stuff like that too. But honestly, it's probably just whatever. Right, there's only so much you're gonna do with these anyways.
Get into exactly what that was. So, what dark pathing is a mechanic that Blizzard used during the downfall of Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal, where they became incredibly desperate for profit. So, when you were to open up the store your mouse would immediately be put on the buy battle pass button.
Oh.
Dark pattern? Absolutely. Absolutely. Dark pattern, yes. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's early in the morning, sorry. The mouse immediately goes in the buy battle pass button. Now, I have been told that Honkai Star Rail, for the first time ever, when you log in, the buy casterous option is put directly in front of your face, and they have never done that before.
Uh-huh.
Now, I want to say this before anybody else.
Hey, it could be worse, man. Then you have some games where it's like, where the fuck is the menu to go see what the hell's going on? Right, then you have ToF when you log on, it's like, which menu do I have to dig through to find the event screen or whatever again? It's like, you have to play hide and seek to find it there. Yeah, it sounds like it became an actual gacha game now, yeah. Meanwhile, Hana can't even figure that out, man. They can't figure out where to put a fucking event screen. Even. You gotta play hide and seek with that if you're freaking playing ToF. It's like, oh yeah, where's the fucking menu here? I gotta play hide and seek. Oh yeah, also, those are illegal now in the EU. Those are illegal too. Those practices, the EU stuff, they went after some, like, children's horse game. Some girly, children's horse game on mobile, made by some Swedish developer. Yeah, the EU is, like, has them under fire. They're, like, making a new set of rules and stuff like that. And a lot of the shit that goes on in a lot of these games, let's just say, once the EU starts enforcing them, a lot of the games will either not be playable in the EU, or things are going to change drastically to accommodate them. If they are, because a lot of the shit that you see in these games will become illegal in the EU. A lot of, like, their main business practices. But yeah, you can look that up. I don't even remember what the thing is called. But yeah. Yeah. Like a gacha within a gacha, 1000% value, you get a gacha with menus, yeah?
Says this. Tons of gacha games do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tons of gacha games are shit. You know what games
Yeah.
don't do that? Limbus Company. Wizardry. Wuthering Waves. They don't do that.
PGR does it. PGR does it. I know a game does it. PGR does it. I know PGR does it. I don't know about Lua, cause, like, fuck, I can't be bothered to look at the thing in there. But yeah, Lua doesn't do it yet, but PGR does it. Honkai 3rd probably did it too. Right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, a lot of fucking things do it. Snowbreak does it. Right, we know Snowbreak does it. The first login every day will pop up all the things. Well, really, but just most gachas do it. Straight up. No, we're not talking about Uma Musume. We're talking about the thing where it just shows up stuff that you can buy as soon as you log into the game. Where they're advertising crap for sale or whatever. Lots of gacha games do this. Rather buy Mario Kart World. Yeah. Exactly. Like, that's the thing, right? And even then, Mario Kart World looks kind of boring. Like, here's the thing. Have you seen the gameplay of Mario Kart World and the new mode they're trying to pass up? It's fucking boring as hell to look at. Because it's literally just the thing I complain about being straight line simulator. Alright, Nintendo isn't the Nintendo we knew. But, like, during the Switch era, I think it made it pretty obvious with how they handled their own games for a lot of them too. And even their own re-releases. Where now, like, the fucking Nintendo games feel like they were made in a fucking boardroom where a bunch of guys in suits just got together and just spatball a bunch of random ideas to, like, oh, we could probably sell this and that's where we're at. That's basically how Nintendo's been the past, like, 8-10 years. Ever since, like, Iwata died, even, like, the first party titles have just been kind of... eh. Like, you have some stuff that's, like, okay, but then, like, the rest are just mostly eh. Right? And then you get, Ever Crisis, where if you pull a certain amount of time, the weapon, the weapon that is new, they got a new limited time pack and you can buy a dupe, yeah? Yeah, Reggie was there too, and now it's like, it's not the same anymore. And now you get, like, triple priced marked up Donkey Kong Country, except the co-op doesn't even work properly now. Like, that's the world we live in, man. You get, Zelda Skyward Sword re-released, except it costs twice as much and doesn't even come with the controller. Meanwhile, the original game, back when it was released on the Wii, came with a fucking golden painted Wii Motion Plus, well, Wii Remote Plus, that you could, like, it came with the fucking controller. What a strange time, you know, 18 years ago was. Like 15 to 18 years ago was, man. That was like when the fucking markets of this stuff truly died after that point. Yeah, and then because Reggie was, we got these free games come into console. Now Doug Bowser's like, no, yeah, you get the fucking paid demo. Like, what the fuck? Even like fucking Valve, you know, you want to get the Steam Deck tech demo? That's called Aperture Desk Job. You can get that without a Steam Deck too. It's on Steam, everyone can play it. You don't even need a Steam Deck to play the Steam Deck tech demo. It's a cool little 30-minute, was it 30-minute or an hour-long minigame thing you can do that, like, introduces you to all the things on the Steam Deck. It's cool. You can play around with it. It still somehow works without a Steam Deck. And you can actually just grab it and play it. But Nintendo's like, nah, you gotta pay for our tech demo. Our welcome tour tech demo, you gotta buy it. Not included.
And so it doesn't matter if other gotchas do that. The good ones.
Yeah, Valve does nothing
do that.
wins.
So I could have taken that at face value. However, I am a man of, why don't I go in and find out for myself rather than taking people's word for it? And you know what? We'll even try out Castris. So I'm just going to give you guys my initial reaction to 3.2. I also heard they fixed something that players were complaining about for years. So apparently they fixed the black screen white text. So I'm going to check that in a little bit too, because that I can't believe. Apparently there's a very good video that I can go and watch. Oh, it is fixed? Okay, then I'll tell you what. Okay, I'll watch it right now. So they did fix that? All right, apparently it's from Box 2. Let me see what they did. Are they actually going to show everything? So they fixed the black screen white text. Holy fuck, what is happening?
Oh, white screen, black text. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, they fixed it with white background, black text.
Screen with black text. Oh
Nice.
my god, a Honkai Star Rail is saved. Hell no way.
Not based, man. Just troll them further.
Hell global passives. Oh my god. Insane, bro. Now you get flashbanged in real life. Insane. Okay, well, now that we got that all out of the way, why don't we get into Honkai Star Rail here? That's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. Okay. Everything seems completely normal. I don't see the Casterus this way sign. Buy here, buy now. Let's see.
Yeah, he has a white keyboard on his table.
Stop.
Okay, go to work.
Stop!
Nice.
Stop! Before you even get in the game?
Damn. Right, but it's not like I haven't seen games do this before, man. I've seen this thing. This is not a new practice. This is an old practice. Alright?
You're kidding. Brother, I have never seen Honkai Star Rail be this desperate.
It'll work though.
Chat.
I mean, here's the thing at this point. We know how intelligent, or rather how lacking of intelligence a lot of the people in the gacha space are. At this point, let them get fucked. They deserve to get fucked. If they're just gonna keep doing what they're doing, fuck it. Not my problem anymore.
There's only 2 buttons on the screen, and I almost didn't even notice the one at the top right. It's just go to warp front and center. This is the new fucking character. Pull her now. You know, maybe I should pull her. Maybe you're right. Chat, is this character at least balanced, or is she OP? Okay, well why don't she's OP? Did she break all pre-existing tier list? T0 already.
Featuring their latest character before going into the game, and with a nice animation is dope as fuck. For the person, yeah, for the person who's going to pull her, the character, everything, yeah, pretty much. I don't know what the fucking Atron is, though. What's Atron? Is that like food? Can I eat that? Is that like chicharron? Is it like this? Just with an A? Is this like fried pork rinds and stuff? It's not food. It's not food, man. Like I don't play this shit.
No way, right?
Like I don't play this shit, man.
I got a question here, guys.
Cause like again, it's like I said before, like why would I play this crappy turn-based game when I can play an actual turn-based game that's good that I like? Right?
2 units?
And if like the only thing they got is art, and like if I want to look at the art, there's a lot of it out there.
Are all the way up at the top, but then all the older units are all the way down here at the bottom. Why is it that every single character that was released at Emphorius is up here in T0, and then every other character ain't up here? How does global passives affect LeBron's legacy? I want to not be a hater here for a second. Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, art in quotation marks even, yes.
Got characters like Jin Shi in T0 and the main fucking character in 0.5. Calcharo's fucking dead. That's very interesting. All right, let's do it, guys. Let's go to warp. You can now select limited 5-star characters Zila Blade and Fu Xuan. Wait, really? Okay. Oh,
so they added more stuff to standard.
I already got my Bronya Max, so I can take her off, and I'll put Baldy on there. Well, I can get 3 characters that are shit. Hold on, let me check the tier list real quick. How good are these characters? Okay, so let's see here. So I can get a Zila. Great. Great. Oh, no, that's awesome. Okay, amazing.
What's a Bailu and a Yang King?
And I get Blade. Look at that. He went
Only
from tier 3
applies
to tier
limited
2.
batters. Checks tier list. Come on.
Okay, and then who else? And we get Fu Xuan. All right, Fu Xuan. Where's she at?
Should I make a video why endgame content in a lot of these gachas is fucking stupid? Should I make that into a video? And just like put maths in there and why it's like stupid to pull for meta in a lot of these? Because the reality is if your goal is to get more premium currency back, you're never going to get more back than you put in. Right? Should I do a video on that? Like the funny one where it's like, no, endgame actually doesn't matter. And it's fucking stupid. Right, because like that's what that's how I look at a lot of these gachas as, with the stuff in there. Right? Like I just start looking at it that way, because like it really doesn't. You like to say endgame and gacha game is called that because they makes you want to end the game. Exactly. That's a good one. It's called endgame because it makes you want to end the game. That's a good one. I like that one. I like that quote. That is a great quote. It's called endgame because it makes you want to end the game.
Oh, look at that. Man, she's better than Bailu. Look at that, dude. She's on the same level
Oh,
as
that sucks, Tara. Your favorite character isn't even good on the tier list.
Ocha. She must be pretty good. Fushuan, Eidolon.
That's unfortunate, Tara.
She's brought you on there to get the funny tokens. Wait, so I want to make sure I just got this
Yeah,
right, Sarah.
all the new players you talked with, Honkai Third, are all here to enjoy the Valks. No one gives a fuck to the Abyss and the competitive stuff. Good. They shouldn't, because it's not worth their time. At least they actually have a brain then. The people you talk to. Exactly. It's like, yeah, sure, here's the calcs of all the stuff here. Right? But at the same time, again, like I tell people, like, if you can't clear Pycon now, you can't clear sequential now, it's still gonna be here until the day the game goes end of service. I don't exactly use those words, but I'm like, do you actually want it or not? If you want it, great, go pull, do whatever. I'm just saying, like, here's the thing, if you care about the numbers, that's it. Yeah, everyone's free to do what they want. And not if they don't want to, exactly. At the same time, you go to a top raid, your damage don't matter anyway. Most of the time, I'm like, it's the fucking raids in top. It's do the fucking mechanics. Doing damage don't matter. Like, yeah, to some extent, damage can help. But unless you're on the extreme end to push your negligible amounts of damage to do a tiny bit of something, it don't matter. Unless, yeah, it's really just like Hoppa working altered damage and fucking something up, which is why you can at least do some damage in something. Like, the reality is, like, in some of the raids, yeah, the fucking altered Nola does something because they forgot that altered Nola ignores mechanics on the second hit on her skill. On her second skill. It ignores mechanics. That's why it actually does some damage. Rather than, like, negligible damage. But that's, like, its own extreme situation. And the content wasn't designed around it anyways. It was designed to be cleared around mechanics. But yeah. It won't be matter 9 to 12 months when you're geared up. Uh-huh. That too, man. That too. Like, the same time as well, right? The damage scale is, like, ceiling in ToF. Like, technically, the damage ceiling, if you're maxed out in ToF right now, is, like, 30 billion damage. But, like, what? I uploaded this video from, like, yesterday's stream. The highest sequential stage, my purse with it clears. It does, like, a third of that damage. And it's still enough to, like, barely clear. I'm even fucking using Levo to clear Flame Stage 20. Like, the reality is it's mostly just your stats are scuffed. Is why you're not clearing. Because, like, I can fucking clear with this, too. Right? But, like, it doesn't matter because, like, the content is still gonna be there. It's going to be there until the day the game goes EOS. Right? In, like, 8 years or whatever. It's still going to clear. Yeah, you fucked your pulls, blindly pulling for Carrot, wanted A3, got her A3 in 180, 190, something. You counted wrong, pulled to 212, used your balls and backed out, realized now you have A4 rip. Hey, if you like Carrot, you like Carrot at least. Right? Have fun with Carrot if you like Carrot. Right? Like, I can clear fucking Flame Sequential even using Levo as my cope comp. It still works. But yeah, you know, you pull it because you want to, not because you need to, because, like, you don't need it. You really don't. And the content is not gonna go away. It's always gonna be there. Right? I'm gonna pull in 5.0, but I'm not pulling Carrot. Unless someone wants to give me resources to do it. Otherwise, I'm not gonna pull it myself. Because, it doesn't matter to me. I had enough fun with Carrot on the test server. But, like, I'm not gonna use it outside of that stuff anyways. Yeah, she's balanced. Fucking top creep isn't the crazy exaggeration people talk about. It's not. Right? She performs about exactly where I'd expect. There was like that other video I made on Carrot that showed numbers of where the actual thing is. Right? Is she good? Yes. Is she like a busted crazy? No. Is she better than the old flame stuff? Yes. But like, not right out of the gate. Really wish there was like a WoW style public test server, yeah? It would be nice. But, you know, Hoppa being Hoppa, Hoppa still scuffed.
Are you telling me that I should keep Bronya, a character that I already have maxed on here, because getting tokens is better than getting any of these other units?
Yes. If all you care about is power, the answer is yes. Yes, that's the reality. Welcome to Gacha Games, Tectone. Welcome. Enjoy your stay. Your flame is doing 3.7 billion, no drugs, you don't care anymore, yeah. Fair enough. I don't know, moderation. We're just still here. Exactly, it's not. Right? It's not.
Guys, are we starting to get why that's like a problem? Are we getting that? Okay. All right. Well, why don't we go ahead and remove Gep. We'll put Bronya back on so we get more tokens. Great. I'll remove this dumb motherfucker. Yeah, we'll get Zila Eidolons, man. Why the fuck? You know what? I'll just get Patrol. I didn't want Zila. Wow, this is great, man. That's so good, man. Oh, hell yeah. Man, do you know how fucking mad it makes me they put a global passive in the fucking game on Castris? Bro, I wanted this fucking character so bad. That shit makes me so mad.
I don't know who they are, but okay.
I'm gonna try it out. Oh, I get to try out Tribby too. Okay. Oh, look at that, 90 Stellar Jade. Man, I'm not gonna lie, bro. They cooked hard with this character's design. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know why the fuck they put Luocha in the trial. I'm pretty sure they're doing that to make players think that he's good, which is crazy to me because we all know Luocha is shit. I literally think they put him on the
global
team to
passive
make players
doesn't even
think they
matter.
want to waste their free 5-star on Luocha. I shit you not. Gallagher's better. Yeah,
You're dead like right after,
Castris,
so it don't matter.
Really? Is he the #1 healer for Castris? No. Who's number one? Best in slot is Gallagher.
Who is number one?
So you're telling me that
it was Smitty Werben Jaegerman Jensen. He was number one. No. He was number one. Smitty Werben Jaegerman Jensen. He was number one. He was number one. Right, even his gravestone. Number one. He was number one.
First at a 4-star? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, great. What's her E-do? What the fuck is that? Is he gonna insta-kill them? What? Oh my god, what the fuck? Jesus Christ.
What? What's going on?
Is this the same game we were all playing?
Okay, it's just using their attack animation here.
What the f is that? Is this the same
So you can
game?
just have the dragon just spam attacks until they die? Or something?
Jesus Christ. Bro, Dwayne needs that 7th yacht fucking bad, I guess. Jesus.
As like
What
their
the
bonus?
fuck? They gave it a separate intro to battle? Holy f, they're trying to sell this. Okay, what does this character do? I mean, I'm surprised they didn't give her a bunny suit as well. True. Dude, I will be real, and I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. I know how bad this is for the game, and I still want to pull her. They have made me, dude, you start the game, it immediately says, go to warp. Look at this new chick, go to warp. You press the button, you go to trial, and I mean this genuinely, the best animations in gacha gaming. Yep. Yo, Chad, should we be a hypocrite? Should we lock in? Deals minor quantum damage to one enemy. Okay, you know that Zajeff deals 1 minor damage to, well, you know what, never mind. Don't worry about Zajeff's minor damage. Silence Wraithflay Caress, consumes all allies' HP, deals quantum damage to 1 enemy and minor quantum damage to adjacent targets. Yeah, I heard there's a new character in Honkai Star Rail coming out called Zajeff where it only does minor damage. Bone Claw, Doomdrake's Embrace, consumes all allies' HP, Casters and Netherwing launch joint attack on the targets, dealing quantum damage to all enemies.
That goes right here, okay. It'll be so fun to play that. Not in a turn-based.
By 100%.
With a free one, okay.
Deploys a territory that decreases all type res for all enemies. What the f? Real shit? Wait, she's a support? All allies lose HP. Casters gains new blood. Increases Casters and Netherwing's damage dealt. What happened to Blade? Deals AoE major wind damage. When new blood reaches its maximum limit, can activate ultimate. While Netherwing is on the field, HP lost by allies except Netherwing will be converted to an equal amount of HP for Netherwing. After obtaining Casters or when Casters is in the current team, receive the following effect. In battle, when an allied character receives a killing blow, and allied characters that received a killing blow in action enter the Moon Cocoon state. So after you get her, or when you play her. Oh, it's an exclusive. Exclusive, ding dong. Bye, bye, bye. Ding dong, bye, bye, bye. Exclusive, bye, bye. So as long as you have her on your account, receive the following effect. In battle, when an allied character receives a killing blow, all allied characters that received a killing blow in this action enter the Moon Cocoon state. This delays becoming down and allows normal actions. After the action is before the start of the next turn, if the current HP increases or a shield is gained, Moon Cocoon is removed. This effect can only trigger once per battle. Enters the Nether Veil state. Enemies are unable to actively approach Castros. During Nether Veil attacks will cause all enemies within range to enter combat. At the same time, summons the Memo Sprite Netherwing. Advantage is acted by 100% upon entering battle, consumes HP of all allies, except Netherwing. If Netherwing is not summoned after entering battle, Castros gains new blood by an amount equal to 30% of max new blood. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be real. Wait, what the fuck? Holy shit, I need to read more? Deals minor quantum damage, okay. Consumes this unit's HP to deal quantum damage to all enemies in this turn will not conclude. When using this ability repeatedly, the ability can be enhanced up to 3 times. When HP is 25% or lower, using the ability will activate the ability to affect a Memo Sprite talent, Wing Spreep the Ruins. My god. When Netherwing's on the field, it acts as backup for allies. Allies' current HP reduced down to a middle of 1. Afterwards, Netherwing will bear the damage received or the HP consumed. When summoned, increase damage dealt by all allies. Upon, oh my god. All right, so she does everything and kills everything for free. Holy shit. Okay. Yep. Oh my god, Luoji just healed the fucking dragon. All right.
So you can heal the dragon, okay?
Well, there you go, guys. I'll use this ability because I probably should. I think there's more all-type res pen. Great. And then, what is this, Mimsy? Sure, I'll use it. Why not? There you go, man. Now I have a little Paimon. So I'm going to go ahead and heal this character. That probably does something good. And then I'll use this, too, to get another little heal out. Great. Man, look at all this. Look at all this shit, man. I'll use that. Yeah, okay, I'll use the little box. Oh, all-type res. That's pretty good, probably. Okay, and so now what? You want me to cleave him? Sure, let's do it. That was pretty good. Okay.
So he doesn't actually pull it.
There you go. The dragon's almost ready. I don't think I need to do anything else. I'll probably just chill ult again. Why not?
So he doesn't actually pull it in this video.
Because this move is already back up. And then I'll use this little whatever the fuck this does.
I thought he was gonna pull it, but no, this is pure bait.
Dragon, right? Okay. Oh my god. That's fine. That'll need it. That's good, man. Look at that 20-star Jade, man. Oh, look at that. I got 2 little summons. Look at that. Super sales day. Super sales day. Stop. 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 Stop.
Okay.
Deal 690%. Buy. 690% value. Buy 570% value. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Exclusive. Cherish my collection. And now what's all this, guys? Obtain the specific number of Oneric shards to claim rewards. Oneric pouch has been reset. So are you telling me that I only need to buy 12,480 plus? Guys, for the low price, I shit you not, and I'm gonna say this, and you're gonna think that I'm trolling. Guys, where was it? Where was it? Guys, for the low price of $250, you can finish the event. Oh my god. Absolute cinema. To beat this event, you only have to spend $250. Man, guys, that's an 8,000% value estimation. You know what, guys? Say it with me. Nah, I'm good.
Okay. Sure. And then you sent me a picture of art. Yeah, art looks nice. I don't play this shit though. But there you go, there's the art. It does look nice though. Yeah, I saw the ping. Okay, what's the next one then? Devs finally listened. Okay, what's this devs finally listened? Gotcha smack. Alright, I'll put the music back.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another video by yours truly. Boys, this morning I saw the funniest shit and I had to share it. And now it's already making its way towards 100,000 views on Twitter. Yeah, I had to quote this. Box did me the honor of sharing a glimpse of the story of HSR 3.2. Let's take a quick look at it, why don't you?
The white screen with black text, yes.
White screen, black text.
This is the true trial of time. That's some good words. I like those words. We're gonna come back to the words in a bit. Load screen into good old black screen, boys. There it is. Hey, listen. Imagine this, boys. Now you not only getting a black screen with white text, you getting a white screen with black text. And guys, you like that? You like what we did there? Look good. Gave it a little Dewey spice. Hey, you can't say devs didn't listen. So I said some things never change, and I really was smacking this morning, bro. This was 11 hours ago. I really was smacking. It's already at 74,000 views, 1.8K likes, 60. It's pacing, boys. All right, this is gonna climb. It's gonna climb and fall for sure. But that's not the only thing I want to talk about. What I find fascinating about this whole ordeal is later on, I found this. I did a little bit of digging. I was trying to see, I wonder if anybody's uploaded the full story already, just so we can get a glimpse. Because what was in my brain was they said we were gonna get some more cutscenes into the story. And so I came over here and I saw somebody uploaded all 8 hours of the HSR Yap Fest. That's right, boys.
Okay.
If you ain't done the story yet, you're in for a bare minimum of 7 hours and 57 minutes. And let me tell you something. Brother Man was strictly business in here. I was glossing over it just to see what was going on. I could see a little bit of the methodical approach to the story. He was straight. He was like straight as an arrow, sticking to the script like lint on denim. And still 8 hours. Y'all know if I do a story like that, it's gonna take me 10 and a half hours because I like to digest things. You scroll over here to the right. And I found shout out my boy Mello. I'm gonna link his channel in a bit. He showed all bosses and cutscenes.
8 minutes,
The total time, the run time for that is 8 minutes and 28 seconds. Brother, that's 1% of the Yap Fest you're gonna be going through. And get this isn't just cutscenes. This is cutscenes and boss fights combined, okay? So you're not getting 8 solid minutes of cutscenes here.
Why are you surprised?
So just based off of this overview, all right? Hey, look, no hate in my blood. No.
Hey, remember we had like 10 hours Balatro when I played WoWo 2.0. It's the same shit. What you expect, man?
Hate in my blood at all. But I don't think we've gotten an improvement in storytelling and presentation at all in patch 3.2.
Yes, it was Last of Us game, yeah.
I told you I did a little bit of homework. I was like, all right, let me see what they're cooking for right here. I was looking at this and I was like, oh, nah, brother. Why am I looking at the back of her head? Boys, I got this shit on 2.0, all right? This shit running twice as fast. I got it on 2x speed. And she is... all I see right now
I'll
is
see you
the
around
back
mental
of
hour.
her goddamn head this entire
You have a good day.
time.
Enjoy work. Good luck with it.
Look. Cameraman must be on strike again. You know what this reminds me of, guys? Deadass. This reminds me of the PS1 turn-based games I used to play, right? Because see, look.
Yeah, I had cheesecake
back in the
earlier.
day, okay, we didn't have the resources, right? The devs didn't have the resources back in the PS1 days when I was playing Legend of Legaia, Legend of Dragoon, Final Fantasy 8, 9, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So they didn't have a choice but to present you with that level of presentation and that level of facial expressions, right? You just kind of had to stare at somebody's back of the head because that's what we were working with at the time. But boys, $1.3 billion is what HSR exclusively made. Okay, just this title, not Genshin Impact. That's a whole different beast. And this is the best they could do with their story presentation, even after the feedback that was given to them.
I love how the first thing they think about is just story presentation and not anything else. Yeah, I mean, story presentation could be better. It could be, sure. But there are other issues I would have before I would get to that point with it. But yeah,
And
sure.
The reason I'm being quite critical right now is because in their live stream, they were so goddamn convincing that their story was going to be improving in terms of the presentation. We're going to be reducing the black screens, and we're going to add in some white screens. But it doesn't
Yeah, after the
stop
feedback,
there.
the whole thing
My
is just
brother logged into the
planned
game,
months before said feedback, feedback came. Yeah,
Let's check out and see what
all of it happens months ahead of time. You always get the thing planned that way. That's just what normally happens. Development takes time.
As soon as he logged into the game, boy.
Let's see.
Frame zero.
Stop. Stop!
Right, he gets introduced to the regular gacha experience.
Stop! Before you even get in the game, you're kidding. Brother, I have never seen Honkai Star Rail be this desperate.
Hey, bro, they time traveling. They time traveling backwards, bro. Look, this is what the low tier gacha games do. You know what I'm saying? The low tier gacha games, brother, as soon as you log in, boom, bam, boom,
Yep.
bam, discount here, bro. Save money, buy now.
That is chat. There's only 2 buttons on the screen, and I almost didn't even notice the one at the top right.
You guys don't understand, man. Like this says so much. I'm dead ass. I think HSR has lost a lot more money than people realize. I mean, they're just showing their ass at this point.
It's just go to warp front and center. This is the new fucking character. Pull her down. Super sales day. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
I didn't even know about this.
Deal 690%.
690? That's almost over my power level, bro.
Buy. 690% value.
Dude, fucking insane deal, bro.
Buy 570% value.
No way. I spend 99 cents and I get 570% off? Oh my.
Emma, I could go to the fucking grocery store, look at buying toilet paper, and then I'll see shit like mega roll, double roll, or whatever. And like none of the descriptions on toilet paper labels or paper towel labels, when you look at the packaging, make any sense. This is like when you go to the grocery store to go buy toilet paper or paper towel, now that I think about it. The fuck's a double roll mean? Triple roll, what the fuck that even mean? Is like regular roll a unit of measurement? And why is, like, did everyone come together to decide that? Then now you can come up with these other words, right? Do you ever feel like that whenever you go to buy toilet paper or paper towel and you look at the packaging? It just says, it's just that.
God!
Ding dong, exclusive!
That's pretty good, man.
Cherished recollection. And now what's all this, guys?
Yeah, what's this?
Obtain the specific number of Oneric shards to claim rewards.
Wait, those aren't free.
Oneric pouch has been reset.
Yep.
So are you telling me that I only need to buy 12,000?
Bro, you gotta whip out a calculator to calculate this shit. This is how expensive it is, bro.
480 plus 8,000.
Hey, you know what, man? The reality of it is the average IQ in the gacha space, they not worried about calculating that, bro.
Of course not.
They're just clicking the spend. They just clicking the purchase.
Guys,
yeah, that's the point.
Price of $250.
That's why they choose those numbers.
You can
Which is why the EU wants to make it illegal for these guys to do it.
Absolute cinema.
No story improvement, boys. All right, listen. No skip button, extended dialogue, extended black and white screens. No real concrete improvements to the game. Nah, bro, listen, dog. The only improvements are tied to you spending more money, brother. We ain't improving a goddamn thing. We got to go back to this, okay? Y'all got to hear this. Y'all got to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, bro, okay? Because, like, y'all think I'm lying over here. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. In 2025, Star Rail will experiment with more in-game content. In-game, not end-game. For example, one of these initiatives is incorporating animations into the main storyline.
Uh-huh.
Like those animated shorts of Flash and Rondo across countless Kalpas.
Whatever that means.
We'll be able to see them in-game in the future? Indeed. Here's a recent example. We're releasing a short about Castris and Idonia soon.
Okay.
And after version 3.2 goes live, you'll discover that it's actually a segment of the main storyline, closely tied to the Trailblaze mission. See, boys, at this point, I will admit, I was taking this. I was interpreting it as more story. More storyline.
Yep.
But they were actually just saying, no. We're not giving you more cutscenes. We're just calculating where the cutscenes are going to be placed inside of our 8-hour Yap Fest like we normally do. Previous shorts were all standalone episodes, so the content mostly covered character backstories or extra stories, but as the main story progresses, we hope to present key plot points in more diverse ways. See, I'm sitting here thinking more
thanks,
cutscenes, but in
Jefferson
reality,
Jesus.
it's same
And
runtime
welcome.
of cutscenes placed in different points. But you're still gonna have to listen to us talk your fucking ears off without a option to skip for 8 hours straight. I mean,
Yeah, no
good
skip.
God, bro.
Imagine.
We're not necessarily. I mean, maybe you can make an argument that they're improving the story, but if that's the argument we're making here, sure, they're improving the story at the smallest decimal point possible. But the predatory practices of the game are getting pushed to the fucking ceiling. So if you log in, Warp Banner, want this price 700% off, you can get it. Buy it now. Another goddamn event going on. Spend $250. Get maximum value. I mean, dude, as I said before, boys, listen, I've been in this space for a while now. It's crazy, actually, how fast time goes by. I've been in this space for years now. It's crazy because one of the redeeming qualities of the mainstream gacha games is not having to deal with shit like this. One of the annoying things you deal with in like low quality gacha games, as soon as you fucking log in, boom, hitting you with a deal, no thanks. Another deal pops up, no thanks. Another deal pops up, no thanks. This is giving off those vibes. It's like, wait, hold on, why are we going? We're going backwards? What the fuck?
Yeah.
And people think I'm hating on them when I'm being
They're
very
doing
critical
it
of
because
this.
they can.
I'm not hating. I'm telling you that when you thought they were coming into the space to try and like improve it and give you a more closer like
imagine thinking they were
experience
doing
to
that,
what a regular game is gonna feel
and it
like,
wasn't for money.
now we're going backwards in terms of gacha
Imagine.
practice, which is bad. I'm just gonna keep it a stack. This is horrible. So HSR 3.2, based off of what I've seen here, it looks pretty bad, boys, but look, I'll make y'all a deal, and I'm gonna make a deal that's real tough, okay? If this video gets 5,000 likes, I will watch the HSR 3.2 story. Because listen, fellas, it is
all right. He has to watch it
on
now.
YouTube right now.
5.2 thousand, 5.6 thousand. He has to watch it.
So I can watch it without even playing the fucking game.
Yeah, good. Go watch
and
it
then
now.
Do a story review without even installing the game. But if I'm gonna spend probably 10 hours of my time, oh, we're gonna need 5,000 likes. Now, does 5,000 likes do anything for me? No, it's just to state a message of how many people really want to see me rip this goddamn story asunder, or if it's good and it has any redeeming qualities. As you guys have seen my content in the past, I'm very fair. This is not a smear campaign on HSR. There's just so much bad shit occurring in the game and so much more predatory practices occurring. So if the story is actually good, I'll give it its flowers. But I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no way, looking at this presentation right here, that 8 hours of story yap fest is gonna convince me that it's actually good. Do they have some good redeeming qualities of dialogue? Sure. But I'll be honest, most of that's carried by Greek mythology lore. It's not really HSR. It's just, you're just taking lore that already exists, rich, robust lore from Greek, and just attaching your fucking Hoyo design to it. So, yeah, 5,000 likes. And I need you to understand this. Hold up, because I want you to understand how hard that is for my channel. So, here's a good outlook on how many likes my videos get. This one's 1,400. This one's 4,000. But that's because Zani is being promoted. Everybody's more excited about Zani than they are about my video, and I'm pretty good at reacting to that type of stuff. This one's 3,900, but that's because I literally April Fool's everyone, convincing them that I was going to come back to HSR. No fucking shot. 4,000 likes on this. That's a story review, and I always go very hard on my story reviews. I go maximum quality, and I avoid slop at all costs. So that makes sense. 9,900. I've been getting a lot of goddamn likes lately. That one is because I uninstalled HSR. Holy bitch.
Uninstalling gives them all the likes. Got it.
4,400. I'll
just
be honest,
got installed.
Waves audience is just very supportive. Very supportive. But my average likes are 2,000, 1,000, 500, 1,600, 700, 800, 6,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, 500, 1,000, 1,800, 3,000, 1,000, 3,000, 1,000. What I'm trying to tell you is I don't get 5,000 likes for no fucking reason. If y'all can get this video 5,000 likes, I will actually go
and look at this entire fucking Yap Fest here and then make a story review about it.
Uh-huh. Well, he has to do a story review now. Not like we care enough to watch it, though. I don't care about HSR stuff. Alright, we'll do one more react before we end off then, the Odin Valhalla Rising. Because we've been live for almost 7 hours, and I need to get some sleep soon. Right, we'll do the Odin Valhalla Rising one. We'll do the other ones tomorrow. There's like more. What is this? Cacao Games? New game coming? What is this? I have like another video and stuff to edit anyways as well later. Nah. It's like the thing is, the uninstall means whatever. Like, oh, uninstall, then can reinstall. I can play the cloud version too. I don't even need ToF installed to play it. I could literally just use the cloud version and not even have to install it. Like, it makes no difference to me. I could play it in the cloud. What is this? What kind of game is this? Okay. Sure, medieval era. Got giants there. It looks like dwarves there too. Open world game. Okay. Yeah, you got a horse mount. Is that a wolf mount, I guess? Bird mount, you can fly. You got climbing. MMO gotcha, what? Antoria best mount, yeah. Oh yeah. And then they got the pre-reg. It's a mobile one. I'm not gonna play a mobile MMO like another one of these. I don't really care enough to deal with that stuff, man. But yeah. I mean, they're gonna have like all sorts of the issues for the most part. It's probably not gonna be as bad as some others, but I don't really feel like playing it. But yeah. Same time though. I've been live for like almost 7 hours. I need to get some rest and sleep too. Right, it's technically the day after my birthday anyways here. It's 5 a.m. now. But yeah. I mean, to be fair, they're using a different species of wolves and then injecting DNA from another wolf. Yeah, it's not exactly... what they basically made is a chimera of the dire wolf and a different species of wolf. Right? Rather than actually bringing back the dire wolf. But yeah. You know, that's what it is. But yeah, we're just gonna end off here then. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night. I'll upload my 5.0 reaction later. Right, I have that already clipped out. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time though. See you guys. See ya.